Hey, I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
What's that? A Mac?
Yeah. What?
I gotta show you something now.
What's happening?
I got my Chromebook, got my Surface, got my other Windows laptop. I brought backups.
But your computer of choice is a
No,
Mac.
they forced me to. How are you, though?
I'm good. How you doing?
Oh, can't complain.
Yeah.
Wouldn't do me any good.
No.
Well, let's listen to that.
So you're being forced to use that.
Well, here's the thing, okay? I need to use the Mac because if I don't, A, I won't know how to fix them, and B, I won't ever pick them back up again.
What?
I won't ever pick them back up again.
Oh. Yeah. I still like my Windows machine better.
Oh, I do too. We went to a computer store down here, and we spent probably too much money building new ones ourselves. So.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You stopped talking to my wife yesterday on the way out, maybe.
I might have.
You and somebody else?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys were really excited about a computer store.
Oh, yes. Big monitors, yes. We bought
Oh, did you? For the company?
No.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
How big?
34 inches.
Okay.
It's got a sub further to it.
Okay. Have you ever seen the Thunderbolt thing?
Oh, yes, I have.
I've got one of those.
It's like a grand. That's what it is.
It's like what?
It's like $1,000.
Oh yeah, but it's a station.
27-inch.
Yeah, we have. I got channel 1 too for doing graphics and everything.
Oh yeah.
But it's a docking station. It's
Oh yeah.
great.
Definitely.
If you like Macs.
Helps if you do, but if you don't, well.
Well. I'm trying to force myself to like them.
Well, that's what I got.
I made a mistake. Shanna should use them because she does all the graphics and all that stuff. Great. But see, I don't do that stuff.
When I first joined, we gave him a Mac. I can't use this. I got a hard drive out for a brand new machine. Full Windows, I stopped Windows 10.
Why do that rather than just go parallel?
The reason why you don't want to work parallels in this specific case is RAM usage, because he's programming all the time.
Oh, I see.
And it takes a ton of resources, so he didn't want to put as more stress on the system.
You put a PC guts in.
It's one of the better running devices in 2013, 14, and 15 still out there. The Mac was the best running Windows.
Good morning, everybody. If you could please start to make your way to your seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to get ready to get things going in just a minute.
Always nice to see you, my friend.
The one thing just to make note of, everybody will not be staying in this room. Everybody will get to take part in all these sessions that we're doing today. But because of some of the styles of some of the sessions, we need them to be in smaller groups. We are going to divide you up because our other room can only hold so many folks. So we're going to split you up. So if you guys just make your way in here in just a second, we're going to get going, and we'll get you divided up and sent on your way, and we'll get our day started. Two, one. You lucked out.
We done.
Yeah. I can't celebrate.
Let me tell you what leads to rain.
That winter was the last I ever did state association. I take it back. I did Virginia. That was
Oh,
it was awesome. It wasn't quite, I mean, like the difference was like that, but imagine the ceiling was way higher. And I stood way over to the side. All right, good morning again, everybody. So I have just went through and numbered you. I do not remember what your numbers are. I do not necessarily care what your numbers are. But when I split you up, I hope that we're half and half. Because otherwise, some of y'all are lying. Okay?
We're all 10 ears.
That's true. All right. First, let me just say welcome, guys. It's great to have everybody here in St. Louis. Really close to home for the MarkNet team. So this is not too far for us. So we're glad to have you in an area that's awful close to us that we could host you in. Hopefully hopefully you've been able to get out and enjoy a little bit of St. Louis, maybe yesterday and tonight and tomorrow while you're here. You really should make it a point to check out Ballpark Village across the street. It's very cool. You can see the stadium. Of course, get up higher.
Champion St. Louis Cardinals.
Who got beat by the Cubs, actually, in the playoffs. Right, look, hey, I got 1 year.
There you go.
I'm holding on to it for a while. We're on the cusp of a new baseball season. I don't know what we'll have. Tonight we'll get to go all the way up on to the rooftop restaurant and bar for our reception. Very cool. You see all the ballpark. It's a really neat view. You see the arch and everything. So cool views. So anyway, hopefully you get to enjoy a little bit of that while we're also sitting in these nice dark rooms, getting some great education. So this afternoon, we have a pretty cool lineup. I'm really, really excited about what we are going to offer to you guys. I don't know that look, I've got to speak at a lot of these. However, I really feel like the education we're giving at this one is some of the best that we've ever had. So I'm really excited about the next 2 days that you guys get to experience. I've gotten to experience a lot of these programs, and they are fantastic. Guys who are giving them do a tremendous job. So in this room, Ryan George is going to be doing his presentations, and then we have Tim Luke, who's going to be across the hall, and he has some cool stuff that he's going to do with you over there as well. So first, I want to take just a second while we're all here together. A lot of you have brought people with you that maybe have never been to a MarkNet meeting. So let me just say to you guys who are old pros at being at these, take time to introduce yourself to people that you don't know. Make sure that you go out of your way to make them feel welcome. In front of you there are name badges. Be sure and just put your name on them, wear them around so everybody knows who you are. But take time to introduce yourself to the folks you don't know. I'm not going to have everybody in the room introduce themselves this morning because honestly, we don't have time, which is great because this is a great turnout. This is a fantastic turnout for this meeting. So really excited about that. We do have a couple of new members here today that I do want to make note of. So we have Noah Smith in the back. There's Noah. Our Smith Auctioneers, they're up in Michigan. So it's great to have them on board. And we have the H. Berry Smith Company. There they are. So they're here. It's great to have them on board as well. So be sure and welcome them. Also on the agenda for today, you'll see Adam Alexander is on there as well. He won't be speaking until late this afternoon. Adam's over here in the far corner. We have a couple of partnerships with Adam. Great guy. Gonna learn a lot from him as well. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and split up. So all the ones, you get to stay here. All the twos, you're going right across the hallway there. If you don't have a number, you get to pick. But then if the other room's full, you have to come back here. Look, if you're three,
I learned it well enough to know which one to pick. You always have been. Number 2 with a bullet.
I've got someone too.
Right.
See, me and him said that. See, me talking to two guys. Turn the other one.
Scary. Yeah.
I mean, I'm all over it.
Wunderbar.
Hey, how are you? You ready?
For those of you on the edge, if you want to scoot to the middle, you're welcome to do that. If you want to check email out on the fringes, I totally understand. We're going to start in about 90 seconds. You're waiting to shut down. Oh, we know it's so hot. All right, looks like everybody's had a seat, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So, MarkNet asked me to take some of the highlights of some of the best talks that I've given around the country. For those who don't know, my name is Brian George of Biofilm Productions. I work for many people in this room and have for years and years. But I also am the marketing instructor at the Certified Auctioneers Institute. Yes. Justin said I changed the way he did business, so thank you, Justin, for saying that. We have a lot of fun. I teach 7 hours during year 2 candidates. So those of you who I talked to some folks you're going to be in there this year, right? Yep. Year 2, you'll have me. I'm also the third wheel or the third instructor for the Auction Technology Specialist designation. And then, of course, I have independent seminars that I give at Conference and Show, one of which you're going to get a preview later this morning. So I've been teaching in the auction industry for about 10 years. I've been in the auction industry for about 15. In those 15 years, I've done advertising for 4,500 auctions. So I've got a little bit under my belt and in 47 different states. So I've gotten to see different asset categories in different parts of the country. Those of you who are connected to me on Facebook know that the most recent feather in my cap is we sold a $28.5 million house to Oprah a couple weeks ago via sealed bid auction. So everything from estate sales and consignment sales, basic yard sale items, all the way up to I've done medical research parks at $29 million a pop. So I've worked with a lot of different assets and a lot of different brands and a lot of different companies within the auction industry. So I have a little bit of a taste of what you guys do, enough to give you some more tailored advice than what maybe a general marketing person would come in here to give you. I started on my own as a freelancer about 13 and a half years ago. And so what's been really fun is being flexible to work with lots of different people. I've got to adapt to the way you guys do business. And I've had to learn a lot myself. There's a Chinese proverb that says, if you want to learn, teach. And so in the process of trying to teach others, I've had to really ask a lot of questions of you guys, and I really appreciate how much you've opened up and answered questions. Kurt, a lot of people in this room, I say, well, why did that happen? What is this trend? What is that all about? Because I came in the auction industry blind. I took a job out of college, was on the job board, and nobody else wanted to take it. It was in the middle of a cornfield, Indiana. So I signed up, and I didn't know. And what I found, and we're going to talk a little bit about this in my second seminar, is just like many of you in this room, my skill set and my passions and my attention span and a lot of parts that make up who I am mesh really well with the auction industry. And so I wanted to dive into that. So, but my first experience with an auction was 4.5
years old. All the stuff in my dad's business and my swing set and a bunch of stuff in my dad's garage out in the front yard in a bankruptcy auction. So my first idea of an auction was they took my swing set away. So I've had to go from that to being a fan of auctions and understanding the rhythms of that. And so because of that journey, I've done a lot of research, and hopefully you'll benefit from that today. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about my company and my brand because, again, my part of the auction industry looks very different than yours. Mine's, you can say, shallower because I'm only handling the advertising part. I don't even handle all of the marketing part. So I'll give you an example of that. Marketing is more than advertising because some of you guys, when the right people aren't in the room, you know who to pick up the phone and call, right? That's a marketing call. One of my clients is an auctioneer and a dairy farmer at the same time. And he went to sell his own farm, and we didn't have the bids in the room. And he picked up the phone and called a buddy and said, would you be in for X amount an acre? And his buddy said, yeah. I said, well, that right there was your best marketing in the whole campaign. We had a bunch of people there, but they weren't the right people there. So there is a limit to what me as an advertising assistant can be, but you guys are expert marketers. I like to use the term auction marketer more than I do auctioneer because, especially those of you in this room, more than any other room in the auction industry, you're using online auctions and you're not having that physical presence for the bid calling, et cetera. So I'm going to focus on the way you guys tend to do business and not the way I do business. So there will be some insights. I might use myself as an example because I know that example a little bit more intimately than I know some of yours. The most important thing you can remember from this session is that every business decision is a brand decision. Every business decision. Tiger Woods' decisions with a Denny's waitress was a brand decision, right? How much branding power did he lose by unzipping his pants? Now, I'm just going to say this. We may not have that to the same extent in this room. We have a lot of very upright, moral people in this room. I'm not saying that, but there are things that we may not think about as brand decisions. There are. Who we hire even is a brand decision. Are they going to represent us? Is this our personality? We're going to talk about how to discover your company personality a little bit later. Every decision, down to what you drive, down to what you wear. We're going to go through that. Different companies do things different ways, and it's appropriate for their marketplace. But what you need to start with is the idea, every business decision that you think about, how you do your accounting, how you do your clerking, even your bidding platform is a branding decision. So we tend to think of branding decisions, and these words are small on purpose, because these are things that we just take for granted, like our logo, our colors and fonts, our printed material, our social media, but even our bidding experience, our office design and decor. So I invited one of my friends over, I did some consulting on another part of my life, and he came over to my office, and I have an 8-foot by 8-foot pillow pit right next to my bed, or right next to my desk. And I've got 2 skylights over my desk and 2 couches. I like to take naps. I like to pillow fight with my nieces and nephews when they come over because I work from home. My office looks very different than many of your offices because I'm not bringing the kind of clientele into my office that you are. It's a brand decision. When someone goes, oh, you must be a creative because you've got a pillow pit and a Lego pit and I've got all this stuff going on. I've got 7,000 Legos sitting about 8 feet from my desk that we play with. That's very different than what your offices would look like, but very appropriate. So someone comes in there and it doesn't look weird in my office, right? It may look weird in yours. Your company vehicle choice. Those of you in the room know I'm a big Mini fan. I'm a spokesperson for Mini this summer. I'll actually be traveling with Mini USA, a couple stages of their corporate events around the country. Signs, outdoor media, even your voicemail. Who answers your phone? Or is it a phone tree? Do they have to press 1 for English, right? How many times have we seen that on Facebook? That's a brand decision. How many companies have we seen where they say, hey, you strike to a human as soon as we get a ring? That's a brand decision. What your invoices look like, your email signatures, your proposals, even your office location and hours is a brand decision. You know the difference between a 24-hour gas station and one that's open like mom and pop till 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. I know my weakness, my food weakness is nutty bars. And they don't sell them at a lot of the gas stations where I live, but there's one right by my house that an Indian dude owns, and I got to get there by 9 o'clock at night if I'm going to get my nutty bar for the day. That's a different decision than walking in the Sheets where I can get coffee all day long. So how we do blogs, whether we do blogs, how we write our press releases, things that we tend to think of brand as a visual thing, but it's not always. It can be our speech. It can be a whole bunch of different things. So this is part of it, but what you need to think of is every decision is a brand decision. And as I said before, marketing is more than advertising. If you were to have a Venn diagram, so a Venn diagram, those of you know, are those big circles and you see where they overlap, right? advertising fits completely within marketing because marketing goes beyond advertising. There is an auction company. They've moved out of auctions into consulting now, but back they were a very successful auction company that I worked with about 10 years ago, and selling multi-million-dollar land projects for power companies. That was their specialty around the country, around the state of Michigan and then beyond. And a day and a half before their auction, they would call like 1,200 people. They would start a phone campaign. So that's not necessarily advertising, but that's marketing. And there's different things that you guys know. Like to get somebody at a sale, you got to do more than just get a postcard in front of them or a Facebook post or an email or what have you. So just as branding is bigger than visual, marketing is bigger than advertising. Branding is definitely more than just your logo and company colors. We have to get past the point where we think brand is we're red and black, or we've been around for 60 years and we have this little script around our logo. So we need to filter all of our business decisions, not just through that visual medium, but through our brand's ethics, our brand's personality, our brand's goals. I've talked to auctioneers who have no problem with phantom bidding. NAA elected officials, moral men. I have other auctioneers that there is no way I'd ever do it at my auction. I have auctioneers that they will never do online only because they want their locals to get the best prices on stuff. And I have other people that said we do online only all the time because fiduciary responsibilities to our seller. Our personality, are we formal? I'm going to give this example a little bit later, but I was working with an auction company that specialized in equestrian estates. So they always wore tuxes. They had a 4-piece strings quartet playing. They had heavy hors d'oeuvres going around, right? Because their clientele are multimillionaires looking to buy equestrian estates. So that's a different personality than those of us who might be playing Grundy County Auction down at our local volunteer firehouse. Both of those are appropriate. Our goals. Some people in this room have different goals. How big you want to grow your business, or how you want to grow it, or what you want it to look like. Several years ago at a National Auctioneers Association event, we had a speaker come from Inc. magazine named Stephen Little, give a fantastic presentation on how to grow your business. And I went to him afterwards, I pulled him aside, he had a beer around a table, and we were just saying, I don't want to have more employees. Like, I don't want to scale. I don't want to have offices in 3 states. So how does your advice work for me? And he said, if you notice, I don't either. I go around the country telling other people how to do this. And he said, it's me and a secretary. He said, the other way to grow a business is to grow demand so you can charge more for the same thing. He said, my goal is to be making $30,000 a speech instead of $10,000 or $5,000 or whatever it was he was making that day. So how I want to grow my business may be very different than yours. If you value your free time more than your finances, that may be very different. And again, it's not inappropriate on either end. It's just different. So what our goals are for our company are going to affect our brand decisions, because every decision is a brand decision. But in order to figure out where we want to take our brand, when you plug in a GPS to go somewhere, what do you first have to put in? Where you are right now. Because you can't know where to go until you figure out from where you're going, right? So one of the things you need to do is figure out where your brand is now. Now, I'm going to spare you. For those of you who've been through my CAI and ATS, we do an exercise that I highly recommend for you to do when you get home. And what we do is you get 10 minutes to write down, and Justin, you've done this. You write down every word you can think of that applies to your business. Just stream of consciousness, what you sell, who you deal with, any word you can think about. And then about 7 minutes in, you start circling and highlighting and underlining things you start to see as common denominators to go, hey, I'm starting to see these patterns. These are the types of things that we're all about. So what I highly recommend for you to do is spend some time maybe talking to your friends here in this room and your peers going, hey, what do you see we're all about as a business? Or those of you who brought people from your company to say, what do you think we're all about? After we go through, I'm going to talk about personality a little bit more here. What are we as a brand? And then what we're going to ask is that where we want to be? Because if not, then something has to change, right? The seminar I'm giving right after this is how do we find work-life balance and how do we do stress management? And one of the things that we have to start with first is what do we want our life to look like? Because we can't rearrange our life until we know where we're going. And it's the same thing with our brand. We have to start with the end in mind. So one of the things you need to determine not only is who your personality and your values is, what is the impression you want an ideal customer? I didn't put the word ideal up here because sometimes we just want any consumers just to get cash flow and to get work pumping through, especially in the wintertime. I don't know about you, but that's a slow time for most of my clients. But then what we like to move to is the ideal consumer or customer. What is the impression you want them to have of your brand? And not just what do they think of my logo or what do they think of our facilities, but what do you want whenever they think, for me, Biplane Productions or West Central or what have you, what do you want them to think? So then you have to ask the tough question. Are they thinking that now, right? Do they make those assumptions now? Because people make assumptions based on our brand's image. And again, we're used to thinking logos and colors and that kind of thing. But our total image, like if I say Tiger Woods now versus saying Tiger Woods 10 years ago, that brand image is very different. The brand image of Toyota even, how many recalls have they had? Growing up, yeah, Toyota ever having a recall was just something unheard of, right? And now not only is Toyota recalling cars, they're recalling whole brands. They're just shutting down Scion this year going, you know what, that experiment failed. Our assumption of what people thought of Scion and Toyota are very different. So this may be a good place for you to get kind of a focus group in your life. Maybe you're part of a chamber of commerce, or you're part of a Rotary, or some sort of small business group, or maybe you have a group of people that you meet every Thursday at McDonald's for coffee, and just say, hey, when you think, cut the crap, just tell me, what do you think of my business? Like, what are things that you associate with my brand? Or bring in strangers. Ask people at the auction. Maybe even pay a consultant, come in for a day and just say, hey, I want you to interview as a third party my employees. I want you to interview maybe our bidders or our sellers or what have you to get an idea going, are we matching up with where we want to be? Is this who we want to be? So early on in when I started Biplane Productions, when I came into the auction industry, I was as a freelancer, I was like 25 years old. At that point, the average age of an NAA member was 53. So it was more than twice my age. And so I went, how am I going to get work out of this industry? So I went and paid for the rights to Orville and Wilbur's patent drawings. I got stock photos of their original flight. I did everything sepia tone. My original logo looked like it was designed like turn of the century, old fonts from newspapers back then and stuff. No pictures of me. Still don't use pictures of me because this isn't a sales presentation. But so what I did was I didn't tell anybody I was older, but I thought, oh, well, I want people to assume I'm older, and they did. And when they meet me in person, I'd already been working for them because I work from home. That's a beautiful thing. Oh, wow, 25 years old. Then what I found is in the era of social media, right about 2007, 2008, what people valued in me, they got over the whole age thing because what we started to do is give youth some sort of credence because they can figure all the technology out, right? They're the first ones to figure out social media. At that point in my life, my cousin had just sold out $50 million, I think it was, for inventing Vimeo and collegehumor.com and all this kind of stuff. And he was 28 years old, and he's set for life. And so there was this whole thing. You've seen it. All the young .com millionaires. Mark Zuckerberg. Like, we don't think, oh, Mark Zuckerberg isn't a great entrepreneur because he's not 30 years old. Nobody does it anymore. So I utterly changed my brand because I realized where I wanted my brand to be wasn't where it was. I had aspirationally got it to that place, but now I needed to aspirationally get it to somewhere else. So people make assumptions based on what they see, whether that's visual of our, print and digital, or if it's actually in person. So I'm going to go through several continuums where you have a very far left, very far right, and I don't mean that like politically or right or wrong, just on ends of the continuum. And people in this room, including people sitting next to you, are going to be at different places on these continuums, and that's okay, and we're going to talk about that for a little bit. So let me get a drink first. But the first one is traditional versus modern. So we're in St. Louis, Anheuser-Busch. Somehow they made it through the Prohibition. I still haven't figured out that part. But their brand is 130-some years old, 140 years old. We want them, they sell themselves. You notice the ad they had in the Super Bowl this year was about, we're not a craft beer. Like, we're not hipster. We've been here. What were they selling? We're American beer, right? And so they're going to go with something like this, where Citibank, Citibank got known for creative, financial, modern, we're coming out with new financial products that we can offer. So even though Citibank's been around for a long time, all over with different names, they chose, hey, we want to be known as the modern financial institution. Luxury versus budget. We have Jaguar and Waffle House. These are very different brands, but they're very appropriate. If I have a hangover, I'm not going to the Jaguar dealer, right? But I probably would end up at Waffle House, just because everybody else with a hangover where I live ends up at Waffle House. And vice versa. I don't go here on Valentine's Day to impress my wife, right? I'm going to go to a place with branding like that. I went to a place where you had to get reservations to get in. Last time I checked, our Waffle House sits in front of our Lowe's. We don't have to have a reservation to get in there. But this is appropriate. If I want cheap food at any time of the day, where am I going to go? I'm obviously not going to get food at a Jaguar dealer, but you get the idea. Formal versus informal. So again, this could be based on your culture, your local geography. It could be based on your asset category. So we have Hartney and Company. This looks like attorneys, right? It could probably even, it's criminal lawyers, but it could also be accountants. We would associate, oh, they're financial, they're formal, they probably wear ties every day. And GoDaddy.com, they're trying to sell something very different. You can argue they're both very, very effective. I would say GoDaddy.com probably makes more a day than Hartney and Company makes all year. But for what they wanted to be as a brand, now think about this. Do you think Hartney and Company has surgically enhanced women with lower IQs doing misogynistic things on television? Probably not, right? But it goes with the GoDaddy brand. Hartney and Company is probably not doing a NASCAR car, right? They're probably doing some wine and cheese get together, right? But for their clientele and their clientele, that works. That was a brand decision that chose. And again, these are extremes. Probably none of us in this room are going to be to these extremes, but we're somewhere on the continuum, and we need to know that as we think about what would our brand do in this situation. Would my brand be more formal in our response in an email to a disgruntled person, or would it be more informal? A lot of the .com companies, if you notice, I love MailChimp. I've transitioned all my email as much as possible to MailChimp. Their response is so informal. It's appropriate, but it's informal on purpose. So some of us in this room, that may be our brand. We want to be the friendly, touchy-feely person company. Conservative versus creative. Again, this isn't political, but Wells Fargo. After the banking crises that we've faced over the last several years, we don't value our banks by how creative they are anymore, right? Because they get too big to fail, and we've got to bail them out, and there's all kinds of stuff in the news. At the same time, Pixar, which just won last night, again, it's only had 2 years when it didn't win Best Animated Short. We want them to be creative. When we go to a Pixar movie and it's not something utterly brand new we never thought of, we're disappointed, right? The reviews of the movie The Good Dinosaur, people are like, oh, it was a horrible movie. Well, it just wasn't what we expect out of Pixar. It was a great cartoon for what your kids are going to play in the back of the minivan, but it wasn't what we expect. But at the same time, if we switch these, and again, these are visual representations of a culture. If you go into Wells Fargo's offices versus going into Pixar's offices, there's people on electric scooters and maybe hoverboards going around. One of my former sister-in-law was a masseuse at Google, and she was telling us like all the weird stuff they have in the Google headquarters. Just mind-boggling. If you want to go jump in a ball pit, if you want to go play pool, if you want to do your work on an elevator, so like every time the door opens up and there's, hey, hi, they're working in an elevator because they just want to be going up and down while they work. That makes sense in a creative environment, right? But we wouldn't expect that at the Wells Fargo headquarters. Technical versus simple. So I'm very thankful that when I ride on an airplane, that I'm flying with a company, whether it's Boeing or Airbus, where it's very technical. It looks like engineers thought about it. The town I live in Virginia, we have the largest government and the largest consumer nuclear engineering firms in the country. Their national headquarters. We have so many engineers. I'd say half of my friends are engineers. Engineers are analytical about everything in their life. We want that in Boeing. Staples, I don't want to get on a plane where they said, that was easy to make a plane, right? I wanted to say, it took us 12 years to develop the new 787, right? At the same time, when I walk into Staples, I don't want it to be difficult to find what I'm looking for. So these brands are appropriate. These are both probably Fortune 500, maybe even Fortune 100 companies. Very different. And the feel at Boeing, what people are wearing, what the offices look like, all that stuff looks very different. How they make presentations to their buyers is very different than how Staples makes presentations. Are they appropriate for their audiences? Yes. Local versus global. So, I worked for one auction company last year. We did auctions in 28 states. So they want to look more corporate and global and not just local and regional. But for some people, you want to dominate something local. So you don't care to be traveling all the time. You just want to blast through 2 or 3 counties, right? Or whatever it is. So maybe the things at your auction are going to look more local than global. So this is a little place by where I live. They sell granola, probably a lot of kale, probably a lot of stuff that I'm not going to eat, right? Or stuff that passes through me very quickly because it's that high in fiber content. And then we got Visa, which is what? Everywhere you want to be. Those are two very different look and feel. And how they advertise versus how they advertise, what their experiences with their clients are very different. Finally, this one is corporate versus family. So some of you, you're in an agricultural community, and one of your advantages, I've worked for companies like this, is that it's a family situation, that people know you. They know your integrity. So that might be very different from BP. I wouldn't want a family company drilling oil in the Gulf of Mexico, and I definitely wouldn't want them cleaning it up, right? But at the same time, if I were on a road trip and I wanted to find out what the local fare was, like I stopped, I'm doing a trip up in the mountains. If I want to find out like who makes the best apple pie around here, I'm not going in the BP station, right? I'm going to go into Huck's General Store. These decisions, it's the same thing as the feel of Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel is trying to beat this. I mean, it's a massive corporation, but what are they trying to feel like? Country home cooking, right? They've got all this kind of stuff that looks like your grandma's house. Way too much stuff on the wall. If a tornado were to come through there, you're dead because everything's sharp hanging over top of you. But this is a very family feel. That's a very intentional decision. So if you're selling antiques and you're selling specific things like out-of-estate sales, maybe your brand needs to look more like Huck's than it does like BP. Each end of these spectrums are appropriate for different brands. And you may be way left on one of these and way right on another. So the continuums and the mix for everybody in this room is going to look very different. There's no one-size-fits-all brand strategy here. I'm going to give you some examples from my clients, and I'm going to give you a visual example from my own life. So, as I said, I've got clients who play Grundy County Auction at the volunteer fire department because they're selling land in the middle of Iowa. Right? That's appropriate. Farmers showing up in blue jeans. They're showing up in blue jeans. They probably have a big belt buckle and a big hat, based on how many people it says you may know on Facebook to me. Seems like everybody I don't know in the auction industry has a hat and a big belt buckle. But then if I'm selling equestrian estates, I'm going to have a very different bidder experience. And these are appropriate. And we have to think about. So there's two things you have to think about. Who are the people we're appealing to now? And am I satisfied with that? And who are the people I want to? So if you're content with who you're appealing to now, then do more of the same. If you're not, stop doing more of the same. If you want to get more institutional buyers, and you want to get more corporate, you want people to see you as, I can handle more bandwidth. Well, you're probably not going to go with Huck's General Store. The feel of your presentations, your proposals, however it is you present, your emails, your signatures, the vehicle you show up in. If I have someone that I'm trying to hire as a financial consultant, and I'm not talking my accountant, I'm talking the person who recommends what I should do with my retirement funds, and they show up with a 1993 Accord, I'm probably not going to trust what they're doing, right? There's some sort of visual cues that we take that we can trust somebody because of their brand. So this is my car, by the way. There's only one of them in the country. Wrap this way, that is on the wrap. But if you guys were to show up at a presentation in one of these, in a lot of your farm situations or your corporate setup, this is gaudy, this is weird. For an ad agency guy who races a Mini, this is appropriate. But for me, to show up in one of these it doesn't match someone who jumps off of buildings and out of planes and someone who works from home. It's just a different, but if you guys show up to sell, a line of John Deere combines, this is more likely a very good brand decision, right? And I know it must be because every auctioneer convention I show up has more Suburbans and F-250s than any place in America. And you guys are making wise business decisions. So I'm going to go through, I'm known for 3 brands, believe it or not. And I'm going to give you a visual presentation of that. And I'm doing this by request because most people really like this. But don't be shocked. I will be dressed at the end of this. But I'm going to use my clothes to tell you about my different brands. So when I speak at NAA events, when I speak at corporate events like this, I'm always in a suit and tie. Particularly, I'm in this suit and tie because I've lost weight, and this is big enough to hide all the clothes I'm wearing underneath. But I'm known for this. You deserve a speaker who honors your presence by dressing up. Even if you don't, that's okay. Like when we go to a classroom, we want our professor to be dressed differently than our students, correct? As a consultant, as someone, I'm trying to give business, and all people know is that I work from home in t-shirt and shorts. I can't show up in t-shirt and shorts because that's not typically the brand they want to work with. They want to work with somebody like this. The words I speak, and I say this humbly because I've got Justin here. I quoted you in a bunch of things. Justin said, the advice you gave me at CAI this past changed the way I do business. My business has grown because of that. I added life. And so I'm going to talk about how my words add life in different situations. So this is how I'm known at NAA events. And there are people on Facebook and in my community that know me only this way. Predominantly though, if you ask most people who know Ryan George what I look like when I'm at work, nobody knows. I showed up to a Christmas event at my church wearing a sweater and khakis, and someone said, "I didn't know you own nice clothes." But when I show up to an auctioneer event, people don't know. Last night, I got off the elevator, and Jason Winter was standing there, and I tapped him on the shoulder, and I'm wearing my Patagonia hat and my North Face jacket and my traveling clothes and this new beard that my wife likes. That's why it's still here. She digs that a lot. And he didn't recognize me. And I've worked with Jason since 2006, right? We've shaken hands all over the place. So I have parts of my life, it's not disingenuous. I love getting dressed up. I went to a college where I had to wear a coat and tie to dinner just to eat. Like I couldn't eat unless I was wearing a coat and tie. So here goes the pants, ladies. Don't worry, there's another set of pants on underneath. But you guys know me for this. Other people don't. When I'm on the parking lot, so we have 4 services a weekend. I serve on the Saturday night team, the 6 a.m. team, the 8:30 team, the 10:30 team, and then we have another team comes in and does the 12:30 service. We move anywhere from 3,200 to 4,000 people through 8 parking lots that we have at my church. I'm the head of communications for a team. Candace Convest, who's the CEO of the National Auctioneers Association, said, "You have more people on your parking team than I have in my church." But this is my identity. A lot of people, they know me. I have 6 pairs of shoes that are safety yellow or safety green. Got the hat. Usually I've got a radio. And you think, well, parking isn't that big of a deal, especially at a church. I've had a lady total a car in front of me as close to that door into a pole. We have pedestrians all over. We designed the system so that when children bolt from minivans, and you should know this, children always bolt from minivans, they're never running into traffic. When you're dealing with 600 to 800 cars at a time in a 20-minute spot, that can be a challenge, right? So we have light wands, and I have radios. And the things that I'm saying on the radios, and the things I'm saying to drivers, and the things that I'm saying to my teammates, those give life. They save life. They're important. They also make a difference to people going in the church. Right? If you have a bad experience in the parking lot, you're probably not going to engage with whatever's going on inside. So all the work that our church has a staff of about 47 people, all the work that goes into creating an amazing experience on the weekend can be nullified by me being an idiot out there. So the things I say are important. So this is a brand. Now, am I any less Ryan George in this brand? No. And the things I'm saying any less important? No, they're just different kind of important, right? And so some of you in this room, you're going to be suit and tie people. And some of you are going to be reflective people. We made these shirts when we went to Saturday night service because it's kind of a brag that we hang out on Saturday night. But then there's the other brand. And I know this brand is big in this room because Jeff asked me, Jeff's in the other room. But the first question he asked me when I walked in here was, so what's your next big adventure? So those of you who are uninitiated and don't know, I like to jump off of buildings and out of airplanes and off of mountains. We're going to talk a little bit about it in my second seminar. I'm going to be hanging off an 8,700-foot mountain on 2 straps this summer, going helicoptered in. That's the kind of stuff I do for fun. But recently, I've found out that one of the cheapest ones to get into is kayaking. Where I live in the mountains, we've got about 6 to 8 whitewater kayaks. I'm usually wearing 2 or 3 GoPros. I'm going light on you guys today. Back in 2007, when I first started getting into it, I got stuck in a river. To tell you how famous this river is, I was in New Zealand back in 2006, doing some whitewater rafting, some minor stuff with my brother. And the lady asked me where I'm from, and she said, "What are you doing in New Zealand? You should be back where you live doing the whitewater there. It's that deadly." And she would travel from New Zealand to do it there. So my buddies invited me. I'm like, "Sure, you're a good guy. I'll go with you." It took 3 boats to get me out. I got stuck in a rapid. When they pulled my body out, it was blue and limp. One of my buddies who's a doctor was with me. So I thought they were pulling out a body, not a person. And so that was the beginning of my whitewater career. But what they were throwing at me was this. This is called a throwback. Right? And they're shouting orders. And what they're going to do is they're going to hold this end, usually clips in, and they're going to chuck it. It took 3 boats doing that to get me out. I was that stuck in the river. When they're yelling things at me, when I have this line, or when I'm yelling at other people, you think that's important? Do they think that they care if I wear a suit in one of these situations or I'm wearing yellow on Sunday? No. Am I any less myself? No. But it's a brand decision. So you're going to have different brand decisions. So this is me last year. This is one of my new tricks, going off rocks in my kayak. This is, let's go. Oh, we got some not looking good. So this is me, this is me, this is me. These are all me, and these are all brand decisions. If I were to get on this river, this is my buddy HB. He's the one that tried to kill me that year. One of my best friends in life. We've done a lot of stupid stuff together. But if I were to wear a suit out here, one of these, I'm a dead man. If I get up here, and unfortunately for you, you get to watch the rest of this part of the talk with me wearing a life jacket. But if I were to do this all the time, people wouldn't take me seriously. If I showed up in my parking gear all the time, you wouldn't take me seriously. And the same thing, if I show up in all this in the parking lot, you're like, what's that dude doing? Every year for the weekend of Halloween, we all get to wear something weird as we're parked out there on our head. So I wore my kayaking helmet with the cameras, and everyone kept asking, are you recording me? Like, this is so weird. Because this doesn't fit on a parking lot. This doesn't normally fit here outside of this visual presentation. Some of you in this room have brands that are whitewater. You have brands that are suits and ties. And I give this now. Some of you have brands that are Victoria's Secret. If I were to put on Victoria's Secret right now we have a totally different brand image, right? But for some people, we all have different brands. So the person sitting next to you is going to be very, very different. I'm obviously stalling to put my batteries in here. So consumers create mental shortcuts based on their past impressions. So the people who know me in a yellow vest and the people who know me on the river to trust what I have to say, they know to trust that because of past impressions. Same thing at an NAA event. So many of you have seen me, you've read my blogs, you've worked with me, what have you. There's previous impressions to get there, and it's the same with your consumers. That's why it is so out of the ordinary. I should probably put my mic back on. It is so out of the ordinary when something like the Tiger Woods scandal happens, or when Donald Trump says something decent, right? So we have people that they go, hey, I associate, when I think Nike, I think Just Do It. When I think Got Milk, right, I think of a milk mustache. There are certain things, I've never done this before. There are certain things that we associate with certain brands, and they're associating with yours. So that's one of the reasons we want to ask our consumers what their impressions are. Looks like I'm going to be close here. We can guide that brand association, but we don't determine it. We can push them. We can, again, like I did with my Orville Wilbur Wright stuff, I can kind of give the idea of age. I can present a certain image, but I can't guarantee that someone's going to think I'm old enough to trust. So there's part of it we can't control, and you need to understand that it is going to stay outside of your control for a period of time. So the best way to build your brand is not through creativity, believe it or not. And my creative friends would probably tar and feather me right now. But would you rather have a one-hit wonder Super Bowl ad that everybody forgets in a week, or spend the $4.5 million? If you had $4.5 million to spend over the next 5 years on your business, are you going to spend it on one Super Bowl ad, or are you going to spend it on $10,000 a week in other media? You're going to spend it in other media. So the best way to do that is with strict consistency. Everything looks the same. And again, it's not just visual, like do your ads look the same, does your postcard, does your social media look the same? It's bigger than that. It's every time I come to my auction or every time I bid online, it's the same experience. The brands that you love, whether you're an Apple person or an anti-Apple person, or you're a Ford versus Chevy, or John Deere versus Case IH, the closer that your interaction with the brand you love is to each other, the more that you're going to assume certain things. You're going to buy a tractor, maybe like even a garden tractor that says John Deere on it, even though it's just a Briggs & Stratton, just like everybody else with a different case on it, right? Because we said, well, this is how I align. I have past impressions that inform me. The more consistent your impressions are, the faster you grow brand ignition, because I don't have to figure out and put the pieces together. They look like they go together. So if I deal with this a lot of times with auction companies who they have the newspaper set up their ads for them. Well, every newspaper sets up the ad according to their designer. So if you were to pull all those ads together in one campaign, they don't go together. Like the logo is the same, right? The picture of what you're selling is the same, but the visual representation is different. And so if we want to grow our impressions toward brand recognition, they have to be as consistent as possible. I will say this. This is where I see most. I'll give you an example where I see most auctioneers vary from this. So what they'll do is they'll do the same type of auctions all year, and then they book the big one, and then just pull out the stops, and it's 10 times the budget, and we're going to do metallic ink, and we're going to do a catalog, and we're going to do all this stuff, and it doesn't match anything else they're doing. So then when they go to the next seller presentation where they're going back to selling regular things, They go over here and pull out the catalog I did for Oprah's $28.5 million house, and it doesn't look anything like what they did. One of the blog posts I'm working on, when I was in South Africa, I was hanging out on this really wealthy stretch of beach with Kim Faklier, I don't, just be careful how you say it. And I got there early to meet her, so I started just walking down the strip of beach real estate offices. And they had condos that were $500,000, and they had condos that were $15 million. And you know what? The advertising looked the same. And you're thinking, well, I would love to have $500,000 condos. But think of the ratio, right? If you have a $15,000 auction or a $75,000 auction or $100,000 versus a $500,000, people make associations on your brand. You know who that actually benefits when you get consistent across your auctions as much as possible? It benefits your little guy, right? Because their impression looks more like the bigger guy. And so the way you do it is by advertising. You're like, well, I have a whole lot more to say about the $28 million auction than I do about the $28,000 auction. And that can be true. But if all of our advertising is meant to drive to our marketplace, to get them to go online anyway, no matter if you're buying a $28 million house or a $28,000 tractor, they don't need more than 3 lines. Because if they aren't motivated from your first 3 lines of text in the picture to go look at it, they're not motivated to buy. So you can make your website be the flexible place where you have way more content, and way more photos, and way more fluff text. Because all advertising is meant to do, all our brand is meant to do, is to get them to go to our marketplace, especially for those of you who have online-only auctions. This should be our strategy, to say as little as possible, but as effectively as possible. You guys had Robert, I think it's the last time Robert Mayo gave his talk on writing headlines. That's part of his talk that he gives at Auction Technology Specialist course. It is phenomenal. We take in that class and we live create ads, and we put them online and A/B test them and do all that kind of stuff, because your headlines matter. But after the first 3 lines, people don't care. If there's the article that I just posted on last Wednesday, there's a real estate company in Hollywood, and all they do is put the address and the price. They don't put how many square foot. They don't tell how many bedrooms and bath. They don't tell you what kind of kitchen it is. That kitchen's probably nicer than any of our kitchens in this room. But they know that if people don't want to live at that address and they don't want to pay that amount of money, it doesn't matter what this looks like. Also, if you're paying $28 million for a house, you're probably going to refresh some things. Like, to replace the toilets or the bathroom isn't a really big deal. Remember that consumers don't see your brand and your templates as much as we do. So one of the things, we get bored with our brand. Like, man, our stuff looks the same all the time. That's because we see all of it. But our consumers don't. They see it ever so random. We've all heard in this room that it takes between 7 and 10 times of someone seeing our brand or a message before they investigate it typically, or before they associate it with something. And if that impression looks different every time, it's going to take even more. If those impressions look exactly the same, well, now we're probably going to have fewer impressions it takes. But the more, we need to understand that our attention span needs to be elongated, because our consumers don't see everything we do like we do. Brand dissonance occurs when those brand expectations aren't met. So again, we're using the Tiger Woods thing. Why was that such a scandal? Derek Jeter's been with just as many women. But that's Derek Jeter's Playboy image. Like, that's what we know. Rob Gronkowski got his whole cruise of people dancing naked for him. Nobody said anything, right? But Tiger Woods does it. Why is that brand dissonance? Because that's not his brand, or it wasn't. It is now, right? Actually, now he can't stand up and get himself out of bed, but that's another point. You can't gain significant market share either without brand recognition. So you need multiple impressions to get recognition, and then you need that recognition to get market share. You can't be the leading brand until most people think you're the leader. People ask me all the time, well, what would you do to advertise your company? What's the best company promotion? And unequivocally, I will say this: it's your auction promotion. I have auction companies in this room for whom I've done amazing proposals or amazing brochures. I have one auctioneer who has been a member of MarkNet, and we did an $1,800, my bill was $1,800 on the proposal. It was that grand, right? Now that lives up to what his advertising does, but I've had auction companies where they do this big company brochure, shiny video, they do all this stuff, but then the stuff that they do for their auctions looks like crap. And so what they're telling the sellers is, I'm willing to spend to advertise me, but I'm not willing to spend to advertise you. I'm willing to emphasize my brand and get what I want sold out of here, but not you, right? And so what we need to do is maybe bring the company part down. Those of you who've heard me speak, I don't believe in a company brochure. I stopped using one myself. People are going to Google me first. They're going to find my blog. They're going to be on social media first. Many of your clients are going to be that way. Maybe you have something you can hand them, some bullets on it, some overviews of your conversation. We're doing a lot of those like 3.5 by 8.5 now, just something you can hand. If I can't read it while I'm at the urinal, I'm not going to read it. That's the timeline we have as a culture. Scientists and research said that as of last year, the human attention span is now shorter than a goldfish's. And if you don't believe me, the next time you're in line at Walmart or Meijer or wherever, Kroger or wherever you do, and then you get up to the line, count how many seconds it takes for you to pull your phone out. You just don't have time. One of the exercises I do at CAI, Justin saw this, I'll bring in my mail for the day. Just one day, I'll just grab a stack of mail and bring it in. I said, all right, look through the mail, find the one with your name on it. I'll put a piece in there, or a business card or something. And we count. And then we divide it by how much time it took them to flip through the mail. On average, you have 1.5 seconds to sell your message on your postcard. So if that's true, right, and everybody opens their mail address side up, why? Because you're checking who's it for, especially if you're married, right? You go, oh, his, hers, whatever, or Bill, something fun, right? So if I only have 1.5 seconds, where am I going to put my biggest, best picture and my best tagline? On the mailer. I'm not shoving the terms and conditions back there, the directions. I see auctioneers all the time that do Area 51 postcards. They tell me something's going on in a location, but I don't know. They're like, something's going down at this address. And I can't tell you what it is, but I can give you terms and conditions about what it isn't. So I see, and you know this. Get on. I sign up. Many people in this room, maybe not in this room, but at the NAA, I sign up on mailing lists. I go on their website because I want to see what they're doing because it's hilarious. Just show up to my event. But what are you selling? Just show up. What does a line auctioneers like to use? Something for everyone. That's a lie, by the way, because I don't buy half the stuff in my auctions where my auctioneers say something for everyone. So we got to be careful with that. But anyway, well-branded auction campaigns are our best company promotion. And one of the reasons is you already have a lot of momentum and media coverage in those auction campaigns. So what I tell people is, okay, if you've decided this year I'm going to spend $5,000 on company advertising, right? I would spend that $5,000 supplementing your auction advertising, or a good portion of it. Where I would differ from that is I'd make sure you leave some of it for social media. We're going to talk about that more a little bit later. Well-branded auction campaigns are your best. There we go. That was finally working. Also because registered bidders can be sellers. So one of my clients, they seriously improved what they did for advertising. They went from their advertising was just making a flyer and hanging it up at convenience stores to doing direct mail and social media, newsprint, and all this kind of stuff, signs and stuff. And what they found were that future sellers came to us and said, I want you to do my auction, but only if the brochure looks like this. Or only if I can have a sign that looks like what you're putting. You know, you're putting out the track signs and you got aerial imagery on your signs and brochures and whatever. So we need to realize that people who are coming to our sales, who are looking at our advertising, they can be sellers too. How you sell the asset at hand demonstrates how you're going to sell to the next seller. One of the articles I wrote was a quote from Gene Kleeman, who used to be the vice president of my company where I worked right out of college. And he said, we don't advertise like this for this sale because the asset gets people here for this sale. We advertise like that on this sale because it gets us the next sale. Because you know this, if you're selling a farm or you're selling a commercial building, there's a row of people in the back that are watching, right? They might even be registered, but they're not there to buy. They're there to say what it looks like. They're going to take home a folder, your bidder packet. They're going to take home your brochure. They might even keep, your newsprint or what have you. What they're looking for is how you sell. So your best company advertising is that. We get out of here at 11, right? We take our break at 11? Or 10:30. 10:30, okay. Sweet, so we got 45 minutes, right? So now we're going to talk about brand position. I'm going to pass out these papers here, pass them down the aisle. What we're going to do is we're going to figure out where our brand is, slow test, and where we need to go. Thank you. I didn't want you guys to see this in advance because I didn't want you to cheat and try to figure it out. But I can guarantee you this. Everybody in this room is one of these 4 brand positions. 3 of them are good. 2 of them are better than others. 1 of them you really don't want to be. So your brand position informs your marketing decision. brand positioning is based on your marketplace. So those of you who sell different kinds of assets, or you sell assets in different parts of the country, you're going to see there's a leader, a follower, a challenger, a niche. You might be a leader in antique tractors, or you might be a leader in late model tractors, or you might be a leader in commercial real estate in that market. But in another market, you may not be. So as we talk about brand positioning, know that even within your company, you can have different brand positions. So you might be the best at vacant land, but you're second or third or fourth, right, on residential. So I've often say, how do I sell more houses, or how do I sell fewer houses, more ag land, or what have you. So just know that as we talk about it, it could be global. If you pick just one thing and that's what you're known for, you could be that. But in your company, you may actually have different parts of your company at different positions. So we have the leader, and they have market share, or they have recognition as market share. So people think they are. We do an exercise at CAI where we test and see the people in the room if they can figure out who's the market leader. Because sometimes the market leader, in our mind, is who we've seen the most or best advertising from. We assume that they've sold more, or we assume that they have market share, and they may not. So sometimes our goal doesn't necessarily mean to outsell our competition as much as it is for people to think we outsell our competition, if that makes sense. They innovate to stay ahead of the pack. So they're coming up with new software solutions or new bidding features or whatever, not to catch up, but to stay ahead. So maybe they invented it. I've worked with auction companies that invented a type of auction or a type of bidding solution or a version of an app that nobody has. And so maybe that's what you are. People innovate for different reasons, but the leader innovates to stay ahead of the pack. They often set industry or market standards, and they leverage their leadership to win trust. They'll say something like, trust the leading brand, or trust the company that sells the most. One of the companies I work for, they've sold more acres than any other company in this 6-county area. So what they say is, nobody else has sold as many acres as we have in this deal. So what they're using statistics, which is always positive, usually a positive thing if they're in your favor, to say, hey, you can trust us because we sell more than anyone. So we have a better working knowledge. Then there's the challenger. So if this were rental car companies, the challenger would, the leader is actually enterprise. Enterprise, because of insurance, they do more rentals than anybody else. If you take out the insurance part of it, the car repair shops and everything, then it actually hurts. So it just depends again on what domain you're in. But in both of those categories, the challenger is Avis, and for 15, 20 years, what was their slogan? We try harder. So the challenger is known as a competitive choice. They're not the leader, but they're known as a decent option. If I show up at the airport, they're going to have a decent option for me. They innovate to gain ground on the leader. So they're going to try maybe an automated check-in, or they're going to try something where you just walk straight to your car and the keys are already in it, or whatever. They try new things, and their reason to innovate is to gain ground on the leader or to have some sort of competitive advantage over the leader that they have not innovated. They don't set industry standards, but they adopt industry standards. They're competitive. They're equal. And then they, like Avis would, they leverage their ambition to win trust. They say, we're not the best. We're not the biggest. And I've helped a lot of companies with proposals like this. Yeah, we know we're up against a multinational corporation, or we know we're up against J.C. King, or we know we're up against Ritchie Brothers, or what have you. But we'll try harder because we're hungry. You're not just a number to us. So there are situations where you can leverage this as a positive position and say, yeah, we're not a big company, but you're going to be an important sale to us. We're going to devote more percentage of our resources to your sale than another company would. The follower, this is a dangerous position to be in because they're seen as a commodity. They're not up there with the top level. This is like dollar and national, and sometimes you find out, like I have this year, I flew into Seattle, like, oh, you're on 6T. I don't know if you've rented from 6T. Like, well, you have to take a 20-minute bus ride to wherever to get your car. It's like, oh, your car was half as much a day. Well, yeah, it's because you're going to spend half the day on the bus, right? They should tell you that on Expedia and Kayak and the other places like that. But they're seen as a commodity because the only time you shop for them is on price or on your situation commission. They wait for others to innovate and develop to see what they need to do. They're reticent to move toward that. They just try to keep up with industry standards. It's all they can do to do that. And they have to compete on price. And then there's niche. So some of you in this room are niche. I'd have to interview more of you to know who is who. Typically, I fall in the niche category because there's only a few companies in America that specialize in auction advertising. There's Satellite ProLink, Hypergraphics, there's a few others. There's not a lot of us, so we're a niche industry within an industry, if you will. They create their own market where there isn't one. So this is Uber, right? Saying, hey, or Zipcar, saying, hey, what if you could rent cars in an hour and all you have to do is take your smartphone and scan a chip? You don't even have to put gas in it, just return it to any other Zipcar location. Or with Uber. So many, I don't know if you've used Uber yet, but just say, hey, I'm not going to do the taxi thing. It's a fun thing to do. That's a niche. They created a business where there wasn't one. They capture attention by meeting previously unaddressed needs. So they go, hey, this wasn't being taken care of. There was nobody else renting cars by the hour before. Why don't we try that? And then they innovate to keep copycats from entering the space. So Uber right now is trying to innovate. Why? Because there's a company called Lyft that's gaining on their turf, right? Same thing with Zipcar. There's other services that do that. And so what we need to realize is even if you're niche, you have to stay innovating. You may not be a leader, but you have to keep innovating to stay ahead, because when someone sees that you figured something out, they're going to want to get into that. Right? They're going to go, well, hey, I had that conversation last night in the bar here. Someone said, hey, someone else in my state is doing this type of thing, and we could totally do that and make a great income revenue stream. So whoever did it first has to keep innovating, because otherwise now they fall back into either challenger, leader, or follower, and it can happen rapidly. We see this in sports all the time. We see the winner of a division doesn't even make the playoffs the next year. And then another nice thing about the niche is they often get to set their own prices because there's nobody to compare it to. Like when you do an estimate, you're not competing against another person. That's the other reason you want to keep innovating, because as soon as the challenger gets in there, now you have to compete on price. So some of you, you specialize in a very specific thing. I was working at one account, and we were looking up people that they could partner with on the real estate side, and we found a broker that all they sell are golf courses. So the next time that I have a client, and I've done this several times, I have a client who books a golf course to sell, I say, well, hey, it might be worth sharing some commission or a finder's fee or a marketing fee or something to call up this person, because all they do is golf courses, right? And there's a golf course sold like every 2 days in America now. It's some ridiculous amount. So we're auctioneers. We know how to market things. We know how to sell things, but golf courses may not be one of them. And there is a golf course person in just about every asset category in America. If we can figure out, hey, how do I connect with them? Because it's worth, if you're only going to get 50% of the commission, I'd rather get it when the thing's selling for twice as much and me getting half than to get half because nobody showed up, right? So sometimes it's worth sharing the pie so that the pie gets sold. I'm not saying that's the case every time. I'm not telling you how to run your business, but when you find people who specialize in something, they know buyers and sellers that you don't know. They know marketing techniques that you don't know. The client for whom I do the most auctions every year is John Schultz and Graf Auction out of Minnesota. And last year they did 182 auctions, I think, and 165 were grocery store auctions. So I've had other clients book grocery stores. I said, you should call John, because the dude's getting twice as much for the dollar on grocery stores than other auctioneers. And how they know that? They go to other auctions, buy their stuff, and then bring it back to their warehouse and sell it at auction, and they make twice as much. Or they'll come in and they'll just bid on everything at an auction and take it away and then double their money. Like, why work for commission when we can double the money? So then I go back to the auctioneer and say, you could have been in on this. Like, you were making a commission on 50 or 30% of what this stuff sold for. Why don't you, when next time you have a grocery store auction, go to another auctioneer and say, hey, let's do this. Again, I'm not telling you how to run your business. I do this. When I get a situation where I go, you know what, I've had things where I've actually won national awards for a particular service, but now I outsource that or refer that in certain situations to other people. I go, you know what, like just a couple weeks ago, those of you know Carl Carter is a big public relations guy, we're friends, and we got a situation where I went, this public relations, I can do public relations, but I can't do this kind of public relations. This is a Carl Carter kind of job. So we're working for Barbara Bonnet, and so I got Carl in it, and she thanked me. She's like, yeah, what he brought to the table was different than what you brought to the table. I had just done a PR campaign for her on a tubing company that was owned by this famous tattoo artist. I mean, it was really fun. We had a lot of them, got it sold. It was great. But in this situation, I went, you know what? This isn't right. I need someone who knows particularly how to deal with this hardship in the public relations. And Carl got in, and they got national exposure. They were getting interviewed within like 2 hours of his stuff going out. So sometimes it means less money for me, but if I have a happy client, next time Barbara comes to me and she says, hey, I want to do a PR campaign, she's going to know whether or not I'm giving her advice out of self-interest or out of her interest. And we need to do that for our sellers. That's a little rant, but it's a conversation I have with a lot of auctioneers. We need to think about both our business brand and our personal brand. So for some of us who are sole proprietors in this room, or you're basically the figurehead of the company, this line can get blurred. For me, people know Biplane, but they really know Ryan. If I had somebody else working at Biplane, they would still ask for me to do the consulting. Because I can bring somebody in who does the graphic design, but they want the experience I've had of talking to you guys for 15 years of my life. So, but for others of you, your business brand and your personal brand are very different things. And what we need to realize is they impact each other, especially online. You can grow your business by growing your personal brand. One of my favorite authors, John Acuff, was writing about this is the best time in history to do a startup, because through blogging, through videos, through podcasts, through social media, you can build a personal brand way faster. I was listening to a conversation yesterday on the music industry, and they said, well, the reason we're getting more diverse music now is you don't have to have a record label. All you have to know is the software. You get it online, you get it on YouTube. Justin Bieber is a multi-millionaire. You know how he got that way? He got found on YouTube, right? We got people showing up on reality TV shows. Carrie Underwood, other people like that. We have different systems in our culture now where things can explode through our personal brand. We can become big national or international brands by the content that we're putting online. And social media has made this way easier. One, because it's cheaper, but two, because we can find people we never could before. There's groups, there's specialties. Some of the things that I can advertise to on Facebook, people say, hey, I got this really weird thing to sell. Can you help me find buyers on Facebook? And the data that we have on Facebook, I can tell, I had a property, we sold it really well, that we knew that the people who bought this were people who like kayak fishing. So I like kayaking, but I'm not a fisherman, right? And there's guys who like fishing, or they don't like kayaks. But this particular stretch of river, because of its shallowness, because of its speed, because of how it is throughout the year, I was able to find a group of kayak fisher people on Facebook and market that thing, and we had offers before the auction came in to try to shut down the auction. In fact, I think they sold off one of the tracks prior to the auction. You couldn't do that 15 years ago. The data that we have collected and how cheap and free and easy it is to mine is mind-boggling. I can pull somebody who has a hunting or fishing license that makes more than $250,000 a year, that's divorced, and has it's just nuts, the information I can get now. And that's offline. That's through my mailing list broker, let alone on Facebook. And so that's good for our brands, not just our advertising. So the way we accelerate our expert brand is through content marketing. So I can tell you this because I asked people when they hire me, why are you working with me? Like, how'd you hear about me? And then, like, why did you pick me? And I said, oh, well, I've been in your seminars. I figured you knew what you were doing. Or I've read your blog. I have hundreds of people who subscribe to my blog and get it every other Wednesday. And the reason is that bottom line is the expert brand. And why is that important? Because people hire experts. They pay more for experts. I don't have a child, but if my child had cancer, I'm going to go to the guy I play basketball with who specializes in juvenile oncology, right? I'm not going to go to my general practitioner. If I personally need brain surgery, again, I'm not going to go to my family physician. I may be a first consultation, but eventually I'm going to end up at an expert. And you know what? I'm probably going to pay them a lot of money for their expertise. So the more we can convince people that we're an expert, the more we can charge for our services. One time I was doing a proposal for a company, and the owner of the company came to me and he said, I just need to let you know, we're coming in at 6% commission. Our competition's coming in at 3%. We're not budgeting our commission, but I want you to go ahead with the proposal. I said, okay. He said, what I want you to prove is that they'll make up that 3% difference with what we do, that we're worth the extra. So rather than compete on price as a follower, he said, let's prove that they'll net. And he said he went to go beyond the 3%. He's like, that basically our whole commission would be net zero to them because of what we bring to the table. We can only do that if people think we're experts. If people don't think we're an expert, why are they going to pay more for it? I'm going to pay the guy who makes my burgers at McDonald's very differently than I do the guy at New London Steakhouse where I live. Right? They're both making burgers, but one of these guys, I know the guy, he's been doing it for 25 years. He's not a burger flipper. He has a passion for burgers. That's his thing. well, I'm going to go to him because he's an expert. And we want people to come to you because your expertise in your asset category, their geographic knowledge, your connections in the community, or what have you. Your personal content can help you stand out in a firm with multiple sales agents. So some of you in this room, you have multiple auctioneers or multiple sales agents in your company. And I've had auctioneers come to me and they say, how do I compete against the 800 number? Somebody calls the office and then the office determines who gets the sale. I said, well, what are you doing to separate yourself from the other sale? And we're all friends here. Like you're not trying to take food off their plate. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You're competing against the house, if you will, or you have people in your company who are. So I say, well, the way you do that is to prove you're more expert than the other people in your company. Are you blogging? Are you sharing links of helpful things? Are you doing the 10 myths of this and the 10 solutions of this, or why auctions work, or why online is better? Are you proving to people that you're more expert than your peers? And if you're not, stop complaining. Spend the time to get better to appear as an expert. Personal brands, you also need to realize, are connected to corporate brands in such a way that we have to be very careful with what we do in our personal life. Because your public life reflects on your business and its brand. One of the things I like to tell people now is all of your life is online social media. Because as long as someone has a camera, as long as someone can record it, even if they're not recording it, how many times, my wife has done this, I've done this, those of you in this room have done this, and your spouse gets on Facebook and says, my husband just said. Well now, what I said in private, this is what's changing politics. Nothing is private anymore. Everything's recorded. Don't tase me, bro. We all know don't tase me, bro, and we weren't in that event, right? Because it's shareable. Everything is instantaneous. It becomes a meme. Last night you're watching the Oscars, I didn't watch the Oscars, I watched Twitter watch the Oscars. It's hilarious. A couple years ago, during the Oscars, someone started a Twitter account called Angelina Jolie's Leg. Those of you who remember that Oscars, like she had this dress and the slit was like up to here. And so the whole night, it was jokes from Angelina Jolie's leg. That instantaneously, things that are offline become online. So even if you're not on Facebook, the people who are around you in your life are. Even if you're not on Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, what have you, all of your life is now online. That's a reality you can't change. And you can change your friends, maybe change your family, but you're not going to change this reality. Some of you may know, this is the sweetest deal in Hollywood. This dude made 6 figures a year. Those of you know, he must love birds. Not only was he Affleck bird, but he was Iago on Aladdin. He's a stand-up comedian as well. He made 6 figures a year, and all he did was show up to a sound studio once or twice a year and go, Affleck. All of us in this room could do it. In fact, you could probably do that voice with like Bitty Botter, all that kind of stuff, right? He lost that gig. $100,000 a year to show up a few hours in a sound studio. You know how he lost that gig? He tweeted insensitive racial comments after the Fukushima event in Japan, making fun of Japanese people. That fast. Now, will it be that dramatic for us? No, but we have to be careful because our personal life reflects on our corporate brand. One of the things, it got attributed to Michael Jordan. He actually didn't say it, but he agreed with it later when they wrote his biography, is he says, Republicans buy sneakers too. He's a Democrat. He said, they asked him, well, why did you endorse this Democratic candidate in Charlotte that he actually did support personally, but he didn't donate money to the cause? He said, Republicans buy sneakers too. And so that's the same for us. And again, this is a political season. It's hard to do this, especially for me. But we need to understand that everybody is paying attention to us online, what we say. Now, some of you, what you may want to do, and this is something I've done, is create, Facebook allows you to create different lists. And so when I'm posting about certain topics, the people I do business with don't see that list. Every single post you do on Facebook, you can say, everybody in my list can see it except for this group or this person. There's some things, like when I'm climbing on top of a mountain, I don't want my mom to know. She tells me later, she freaks out. So I can post photos and it says, everybody but Mary Faith George can see that, right? I'm really intimate relationship with I've dropped the F-bomb on my pastor. So, I mean, I don't have to hide anything from him. But if I ever wanted to hide something from my pastor, I could do it that way. So, we have to be very, very, and I don't recommend dropping the F-bomb on your pastor. That was descriptive, not prescriptive. But we need to be very careful. Antisocial and divisive content can reduce your customer pool. Social media not only multiplies your audience for your strengths and your content, but also for your mistakes and eccentricities. So we need to operate in all social settings in light of where you want your personal and professional brands to go. One of the things I like to do is pull up a little yellow bracelet. What would my brand do? So then you get to a situation and you go, what would my brand do? So there are things that Biplane brand would do that you wouldn't, and that even people in your company may not. In most cases, I would definitely keep your social media accounts separate from your business ones. I still see auctioneers, they're trying to start a Facebook presence, and they do it on their personal page. It doesn't work. One, you don't get analytics, you don't get to do advertising. Two, you become the weird person at the social event where I say, Matt, how are you doing today? And you're like, I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house for sale. No, how are you doing, Matt, right? They're like, oh, I have a great lineup of late model John Deere equipment. Don't do that, because you become the Amway, the 31, the Arbonne, whatever, all the different multi-level marketing stuff, right? You become that person, the person who, I'm only friends with you, whether it's online or offline, because I'm hoping to make a sale. So keep them separate. Plus, just the analytical tools you can use on your business page are incredible. So you can become an expert through content marketing, and people will assume expertise with specialization. So the more narrow your focus in that content. So there are posts that I write generically about business and marketing principles, but if you notice, almost all the articles I write, all the seminars I give, are specific to auction companies. I could try to market myself to other businesses, but I know the auction industry. And the more you niche, whether it's asset category or geography or a combination of both, the more people are going to assume you're specialized. Because the jack of all auctions or asset categories is the master of none. So I'm going to put a pie chart up here. There's no labels on it on purpose. But I've gone to multiple of your websites, including the people I work for. Definitely, you go to the NAA website, and what you're going to see is someone saying, I specialize in 6 different kinds of auctions. Okay, so if we're dividing equally, that's 16-point-something% that you're proficient on average in all of them. So if then I come up to another auction company and say, we do 2 things. So I'm going to say, well, they're 50% proficient and they're 16% proficient. Which one do you think I'm going to hire? What you're trying to do is get to 100%. I'm working with a company right now, and we've actually created separate marketing materials for the 2 halves of their business. They sell a lot of residential real estate. This is wild to me, 60% of their sellers are other realtors, which a lot of us in this room would love to have that situation, wouldn't we? And they're like, we need more regular sellers. Like, whoa, like, you're doing awesome. I get the other kind of consulting all the time, but then they're really, really good at liquidation auction. Like that's one of their other things. So what we did was different marketing materials. I've even seen people do different websites. One guy was in one of my seminars, this was like 8 years ago. He had 4 different business cards, and it only had one area especially on each, and what he did was he printed each one on a different color paper. And so he'd pull out his pocket when he's talking to somebody, he'd hand them the blue one or the yellow one. And so when they got the card, they only saw one of his areas of specialty. It's easier to do if you only have one. All I do is auction advertising, nothing else. The only time I design for any other industry is if I'm bartering something, like with a landscape company, so they'll do my yard or something, I just don't do that. So the more we can do that, because people assume the fewer things you do, the better you do them. One of the other reasons you want to specialize is because it flattens your learning curve. When I first started my business, I tried to do other businesses. But then I had to figure out the rhythm and life of restaurants. And then I had to figure out auctions. Then I had to figure out nonprofits. I had to figure out hospitals. I didn't do hospitals, but other agencies were doing hospitals. And so if I focus on auctions, then it's easier for me to figure out what you guys need. It's easier for me to do consulting, right? That's what scares me about opening up and going into doing this in other industries, is because I don't know other industries like I know you guys. I can't make the same applications, right? So you will be able to learn whatever asset category or geography the more you specialize. It also shrinks your prospect audience. So you don't have to advertise on the Super Bowl or the equivalent in your market. You don't have to hit everybody. You don't have to cast a broad net. You can specialize on 10 people. When I do a campaign to get new clients, I go 12 at a time. 12. And now I can spend more per impression and make a bigger impression. We were joking, Chip, Dad, or Aaron's dad, Andrew's dad, our business cards are metal. That's what my business card sounds like when I hand it to somebody. Because I don't hand very many out. And what Chip does is he only gives them to his high-end attorney clients, right? He's got the paper ones or the plastic ones for everybody else. I showed up at a business, this guy said, hey, I'm an app developer. I see that you work in the auction industry, you have influence. I want to give you a presentation on auction apps so you'll start recommending me to clients. I said, well, I don't work that way. I don't work on commission. I don't do any of that, but I'll do lunch with you. So he hands me his business card, and it's really cool. It looks like an iPhone with all the apps on it. You flip it over. It's a really cool business card. And then I handed him my metal business card. And he said, you know what? Until today, I had never lost a business card exchange. I always had the cooler business card. And I looked back at him and I said, I'm undefeated. So I've never lost. And so that's just a decision. It's a business card. We tend to think of, well, now we just put it in our phones, right? But it was a first impression. It was a decision I made because I went, hey, if I specialize in a certain group, if I only pass out so many of these, I can pay $2.50 a business card. Because I specialize. It shrinks your budgets because now you have fewer people to hit. It also allows you to penetrate deeper into the prospect pool. Because once you figure out who's in the pool, then you can start figuring out, okay, how can I go deeper? So one of my vendors, Steve Schubert of Share Printing, many of you have worked with him. I worked with him on a campaign several years ago, and what he started said, well, I'm going to go state by state, and I'm going to try to find the top clients in each state. So he started with Indiana, where he's from, and there's 1,000 people in the IAA. And then he took that to his IAA directors and said, can you narrow it down to the top, 300? So they did that. And then he took it around to some other peers and kept shrinking. And he said it to me, he's like, hey, you do NAA events. Can you tell me, which one of these guys are big enough that they're going to NAA events? So we narrowed it down. We started with a pool of 1,000. He narrowed it down to 75 people. 75 or 79. Something it was in the 70s. I remember that. He spent $5,000 to reach 75 people, which is like, wow, that's crazy stupid. But because he concentrated and figured out from that one campaign that he spent $5,000, he made $140,000 in sales because he found the right people. So because you can go deeper into a pool, so whether it's ag for you or whether it's collectibles or whether it's institutional real estate or whatever it is, the narrower your focus, not only the cheaper does it get, the smaller the pool, the deeper you can go into that pool. And you give the impression of specialization with that targeted content. You can demonstrate that knowledge in multiple ways. You're like, well, I'm not a writer. Okay, well, film videos. Take your iPhone. I mean, it doesn't have to be high quality. It can be. Podcast. Be a guest on a podcast. Or one of the things I like to tell people is share other people's content. Because if you're the shortcut to the content, whether you're the source of it or not, people know I need to go to you to cut my journey to the content that I want. So you don't have to be the creator as long as you're the sharer and the curator. There's a lot of services that do this for you actually now. And then when you do share that content, spare the commercial. Because if you do a commercial and you're selling, like right now I already give you a commercial on biplane, you would either be already convinced because of what I've already taught or already thought this guy's enough, like why am I going to work with that guy? I don't need to give you a commercial. If I've proven to you that I know what I'm talking about, you're going to come to me at the end of this, right? It's the same thing in your content that you share online. You don't have to start it with a logo screen or all this stuff about your business or finish it with a bullet point section about your company. If you have done the job of proving you're an expert, that will go in their memory banks, and when they need your service, especially if you are reinforcing that with more content down the road, they're going to understand your value. Don't stop with what you already know. A lot of people try this. They start blogging, and then 4 months from now, they're done with all the blogs that they can write because they don't know anything more. What I say is keep researching, keep learning. If you want to learn, teach. Keep growing. One of the most challenging things in my career has been becoming an instructor at Auction Technology Specialist because every iteration we do of that is different. It keeps changing. One of the other instructors, he's already testing stuff from Facebook. He can pick up the phone and call someone at Facebook. He's doing that much Facebook work. And he says, hey, what do we got new right now that I can play with? So he'll experiment with it. He spent last year in advertising, he spent $500,000 on Facebook alone. So he's got some pull. But he said, hey, is there anything I can play with before anybody else can play with so then I can teach it when it does come out? And I'm like, yeah, let's go play with this. And so he has the opportunity to do that because he keeps stretching himself and learning. Be a shortcut to other people's content so that you're seen as a source. All right, real quick, we have 15 minutes left. Some of you may have seen this presentation a few years ago. I think Spokane is where I gave it. Maybe, I don't remember. But the idea of the questions to get more sellers. How do I get more sellers? And I like to put in parentheses, oops, I got an extra space. How do I get more good sellers? Because we just don't want more sellers, we want the right ones. So there's 5 pieces of information you need to collect from your current sellers to get more people like your good ones. So I don't have a handout for this, but if you want this, it is a blog post on my website, or if you email me after, I can send you anything that we don't get to. But 5 pieces of information you need to collect from every good seller. What was your primary reason for selling? Do you ask every seller this? Why are you selling? Stephen Schofield, who old school CAI guy back in the AMI days, he always asks this question first before he even quotes commission. Because if they say, I just want to get rid of it, he says, okay, 100% commission. And he gets it. Or 50% or whatever. He feels them out. So I would always ask this question anyway. But what was your primary reason for selling? For me, it's why was your primary reason for using me versus one of my other vendors? But why were you selling? And this will tell you what problems you solve. Why is this important? Because then your marketing should state short statements of how you meet those needs. So they're not my client. It's a campaign that I heard I absolutely love. Kern Miller did it in Southern Indiana, and they gave me permission to share this. They figured out that their best sellers were absentee landowners of a certain acreage, a very specific acreage span. And so they went and got the records, the mailing list, and they said, we're going to go after absentee sellers of this size farm. And then what they did is they went back to their past sellers of that size absentee farm and said, why did you sell? What were the reasons? And then they could create a postcard campaign. So once a week or once every other week, they would send a postcard with just one of those reasons, saying this is how we solve that problem. And then at the end of the postcard campaign, now it's not a cold call. Now you can call and say, hey, we're the postcard people, or we're the tube people, or we're the package people, or what have you. These statements will make your marketing pieces much more succinct because when you advertise, you don't have to cover all the bases. I was doing some consulting last week for a company in Kentucky, and their company brochure had all these bullet points about why they should auction. I was like, well, that's true, but for every seller, they don't need all 20 bullets, right? You just need the top 3 or 4. So who is your normal seller? What are their reasons for selling? And let's go big. Now you can make the text bigger, you can make the design cleaner, you get rid of a lot of text. You may have all 20 of those bullets on your website, on your seller page. I'm not saying don't have that information. But when you have a targeted audience and you know why they're selling, it makes it easier to sell back to them. The next one, why did you choose the auction method? For those of you who do traditional real estate and auction, you could ask this of your other sellers as well. So why did you use the method of sale that you did? And what this does is, this will tell you what aspects of the auction method to emphasize. So not just what problems do you solve, which is the first thing that you tell them, is you tell them how the way we do it solves it, right? Question number 3. So why did you choose to sell? Why did you choose auction? Why did you choose us? And this will tell you your value proposition. What is it? So there are other companies that may use auction. There may be other companies that have that same solution. But why did they choose you? Because you have a different value proposition. And when you ask that question, you know. And then that value proposition will also become your brand message. So that's what's going to be the theme that goes through all of your advertising. We solve problems, and this is how we add value to it. You guys, with the plus, we're adding value. They're working on new branding where everything is we add value. That's an awesome brand statement. We add value to this process, and then now it's up to them to prove that, right? Whether that's statistics or what have you. 4th, not why did you choose us, but how did you even hear about us or learn about us or see us? And what this will tell you is where to market. So now you don't have to spend money trying to chase sellers in places where they aren't, at least not the good sellers. So for me, I've gone to a place now where I actually pay on Facebook significantly every other week. So many people now are finding me on social media. And so I used to spend most of my marketing budget on events and coming to events and travel, and I still do that, but I've shifted a lot of my marketing money to social media. Why? Because people are seeing me there that aren't in this room or aren't at the NAA, etc. And so it'll tell you where to market. And then number 5, may we have your primary email address? Now this sounds really weird to ask, but one of the reasons you do this is because of Facebook, we can build lookalike audiences. So what you do is you take a list of emails, and I think you have to get, it's like 200 or 300 now, I don't know what the minimum threshold is. But what Facebook will do is take that list of emails, and it'll say, okay, we keep between 500 and 1,000 data points on every person on this site, what you post, what you mention, where you go when you leave Facebook, because we follow you unless you log out, and nobody logs out of Facebook. We have all this data. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to take all those people on your mailing list, and we're going to see what are their 50 common denominators. What are the things that are common about that? Is it there? How many lines of credit? Do you know I can advertise to someone on Facebook who has 7 lines of credit but not 6 or 8? I can do that. So what they're going to do is they're going to take all this data points and I'm going to go find a whole bunch of people just like your current sellers. How powerful is that? And then you can say, I'm going to pick the geography. I'm going to pick this county, or I'm going to pick this city with a radius of 50 miles. I'm going to take the whole Midwest or what have you. So Facebook is going to be opening this up soon. They've opened it up already to cell phone numbers, though not everybody tells their cell phone number to Facebook. But what they're working on now, it's early beta stages, is matching physical addresses, which would be awesome, because then, this is what's awesome, you could call your mailing list broker and say, I want all the bankruptcy attorneys that are, known on tax records to be bankruptcy attorneys, and I want to find all the people who look just like my bankruptcy attorneys. So you can actually buy a mailing list, and there's no law. Canned spam does not apply to this. There's no law. So then I can take the physical addresses, and if that matches, Facebook's still trying to figure out how to match physical addresses with people, but once they do this, you'll be able to actually buy a print postcard mailing list. And what's awesome about that is you send them a postcard, and they see an ad on Facebook, and they think it's voodoo. It's awesome. You can also do it with a Facebook Pixel. Those of you who know about it, we do a whole thing on this as auction technology specialists. You can take this code and put it on your seller's page of your Facebook or of your website, or even a specific, like you want consigners. You don't just want sellers, you have a consigner page. And then everybody who visits that page on your website will automatically see a Facebook ad. And it says, hey, are you thinking about selling at auction? Or are you thinking about selling your house? And they're going to think, well, this is crazy. What are the odds that this company knew? No, they're following you. How many of you have ever gone to Amazon to buy something, and then you go somewhere else, and you got ads for the same thing all over? It's the same technology. And we teach you how to use it for free at ATS. Sellers, we got 7 minutes left. Sellers want solutions, not sales pitches. So many times I see auctioneers saying, hey, we're just going to give them our phone number because we don't want them to figure it out ourselves. We want them to call us so we have a chance to sell them. We want to be used car salesmen. We want to work that. We need to stop leading our pitch with our resume. We need to stop telling sellers, you should hire us because we've done this many auctions, unless you have some amazing stats that offset the other people in your marketplace. We need to stop telling them that we have these designations. I don't care what designation my taxidermist has. I don't pay attention to designations the guy who repairs my car has. I just want the expert, and we know who the expert is. So the guy I take my car to, I don't race on the track anymore because I just had to put a whole new engine in my car. But there's a guy in my town that specializes in BMW racing tuning. And there's a track about an hour from my house, and I have a Mini, which is a BMW product. And so back when I used to race, there was one guy in town I was going to go to. I could go to the BMW dealer, but they don't specialize in race. This guy niched himself. So I don't care that Jay doesn't have all these letters behind his name, because he saved the dude's life because of the kind of roll cage you put in this guy's car. He's established his expertise. We built that through relationships, social media, etc. So we need to stop selling a resume because people don't care about that stuff. All of our presentations, we know it's about them. Those of you who see my proposal, I do a whole proposal talk. And if we made our business proposals like our marriage proposals, if we got down on our knee, what my sister, who's about to have my brother-in-law's baby, but 4 years ago when he proposed, he didn't get down to the dock and say, hey, I'm a certified boyfriend. I went to the boyfriend technology school. I graduated top of my class. I'm an active member. I'm on board of directors of the National Boyfriend Society. No, he got down on his knee and said, I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Now, we're not going to come in like that because we're going to freak out sellers. But we can take that persona and say, hey, this is about you. How can I make this more about you? How can I make you more comfortable? How can I solve your problems? How can I stop talking about my pitch and my resume and talk to you for where you are? Stop wasting time telling sellers about your company history. Nobody freaking cares. Let me ask you a question. If you're going to shop, you're going to Sears or Amazon? Which one's been around longer? I don't give a flip if you're Sears. Now, if you're Amazon and you're as old as Sears, now I care. So I do have an auctioneer who said, hey, we do X number of auctions a year, but we've been doing that since 1960. So there is time to bring in history if you're showing track record, if you're trying to show difference. How about Encyclopedia Britannica? 1768. Nobody in this room competes with that, right? Or Google. Which would you rather be? Encyclopedia Britannica is now working on self-driving cars. Stop telling people about your company history. Stop listing the auction methods, advantages, in paragraphs. Show them statistics that prove it. Stop just throwing these cliches at people like only at auction and auctions work. Auctions work is the most insecure thing we can tell people. We shouldn't have to tell them auctions work. We should believe in it and have sales results so amazing that that's a given. We don't walk into Walmart and they go, retail works. Demonstrate your speed with the average days from contract signing to closing. So if you're going to say auction is the fastest way to get cash, prove it. If you can't prove it, stop saying it. Demonstrate that competition of average number of bidders. So we have more people competing. Okay, prove it. Show me statistics. If you can't prove it, don't sell me the pitch. Demonstrate your market value with average sale price. You say, auctioneers do this all the time. Auctions are the best way to determine real market value. Okay, prove it. Prove it. If you can't prove it, I have one auctioneer who does this, or did this in his proposals. He showed like assessed value, because everyone knows assessed value is lower than actual value, but it's relative. And they showed their results to auction, and they were honest enough to show that sometimes it was below the line, but that on average, they average more than X percentage over assessed value. They can say that. Now, if all their stuff, and I've seen auctioneers, their stuff's coming in at 45, 50, 60 cents on the dollar, that may not be what you want to sell. Basically, if you can't prove it, don't sell it. If we as an industry want to change the public perception, you know, we like to say that auctions are the most transparent way of auction. All these cliches that we say, prove it or don't say it. Because otherwise, we are the emperor, the naked emperor. We are the kid who cried wolf. We're saying, look, this is us, but we can't prove it. One of the phrases you'll hear over and over and over again in auction technology school, John found this, and he has it huge on the back of his wall of his office. It says, in God we trust, all others bring data. I don't care what your gut is telling you, especially my breakfast business. Okay? But if we as an industry want to change, we need to change that. So we got to do analytics. And I know I keep making a commercial for auction technology specialists, but we go through this huge amount of analytics, free stuff, tools, like Google URL Builder. Did you know that you can track from Facebook? So let's say a typical average, when I do a Facebook campaign for a client, we're doing 4 different kinds of ads, different audiences, sometimes they're boosts, sometimes they're sponsored posts, whatever, that I can track all the way to the bidder which one of those Facebook ones worked. Not just that they came from Facebook, but which of those worked. I can tell you which postcard, so we do 2 different postcards. I did, one of the clients that I got, the way I got this was they had an in-house or a contracted graphic designer, and I said, your guys' stuff looks like crap. Your brand is better than this. Let's do this. I'll work for 50% of what I normally do. And what we'll do is we'll put one URL on my postcard and one URL on her postcard. At the end of the month, you tell me who brought more people to your website. At the end of the 6-week trial, 3 times as many people came from my postcards as hers. She lost her job. I feel bad about that. She doesn't, because she wanted to go into another career. Thankfully, I helped her transition in life. It was a $10,000 account for me last year. And I could do that because I had the data. I could tell him, hey, I've won 200 awards. Awards mean nothing, especially industry awards. Our advertising awards compared to what's going on in the rest of the culture. Even our own industry awards. Do you think an NAA award means something when Barrett Jackson doesn't enter, when Ritchie Brothers doesn't enter, when Christie's doesn't enter? It's a great competition of all of the rest of us, but it's not even the best in the auction industry. I'm proud of it. I've won 200 of them. Nobody in the country has won more than me. And I'm going to tell you, of anybody who should put stock in it, I don't. People in our marketplace know what's good advertising. They know what's good branding. We see it every day. We know specific brand, and I'm not downing the NAA. I've had these conversations with Hannes. I'm still entering. I spend $700 and $900 a year to advertise, to enter stuff for my clients, because they turn around and sell it to their clients, because their clients don't know that it's not worth what we know it is. But anyway, so that's a break. We're going to take 15 minutes because I need a wardrobe change. And when we come back, I know this is a lot of energy, right? When we come back, we're going to talk about stress management, work-life balance, and a whole bunch of calm things. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. If you want to scoot to the middle, that's fine. If not, stay out the edges. I'll see you in 15.
Very much.
You're welcome.
Hey, Bo. Tell her to call Kim directly.
You're talking about the prices and all that stuff. Well.
Good talk, man. Oh, no, I figured it was.
Yeah. Well, no. Be sure that he understands what the seal of this stuff is like. Well, they only put tags on stuff that they thought was significant. They've got the descriptions on. That's good. And the stuff that they don't, everything in there except those.
He's the playful Bob man.
Everything in there. Yeah, and then they put descriptions on what they feel like. What's that Bible?
Is there it's a 146.
There's something about that. I guess he's okay. I don't know. Yeah. Does he use well, it's not a matter of getting He is I St. Louis, MarkNet, girls working. So did you have a good trip?
So I want to get your thoughts about some potential work. I'm expanding I'm going to split the company after we get together. Kind of need to I got a sale in Germany in June that anti-tractor that, I've got Oh yeah, something like that. But I just need to remember it.
Showed it
Yeah, I mean, I need, I just need a new identity because part of my struggle is up there. Here. Honestly, maybe you have, on the flip side of that, you've got people here that say, hey, man, it's simultaneously, you've got one of the partners, so it's just, I don't know, it's a delicate.
So anyway, I saw it.
I mean, my opportunity that I have there is it's almost like two separate that there's just a few strands that go back and forth. Now I can all of it just the industrial thing is just, it's a completely different part, a different world, and really it's accomplished. I mean, like out of contact this year, it's 70% business, overseas like here, 30%. So the industrial world is, it's already happened. Yeah. But this is, this is more down into the small towns.
177.
Also, I keep
They don't have the red power.
Yep. They have
Voice of America or the?
No, it doesn't. MarkNet. Yeah, in fact, Schlepper Post. They're one of the predominant German anti-cracker names.
Yeah, when do we need to do that? Now?
Not till after lunch.
It's the largest anti-cracker sale that's ever happened in Europe.
How's it going? Are you getting any questions?
I've got to see the screen. No questions, but 19 people watching.
And they were probably 20 years behind starting.
Not bad.
So now the very first electric, the first core group,
You're ready for us now.
and there's two new brokers in Belgium.
Had coffee.
That was fun.
So I just have to make sure everything is. It's kind of cool. It's all things that you make passes. They break planes, and you just start from scratch.
And you just have to be patient for all maybe. However you do the first one, you set those expectations.
And they,
That's Steve there. They're used to selling wholesale.
So what chance are you
They're used to having
and they don't have, the German worse. It's just like hoping to do aviation, everybody's staying around. I mean, it's awful. It's so much alive. Big live everywhere. It just
Are you
yeah. All I gotta put is my numbers and sold.
So you do
Yes.
it.
It's all euro over
just
there, except for England, it's still pounds.
What they do now? You're gonna have to do
Yeah. Yeah. Switzerland is the only, they didn't, they stay neutral, so they didn't join the European Union. So,
Well, it's a
especially right now, it's really Europe. And then what kind of sucks is our contract is like last year.
oh,
And then also, he came started, now they're thinking the bigger.
It's still good.
Yeah.
yes.
I'll try to see just.
Yeah.
All right, 60 seconds till we get started on this second talk. We got a lot of ground to cover. 60 seconds.
Now, this is working right now.
I like people all the days to me. No judge.
No. Hey, I do, the title itself.
Yeah, everybody.
You in here?
Not very often.
This is my first time with two screens, too.
Yeah, I've never done this.
I absolutely love it. I'm very careful. Now I'm not walking in front of the projector because I have. 30 seconds till we get started. 30 seconds till we get started. By the way, if anybody wants to see the brochure for that new Oprah house, I brought a couple of them. We actually did 2-stage postcard campaign, 2 different postcards, and then we hit them with a 8-page brochure that you could only get if you came to But the lady who had not allowed anybody on the property in years. Oprah been trying to buy it for years. So we knew Oprah was our primary buyer because she was next to my neighbor. So we went to seal the bid so she would know what we had.
Did you do anything special to target specifically to Oprah then?
No,
Or you already
the ideal
knew?
was
How do you get a hold of them? Tell her.
the president of Bank of America had a sign. So what we had to convince Oprah was that we had others. That's why you do this. We already knew we had Oprah. So, and like the vice president of Google lived in that subdivision. Ellen DeGeneres was one of the neighbors. Like all these famous people. So what we had to convince her was that other neighbors and people wanted it too. So the marketing wasn't to get Oprah. The marketing was to make Oprah think we had somebody else. She's smart. All right, guys. I'm going to end up, because we're starting a little bit late, I'm going to go 5 minutes into your lunch, but I'm going to try to be only 5 minutes into your lunch. I'm going to tell you this is one of the props we're going to be using in this section. And I will tell you just for future reference, if you ever want to fly with these, it counts as a checked bag. You know why? There's fluid in the level, and it doesn't fit in a 1-quart container. So, I learned that the hard way going through security last night. So one of the things that you share with me, I know this because I've talked to you, is that you love the auction industry. And if you're like me, you feel particularly gifted or talented or trained or skilled for what the auction industry requires and what it rewards. When I left, I worked for Schrader Real Estate and Auction from 2000 until the end of 2002 before I started my own. Again, I didn't know anything about the auction industry, but as I got into it, I realized my specific skill set, my personality, my attention span, my sense of adventure, my desire to sell something different every day was perfectly fitted for this. The problem is, as you guys know even more than I do, this is a very stressful industry. This will wear you out. This will be hard for your family. This may be hard on your health. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you about that. So let me take you back to the first 3 years I was in business. I didn't have very many clients back then. I was advertising between 100 and 200 auctions a year. Last year I advertised 550 auctions. But in those first 3 years, I never took a week off. I just didn't take off. And on a Tuesday, and I remember it was a Tuesday, I don't remember what the date was, I remember it was a Tuesday because Tuesdays are generally the easiest day in my office. I've done all the Monday emails and crisis management. Wednesdays, I've taken care of all the publication deadlines. Fridays, I don't know what it is with auctioneers. Auctioneers like to work all week and then give me something on Friday afternoon as a surprise. Like, hey, we have this coming up. Like, you've been working on this for 2 weeks. You couldn't tell me this was coming. So Monday, Wednesday, Fridays are hard for me. But on this one particular Tuesday afternoon, this is back when I worked in my basement, my left arm went numb. And then my chest got tight. And then my heart started doing weird things I'd never felt before. Now, I lived a high-capacity life in college. I was head of my Greek society. I was a student athlete. I worked for the college. I was taking a full load, and I was engaged, and I was volunteering in a mega church as a Sunday school teacher for little kids. I had a lot on my plate, so I was used to this. In fact, when Schrader hired me, they said, we didn't hire you because you had a great portfolio or a great resume. It's because we could tell that you can multitask. In the auction industry, you have to be able to do that. So I prided myself on that. But on that Tuesday afternoon, I wasn't thinking about that. Even on a low-stress day, all of a sudden, my body was shutting down. So I didn't want to wait for an ambulance because I didn't know what to do. I'd never had anybody in my family have a heart attack. I didn't know what was going on. I was 20, since 2004, 2005, I was mid-20s, right? So I jumped in my car and drove to a doc in the box. I walked into the physician's Your heart is not normal. It's within the realm of normal, and I'm expecting. Those of you who know me, nothing in my life is normal. I get that. And they told me something really strange. It's like, actually, it would be normal if you were African American. Like, what do I do with that information? But anyway, they said, so what we think you had, we're testing, we don't show any damage. We don't think you had a heart attack. We think you just had a severe panic attack. And so I had this crisis moment, right? I'm trying to get my business off the ground. I just started working for Kurt back then, and Kim Hagen and several other people that you may know, Justin Manning. And I said, I love this industry. I think I have income potential and growth potential in this industry. I like the flexibility of it. It's stressful. But I got to figure out how to do this. So I started a journey to figure out how can I enjoy the life that I got one shot at this. We all do. How can I enjoy an industry I like, an industry that does very well by me and keeps doing better by me, and still live the life I want to live? And so the journey that I went on is what I want to take you on today. Now, what I'm going to tell you is several things. It's not a one-size-fits-all. This isn't a Ronco rotisserie, and I'm not going to set it and forget it. You take it home and like, ooh, my life is all spinning perfectly. The plates you spin are different than mine. And you're using different size dowels to spin them. I'm going to also throw out a lot of information here that may not work for you. It worked for me. So you're going to have to sift through this and go, you know what? That's the takeaway. I'm going to give you a lot of different stuff. And the reason is because one of these things or two of these things you can take home and go, all right, I can't change everything about my life, but I can change this one thing about my life. Or at least I can understand what's happening. Even if I can't change what's happening, I can understand what's happening. And so I'm going to take you on that journey with me. So this is a typical Friday morning in my office at 30 times normal speed. And now actually it's 3 screens across. I have that much stuff going as I'm working. On average, I'm working on 30 different auction campaigns at a time. And I color code everything, and I have all these little things that I do to help keep them straight, because I'll pick up the phone and it's the Sheridans, or answer an email and it's Robert Mayo or whatever. So I've got all these people, and they all assume that I'm just sitting there waiting for them, right? Just like your sellers are. And so I'm going through this every day, going, how do I exhale? How do I slow down? How do I build margin? So those are the things we're going to talk about. I will give you this, and this isn't to lower expectations for the class, but you guys are guinea pigs today. This is a talk that the NAA has asked me to develop. It's actually going to be a 2-hour course. And so we're going to go through about 2/3 of it today. So if you want to see the rest of it, I'll be giving it a conference and show this year. So if you like what you see so far, you're going to like what you didn't see. Okay? But I think the part that we're going to cover first, the heart attack moment for you, the stress moment for you maybe, I want to cover that today because I think that's the biggest part of it. Oh, keep watching me. So heart attack moment. So first thing I'm going to tell you is that balance is impossible. You're like, well, what kind of seminar is this? You teach me about work-life balance, and then the first thing you tell me is it's impossible. Well, here's the deal. So let's talk about balance. If we focus on balance, let's focus on this guy right here. As he's walking across this canyon, which I don't recommend. I bungee jump stuff, I do not recommend. But let's say he's going through here, and over on this side of the pole, he's got someone from work, career, ambition, pulling on this. And over on the other side, sorry for you guys on the screen over there, don't worry, it's equal opportunity, I'll head over there next time. They're pulling over here. He's not going to make much progress because he's going to spend all this time trying to stay up. He's not going to be focused on, can I get to the other side of this canyon, right? But if he gets off this line, right, if he gets off and he gets down on the riverbed or whatever, and he's walking, and there's people pulling, it's going to be hard, but he can make progress because he's gotten off the focus of trying to be balanced. So if we get off the idea that we can be balanced and just forget about that, and I'm going to talk about the alternative to balance, something that's more healthy, then it's easier to do. The other part of it is as we chase balance, it creates more stress. When we're trying to be balanced and we can't be balanced, what happens? Now we're upset that we're upset, right? Or that we're uncomfortable that we're uncomfortable. So I like to work on a principle called the fulcrum. This is one I learned from a guy who runs a massive organization in Hawaii, and he uses something similar to this. And so let's say we're trying to stay balanced. It's hard to do because I don't have good balance to begin with. It's hard to do, but then we start getting pressures from home, start getting pressures from work, right? Then we're off like this, and our life is topsy-turvy. We're going to talk about how to slow that movement down. But the other way to do it is to move toward the pressure. So I'm putting downward pressure right now with my right hand, you might see. So right now there's a whole bunch of pressure from work. But because I've moved my energy and my focus toward it, I can absorb that. And then your wife gets pregnant, or your child goes to college, or you have some major life event, and now there's pressure on your personal side of life. But because you move toward it, your life can look a little bit more, it might do this a little bit, right? But it's going to be way better than this out on the line. And so you go, well, that's awful convenient. How do you go to both places at the same time? You don't. And that's why we look for rhythms. So what you want to do is you want to move the fulcrum so that we stay as balanced as we can. We want to move toward the pressure, so we have to learn the rhythms of each pressure. So I don't know about you, but there are certain patterns in my life. We're going to talk about pattern discovery in a little bit. I know from about a week after this presentation until Memorial Day, my life is in the office. It's just what it is. I make a large percentage of my income then, and then from Labor Day until Veterans Day is the next big glut. And the biggest month of all is September. I had 3 Septembers ago, I did 99 auctions in 1 week. I didn't sleep very much that. But here's the cruel part. My anniversary is September 9th. My wife's birthday is September 20th. I chose that anniversary before I got in this industry. So you know what we've done? We've learned these rhythms, my wife and I, and up until October, my wife was a professional photographer, traveled all over the country shooting photos. She had a wedding season. So we had to find her rhythms and all this. So one of the things we've done is we celebrate our anniversary in December. We'll do something nice on our, like we'll go to dinner. I mean, not like dinner, but like dinner, you know. and then we do something big in December because that's when her world calms down. That's when my world calms down. And so what we've learned is that there's rhythms. If your kids are in sports, if you're trying to get higher education while you're doing this, there's rhythms. So the other thing you need to know is that these rhythms are going to change at different life stages. We have all different life stages in this room. And you know that. When you're in startup mode, or you've just taken over the business from the previous generation, you're trying to grow it, or you're trying to add an office, or you've got a kid, going through something, or a spouse going through something, you have maternity leave. These rhythms change. So it's not like once we figure out the rhythms, they're done. We keep paying attention to them, just like we do in our business. The other thing we need to do is we need to communicate those rhythm priorities to both worlds. I have conversations with my friends. Right now, from now until Memorial Day, is the best time to go kayaking in Virginia. We've got all these mountains, got all this rain. I got class 4 and 5 whitewater available like that. My buddies will call me up. They work at Frito-Lay. If you love your Cool Ranch Doritos, they're made where I live. That's my favorite. But my buddies are good kayakers. In fact, they're my instructors. They work at Frito-Lay, and they'll just take a sick day. I'm like, well, I can't take a sick day. I got Oprah's house on my desk, type of thing, And so I have to communicate to my buddies, to my family. This is the deal, and I have to. Those of you who are my clients or I send out a digest email. I don't just tell people when I'm on vacation. I tell them specifically what I'm doing on vacation to let them know I am doing renewal things so that I come back a better vendor for you. These are what I'm doing when I'm away from you. And so what I do is I communicate those rhythms. Okay, there's gonna be certain times of the year I do this coming in. So I am practically unemployed from Thanksgiving until like the middle of January. And so what I tell my clients is, hey, you can text me if you have an emergency, but I probably won't be in the office for about 2 or 3, maybe 4 hours a day. So if there's something critical, get in touch with me. But I communicate that in advance. It's like, I'm here for you during your busy season, and then I'm going to disappear for a little bit. One of my favorite authors and kind of a mentor to me. We've met in person. We've tweeted back and forth. And he's an attorney by trade, but he does some really wilder things than I'll ever do in real life. And he looks at his business as fundraising. And so he, as an attorney, he's like, after I get a certain caseload done, I just go to my partner and say, I'll see you in 3 months. I'm like, well, you can't. He's like, I'm done. Is there anything? I'll be back. I got enough money. I'll see you. And so what he does is he looks at his business, he looks at his profession as fundraising for the rest of his life. And that changes. It changes how you look at identity. It changes how you look at your schedule, etc. You also need to acknowledge that both worlds add value to each other. So because of what I do in my busy seasons, my wife and I are able to go on vacations we didn't used to be able to go. We were able to live in a house she never was able to live in growing up, which is easy because she grew up in Bolivia. And she lived on the Amazon in a fat roof house. So it's really low expectations that I'm exceeding right now. But we need to acknowledge to work the fact that we're going to talk about body chemicals, we're going to talk about stress. My big stress relief, I love to bungee jump. I love to get in a paraglider and jump off a mountain. I love to do all that stuff. And my clients are always like, don't die. I say, well, I've backed up all my files. You can find them on top of it. No, but what I tell them is I say, I will come back more energized. one of the parts of the talk we're not doing today is how to change the way that we schedule our vacations, how to change the way we choose where to vacation, not so that your life looks like mine, but so that our vacations work as better battery recharging periods and get us ready for our busy seasons. But if we're talking to both worlds and acknowledging to them, then it's easier to have these tough conversations where we set up boundaries. We're going to talk about boundaries in a little bit. Because at the end of our life, we want to be known for something. At the end of our life, we want to have accomplished something. Even if it's just a character trait. We'll talk a little bit about that. One of the best exercises, this sounds really morbid, but I highly recommend it. Write your own obituary. Go home and write your own obituary. What do you want to be known? So my first journalism class in college, we had an AP writer. She was a phenomenal teacher. And she gave each of us we could interview each other and write each other's obituaries. And in that moment, I realized what I wanted to be known for. You know what none of it was? My career. And ironically, I was in college to find two things. Hopefully a chick to take home and a career to build that home, right? And that wasn't even, we talked about we were happily married, we have dogs, whatever. But at the end of our life, we want to be known for something. We want to be working for something. For most of us in this room, I know because I talked to you. What you want to be known for at the end of your life, what you want to be the big thing at the end of your life, is not part of your daily life. Here's the problem with that. None of us know when the end is. Those of you see on the news, I live where those hurricanes or those tornadoes just touched down in Virginia. Like, people I know were there. Thankfully, they didn't die. But you don't know when the tornado is going to come. You don't know when the truck's going to plow through the intersection. And so, unless you're into suicide and euthanasia, you can't pick the day you die. And even then, it's not a long-range thing, right? You're probably not saying, okay, 46 years from now, I'm going to euthanize myself on Tuesday the 27th. That's not how it's going to work. So we need to live today where we want to be. It's the same with our business. It's the same with our brand. We need to move toward where we want our brand to be. So many of us hope to get here. I don't know if that's your goal, but most of us hope to at least have lived a full life. Brene Ware, she is a hospice caregiver, and she wrote the book 5 Regrets of the Dying. And it was very instructional to me in this regard because the best people to find out what needs to change in our current lives are the people who are at the end of their lives. And so here's number one. I wish I'd had the courage to live a life more true to myself, not the life others expected of me. A lot of the stress in our life is because we're trying to work for other people. We're trying to impress people we've never met. We're trying to impress people we know. We're trying to impress our neighbor, our brother, our dad, living in my dad's shadow, my brother's shadow, what have you. I wish I hadn't worked so hard. One thing she noted as a side note on this was that this was predominantly like 80-some% of the people said, I wish, or maybe 90% of people said, I wish I didn't work. Guess what gender they were? Men, right? So, man, I wish I'd have been there. I wish I'd have seen more of those basketball games, what have you. I wish I'd had the courage to express my feelings. You think, well, that's not a work-life balance thing, but honestly, if we're living our authentic lifestyle, if we're living today in light of what we want our future to be, then it leads us to be courageous to speak truth into situations in our life, to have those tough conversations. One of the groups of people I hang out with, we call it saying the last 10%. There's the uncomfortable part, and then there's the really uncomfortable part. You don't really get to life change. You don't really get to accountability until someone has the freedom to say, hey, this is what we're really seeing. You really shouldn't marry her. We're telling you, you can go ahead, but we have these red flags, or whatever it is. I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. Now, we tend to think now with social media, well, this is way easier, right? I have 1,700 friends on Facebook. I go to church with 3,500 people on average. You think, oh, I'm staying in touch. The problem is, social media is great for the shallow touch, for the, hey, I'm keeping you up, I know the things going on in your life, and it can enrich our offline conversations. It really does, especially for me. You know, as people are getting out of their cars at a big church, one of the things we're trying to do is make it seem smaller to them. Well, if I can say, hey, I saw your daughter's birthday this week, her birthday dress was just absolutely gorgeous. I love the cake that you had. Now it goes from showing up at a stadium field to, hey, this guy remembers who I am, right? And so we need to be careful that we don't rely only on social media to keep in touch with our relationships. Make sure you're getting that face-to-face. We're going to talk about how we get more body chemicals, positive body chemicals from meeting face-to-face. And finally, I wish I'd let myself be happier. And we're going to talk about boundaries and contentment a little bit. But one of the reasons that you can let yourself be happier is to lower your expectations. And you say, well, that's really a bummer. Like, Shouldn't we all have ambition? And yeah, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is sometimes we can never let ourselves feel that we've accomplished something. There's a famous story. Nick Saban, right after winning the national title, the next morning went back to his office and started recruiting. Like, how many coaches, how many people in this room would love to say, I just won the national title, right? Go home, go on vacation with my wife, take my kids out somewhere, celebrate it, millions of dollars. The dude's got legitimate and illegitimate money flowing in all over the place, right? But he can't be happy. Why? I need the next one. I want to compete with Bear Bryant. I want to compete with whoever. We have to get to a place where we say, I'm good here, even if it's less than what you originally planned. So, when you need to determine at the end of your life, what are your non-negotiables? And for some people, it might be relationships. I want to be surrounded by my family. I want to have a big family, or I want to have special relationships in my life. I want to have the circle of friends who are going to miss me. I want to have a bunch of people show up at my funeral. I don't know. I'm not saying it's legitimate or illegitimate, but for some of us, it's relationships. For some of us, it's life events. For one of my sisters is I want to get married. Like my thing in life, like since she's 16, I know what dress I'm going to wear, all this kind of stuff. Or maybe it's, hey, I want to live abroad, or I want to go do humanitarian work, or I don't know what it is, but some sort of life event. Just some sort of goals. Maybe these are financial goals. I want to retire at 40, or I want to learn how to fly all these different kinds of aircraft, or I don't know what it is for you, but whatever your big thing is, it might be goals, or it might be values. At the end of my life, no matter what kind of house I live in, or what I drive, or whatever, I want people to know that I was generous, or I was kind, or I was honest. These are things that you can incorporate on a daily value, and as we pursue our big ideas, we can take the stress off of chasing the things that don't matter. Because it's not stressful when you start chasing something you love. I love to research places where I go on vacation. I love to find the weirdest, off, non-touristy places to go. People go, how in the world did you find that? It's like, give me 6 hours on Google and I can find you a really random place in the world. My vacation this summer, I'm taking a Huey helicopter into a barely developed part of Canada, and I'm climbing rocks. And then they pick me up, and then the helicopter take me back. It took some internet research to find that place, right? That's not a typical vacation. And I'm not saying you have to live that, but what I'm saying is there may be some things that you need to do to inspire yourself, to drive yourself, so that it's not just, oh, I gotta get this sale done, or I need to get this commission wrapped up, or I need to get whatever done. So first determine what your big ideas are. And I wouldn't do that right now in this session. I would go home, maybe talk to your spouse, or have some contemplation time, maybe take an afternoon off, go to the lake, or whatever it is where you can get away with your thoughts and say, what are my big ideas? And then what you need to figure out is, how do I best engage with those? So I can give you, if you email me afterwards, I can give you where I got this test. There's 7 ways that we all engage with the big thing in our life. We call it spiritual pathways, whether that's a faith thing or whether that's your spirit animal or whatever you want to call it. But how we engage with what matters to us in life. So I'm going to give you the 7 here in no particular order. Service. So we feel connected to the big thing in our life. Whether it's, let's say our big thing is our child's sports. Well, we feel connected when we're coaching, when we're making the little sandwiches and bringing the orange juice, when we're being the chauffeur and the taxi driver. Or maybe at family, if your big thing is family, and it's I love doing all the cooking at Christmas, or I love taking them hunting out on my 4-wheeler, or whatever. We feel like when we're doing something. So right now, it's interesting to watch this as these tornadoes have ripped through my community. Of different people. Like some people want to donate money, some people want to counsel people, some people want to go cut up trees and get them off their lawn, some people want to write about it, some people want to make movies or documentaries. We all interact different ways, but one of them is good deeds and service. The other is expression or art. So some of us, we feel closest to our big thing in life when we're singing about it, or dancing, or drawing, or painting, or making music, or for me, like writing blogs, or all different kinds of, any way that you're expressing, sculpture, doing creative things. So you feel closest to your big thing in life when you're expressing about it. Community gathering. So it's not that you're doing anything specific, it's that you're with other people who have the same big thing. Like you just, for me, there's a group of guys that we all paddle together. And we know it because we don't take, in the summertime, the kayaks don't come off the top of the car. Like we're short notice, all right, let's go. And we can be out there, and it doesn't matter who the other kayakers are. It's just we want other people who love to kayak. This is why people congregate in political parties and churches and Rotaries and chambers of commerce and stuff. That's why some of you are in this room. You want to be with other high-performance auctioneers. So it's not so much what you're doing for your big thing, it's who you're doing it with. Reasoning. You love researching, debating, writing about it, reading about it. You love learning new things about your big thing. You want to keep getting better at it. So you might stay in the educational system a little bit longer than other people. You might listen to more podcasts, or instead of watching like one of the movies that got nominated last night, you're watching documentaries. So maybe you're on a debate team, whatever. So sometimes it's reasoning and thinking about it. Other times it goes one step further, contemplation. You like reflecting on it. You like watching the video over and over again of your family vacation, or hopefully not your childbirth, or at least the camera's up here. Anyway, one of my childhood friends was a delivery doctor, and he said one of the hardest problems is you're always on camera now. Baby comes out, and I'm like, what do you have to say, doctor? And he's like, this baby can be yours for 5 payments. Anyway, but sometimes contemplation, journaling, blogging, going on a sabbatical, writing, thinking about it, listening to music, getting a massage. So sometimes we feel most connected to our purpose in life when we're contemplating. Sometimes it's activism. You feel most connected to your big thing in life when you're out there leading the charge, changing people's minds, changing people's situations. This is my wife. So my wife is bilingual. She grew up in Bolivia. And multiple times a year, she flies down to Managua, Nicaragua. Nicaragua is the poorest country in Central America, and a very large percentage of women sell their bodies to pay for their child's livelihoods and their own livelihoods. And she just walks right in the brothels and hugs women and sits with them, cries with them, prays with them. She teaches them new trade, does microfinance to help them get other business. Right now we're working on building this one girl house because her stuff keeps getting stolen because she has no doors or windows. And so my wife feels her big thing in life is I'm going to change women's situations because she spends a lot of time in the States counseling women who've been sexually abused. So it's a really big thing in our family. And so I'm not an activist. I'm not walking into a brothel in Nicaragua. That's just not my thing, but it's hers, right? So that may be for you. So maybe it's a political thing again. Maybe for activism, maybe you want to get involved with the NAA and you want to change the parameters of what is considered professional auctioneer or whatever. So this may be one for you. This is big in sports. People love sports talk, arguing about sports, activism. So if your thing is sports, this is a lot of times this is activism. And then the final one is nature outdoors. This is my primary one. And it doesn't matter who you're with or what you're doing, as long as you're outdoors, you're feeling physical forces on you, you feel something bigger than yourself. I've talked to people, this isn't me, but I've talked to people for whom gardening or mowing their lawn, like they just feel at peace. They feel, hey, I'm content right now, got my hands in the dirt. That's not me. Some of you like hunting or fishing, and maybe it is about the big catch or the big kill, but as you know, most of the time you don't come home with that. But a lot of hunters come home satisfied because they're just outdoors. There's a piece of sitting up in a tree or sitting in a boat. Again, that's not me, but because I share the outdoors things, I understand it. Earlier this week, I was looking at scientists and researchers right now are doing some MRI type research to show that when people are outside, actually there are more body chemicals because of vitamin D and natural light and all that kind of stuff. That when we're outdoors, our bodies are actually putting more positive chemicals into our bodies, into our interiors. So we need to spend more. This makes sense, but it's not something we always think. So if we figured out what our big thing is, we figured out how we connect with it, we need to allocate our time, finances, energy, everything toward not only our big thing, but our primary pathway of adjusting. So I know if I'm going to have a stressful season at work, I need to get outside more. For my wife, she needs to be, during her stressful seasons at work, and she's got situations on her desk right now where women are hurting, and she's like, I just need to focus on what I'm going to do this summer when I go to Nicaragua. So whatever your pathway is, move toward that. And then understand that your family and friends, they're probably going to have different pathways, and they might have different big things. And so then those are conversations. How do we balance those big things? So for instance, my wife and I do vacation together, but in August, right before both of our busy seasons, we vacation separately. Because at the end of my vacation, I need to have jumped off something, right? I needed to have gone to another country. I needed to have slept in a tent in the middle of nowhere. That does not fill her up. So her coming into her busy season, she needs to go be an activist somewhere. So there's going to be tough conversations. They're saying, her mom came to her and said, are you guys having marriage problems? Why are you guys going on vacation? They're like, when we come back, it's great sex because we've missed each other for a week and a half. So, or 2 weeks or whatever it is. We're like, you don't want to know, but we can prove this is good for our marriage. So it will lead to tough conversations at work, in your family, etc. So boundaries. We need to build a fence around. So So now we know what our big thing is, right? And we know how it energizes us. We know how to move toward it. Now we need to protect it. Because you know this, you can go on vacation. You can have that awesome cruise or go to New Orleans during Mardi Gras, whatever your thing is, right? And then you come home and it's short-lived. It doesn't last very long. So what we need to do is build boundaries, build fences around what's important to us. I just read this great book. It's called Foolproof. And the middle is kind of boring. Some of you might like it. It's about financial products. But the general concept of the book is that as we as a Western culture, both government and private industry, have created more safeguards to make our life safer, to make it more predictable, we've actually made our lives more dangerous. So like in the NFL, the better the helmet safety we have, actually the more concussions in the world. It's because now we're using our helmets as a weapon, right? The example they gave that cut to my heart, I'm one of those weird people that drives 112 miles an hour to church. But I like to drive fast. I like to drive hard. When I get out of my car, you smell brakes. It's not clutch. I go through tires twice a year in my car. I'm an aggressive driver. But one of the things that this book pointed out was the advent of anti-lock brakes. Everyone thought, well, this is going to save so many lives because now cars will stop faster. There'll be more margin, right? But what they found is fatalities are down, which is a great thing, and part of that is also because of airbags. But the other part is the same number of accidents are happening statistically within a certain range. And so what they found is we adapted. So rather than keeping that margin from the new safety that we have, that fence that we built, now we drive faster, or we take harder vectors, or we brake later. So we've adapted to fill in that space, just like football players have adapted to now use their helmets as a weapon. And this goes through the way we fight fires, the way we build levees and dams, all this stuff. It's a fascinating book. But the big idea is that we need margin, we need room, because if our pressure here goes here, then here, then here, then here, then here, and we don't have that margin space between, we're going to do this instead of slow modulations. What we want our life to be is as small of a sine graph as possible in our busy seasons. So we need to align our personal time around whatever our values are. So rather than start with, okay, I have this meeting today, I need to go do this. Start with, in the morning, this is the value I want to protect today, or the values. These are the big things I want to protect today. And then, if possible, align our company policies with these values. So I keep using that as an example. He's a good friend, John Schultz from Graph Auction. They sat down and did a company values. What is important to us and our employees? And one of the things they said is we want to be known, even though we're all over the country and we're selling like 3 auctions a week in all different states, we want to be known as a family company. So even though their branding is corporate, whatever, they said our employees need to know this is family. So they have no evening auctions. They have no weekend auctions. All their sales reps are off the road before the weekend. So we want you home. If you have a lake house there in Minnesota, everybody has a lake house. There's 10,000 lakes up there. We want you spending your weekend. So they changed company policies. Phones die at 5. Nobody answers anything on the weekend. They even put autoresponders on their Facebook so that when people message and comment whatever on Facebook, that it says, hey, we'll address this on Monday. Facebook will allow you to do that now, by the way, on your messages. They said, this is important to us individually. This is important to us as a company. The benefit of most of us in this room is if we're either sole proprietors or family business, for most of us, we are the decision makers. We set the culture. And a lot of times, the people we attract, obviously a lot of us, it's our family members, but a lot of times the people we attract are people with the same values in the big thing, maybe expressed differently, so we can align our company policy that way. So here's what happens, though. We all have only so much willpower. One of the most fascinating experiments I ever heard was they would take people in one room and give them a test of their willpower. Like say, don't eat the donuts. We'll come back in 30 minutes. Don't. And people would do that. Like they could go even Krispy Kreme, which is amazing. They don't eat the donuts. And then they would take them and they're like, are we done? Done this room. And it was like, don't eat the cookies. Right? So this was the middle. So then the control group, they had somebody over in this room and all they were doing was like playing video games, or they didn't have any sort of challenge to their willpower. They're just doing it, sitting around, reading, scrolling on Facebook, whatever. And they brought both groups, one at a time, into this room. And you know who had the best possibility of not eating the cookies? Not the people who had proven their willpower with the donuts. They'd already exhausted it. It was the people who didn't have the willpower challenge over here. Now, we all have different quotients for willpower. Olympic athletes apparently have way more than the rest of us, right? There are people who go, how in the world? Like, do they eat anything, right? Other than muscle building, creatine, or whatever. They just have different amounts of willpower. So in this room, we have different amounts, but you know what? We all have limited amounts. Have you ever looked at an Olympic athlete 20 years later? Have you seen an NFL player by the time they hit 55? Have you seen Charles Barkley? Like, that willpower ends at the end of their goal, right? So what we need to do is we need to go, hey, I am limited. I can't hold up my life. One of the things I heard on the internet, that there's no vertebrae, there's no animal that stands more than 9 inches tall on the planet that doesn't have a vertebrae. We have to have structure to stand up. We have to have structure to do what we want to do. So sometimes to do that, because we don't have enough internal structure, we need to develop external structure. And there's multiple ways to do that. The first way that I recommend is finding an accountability mechanism. So that may be an app, we'll talk about that. That may be a group, that may be something, but it's some sort of, the purpose of this mechanism is to say, this is your goal. This is what you stated was your big thing. You're not hitting it. Or congratulations, you hit it. This is just a reminder. This is your big thing. So all an accountability mechanism is something that reminds us of what our big thing is, what our goals are, etc. So there can be a support group. Let me go back to that because there's different, now more than ever, we can find these all over the country. In my church, we have just really cool support groups. We have one for families, blended families, so there's step kids because of marriage. We have one for people who have adopted kids. So the only people in the room are people who have adopted or foster kids. Just crazy stuff like that. But now because of Facebook and social, you don't have to have those people in your town. So if you live in a town of 500 or 5,000 or 50,000, you may not have a support group for your specific, whatever your challenge is in life. But somewhere else there is, and now we can find that online. There's a lot of support groups online. I would be careful with how you join them on Facebook, but research them. Google and say, hey, is there some sort of way I can talk about this, whatever my life situation is? An accountability partner. So this could be anybody. It doesn't even have to be a good friend. It can be. I would recommend this not being your spouse. You don't want to have them constantly looking at what you're doing and not doing well. It's not a good setup. Those of you who've been married for a while, you know you don't want your spouse having to evaluate. Is he having a good day every day, right? But anybody can be this, and they don't have to be an expert. So if your goal is a fitness goal, or your goal is a financial goal, or your goal is a career goal, they don't have to be an expert at that. All they have to be is an expert in your stated goals so that they can remind you and take you back. Are you there? Are you on path? How are you doing on this? So I don't have to have advice. I am there, and this could be an app. I would highly recommend it being in person because it's better that way. A life or fitness coach, or even a business coach. Oh, we have a big arrival. Thank you. Is that more coffee? Yes. All right. Life or fitness coach. I because of how I've aligned the big things in my life, my financial resources go more toward adventures than they do toward coaching. But at different times in my life, when I have a goal, I'll go hire a fitness coach for an hour and say, okay, here's the goal I want to do. Can you give me a plan? And then I can take that back to an accountability partner who may not have the knowledge of the fitness coach, but they can say, okay, now we have a plan to keep you accountable. A counselor or therapist. Now, I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm not going to a counselor. Like, I'm not a victim, or I'm not overcoming some huge emotional issue. I don't take my car to the dealership only when it's broken. I take it when I need regular maintenance. So I'll see a pattern in my life, something unhealthy, and I'm going, something's going on with me. Or my wife will say, there's just something off with you this week. What's going on with you? Well, make an appointment. Just talk to somebody. Say, hey, what do you say? I got this weird recurring dream. Or I've got this something going on in my life. I notice this tension in my life. I notice I'm responding differently to people. This is a great way to do it. And now a lot of this can be done online. So if you're afraid of somebody in your town knowing your junk, you can find people online. An app or book program. So usually I recommend a human, but there are certain situations where an app or something electronic can help, because a lot of times when we self-evaluate, we're not using data, we're using feelings. Again, in God we trust, all others bring data. So your Fitbit is giving you way better data than your, like my wife, I intended to work out today. It's like, you didn't work out today. Like your app shows you did. Or I said, well, I was going to run 3 miles. It felt like I run 3 miles. I looked at it and said, you ran 1.7 miles. That is correct. I know, because I went back and drove the route with my car and went nuts. Like, I felt like I ran 3 miles out there, but I didn't run 3 miles. So sometimes an app, same thing with dieting. One of the things, if you're dieting or just like a doctor said, you need to live this certain kind, eat these certain kind of foods or whatever, a food journal is awesome. And there's apps that do this now, and so they keep better track. Like, well, I think I ate pretty healthy today. let's put it in the app, let's see what it did, or let's go to a book, or whatever it is, let's go to a spreadsheet and see, oh my gosh, I had 4,200 calories today. I thought I was doing really good. I did this experiment. We had a birthday party at the Olive Garden. It's the only time I go to the Olive Garden. But my mother-in-law showed up, and before we went, I printed out the nutrition facts and just kept them in my lap. And I ordered this 4 cheese ravioli, whatever. And she, trying to be healthy, ordered this Caesar salad. And my plate came out, oh, it was good. I had 300 fewer calories than she did. She thought she was eating healthy because she was eating yard work with Caesar salad on it, right? I happen to know I was getting protein and other positive things in a more concentrated way. So there are times when an app or a book or a program can help you with that. All right, so there's 3 ways to get more margin. I keep talking about margin. We want more margin. We want more exhale space. I will tell you the first one is next to impossible, at least that I've seen. If any of you have seen this, come up to me afterwards because we've got a thing. We need to write a book. The first one is to find or buy more time. Ponce de Leon tried, never found it. If you could buy more time, there's a whole bunch of billionaires that would be living forever, right? We can't. So, why are you giving us advice we can't use? I think we can do the other 2. We can choose to do less with the same amount of time. Like, well, that's not what I came here to hear. It's tough love. We need to start saying no to more things. We need to give permission to, whether it's our accountability partner or our spouse or family or friends, to say, hey, it looks like you're taking on too much. One of the things my wife does, my wife is such a gifted person in so many different ways, and people will come to her and say, hey, will you take this on? So one of the recent things was, my wife has a degree in fine art painting. At one point, she was heralded as the best portrait painter in America under 30. She hasn't painted a portrait in 10 years. She's 30, I'm not allowed to tell how old she is. Anyway, so she stopped painting when she got into professional photography because she didn't have the time for it. She'd do it therapeutically for herself. But somebody found out she was a painter and said, one of the big things right now is these paint nights, where everybody goes and they paint the same thing on the canvas. You go with your friends. And so people asked her, will you start doing paint nights in Lynchburg where we live? And she came to me, she said, what do you think? And I said, all right, that's Sunday night. That's one of your 2 nights off. What do you want to do? And she said, well, let me do 1 or 2 and see if it fills me up or if it drains me, which is another good question to ask. Does this fill me up or does it drain me? So she came home, she said, that was so amazing. She's like, I was with all these ladies and we're painting together. And then she asked me to do a puzzle with her. It just went really south from there. She got so good for her, but hard for me because now we're coloring adult coloring books and stuff. But, so, you can choose to do less to get more time, or you can get more efficient at it, so rather than take something off your plate, you can do the same stuff faster or more efficient. Now, the problem with this is you can't make your dentist work faster. We all know you can't make that little league game go any faster. If you sat there through a series of Little League or volleyball or basketball, like, oh my gosh, these people are cloud of dust running around. So there are certain things we can't do, so this is kind of limited. So if you're noticing a pattern here, that middle one is kind of the one I prefer because it's easier. It's hard to say no, but it's easier to do that because it's controllable. There are so many other parts of our life that are not controllable. And so inefficiency, we can get faster, or we can reclaim and repurpose that wasted time. So we find wasted time in places, and we can repurpose that. It's kind of like when someone says, hey, I need to lose weight. I say, no, you need to reappropriate that weight. We don't walk up to Tim Tebow or Cam Newton or Peyton Manning and say, you're overweight. Those guys all weigh over 250 pounds. You tell them they're overweight. No, they've just reallocated their weight to more productive things. And we can do that with our time. So we need to discover what we're doing with our time through tracking. And you're going, uh-oh, now this is about to get nerdy. It is, but it gets really cool. We all in this room get paid for our time. Like, no, I work on commission, or I get equity, or I get I'm a shareholder, what have you. Here's the deal. We all work. All of us in this room work. We all get paid for it. We all trade time for money. And I'm going to tell you, across this room, we all get paid different amounts of time for our money, right? But most of you don't know what specific time you're making. We're like, yeah, it is. It's when I go to the bank and cash the check. It's closing, right? Or it's when I sign the auction up, or it's when I catalog. We all get paid for our time. So what we need to figure out is not where are we busy, how much time are we. It's not just an average. Say, okay, so for me, on average, I work about 1,200 hours a year, billable time. I know what I make, so I can say, oh, I make X amount an hour for the year. That's true, but I make more doing certain things than other things, and the same is true for you. That's how you determine, that's how you determine whether you outsource, whether you bring something in-house. right? You're going, okay, there's certain things where we're making money, and there's certain things where we're not. So we need to look for patterns. So I'm going to give you a little secret here. I've never shown anybody this outside of my office. Since the day I started my business, I've had a spreadsheet every year, and I keep track of every auction I do. This is 2015 biplane production. This is every auction I did last year. Each of these colors is a different client. They have different color combinations. It corresponds. They all have different colors on the folder, different timesheets. And so I plug in how much time did I spend doing ads? How much time did I spend doing direct mail? How much time did I spend uploading direct mail, or color correcting photos, or working on websites, or proposals, or signs, or budgets, whatever. I also keep track, was the auction online only, simulcast, or offline? What state was it in? What sale manager was it? There are companies where I work for with multiple sale managers, and I make way more working for one sale manager than I do the other. I'm looking for patterns. So at the end of the year last year, and this is really small, the people at FedEx wanted to get a magnifying glass to see it. You're welcome to try, but I'll just give you a cheat. So these are real numbers for my business. All I've done is I've removed the names with auto replace to client A, B, C, D. So what I wanted to do at the end of 2015 is go, where should I change my rates, if I should? Who should I work for? Who do I need to have tough conversations with? I've had divorces with people before, clients saying, hey, I'm not making good money. I had a really tough conversation with a client that I've been working for more than a decade this winter, and I said, listen, out of these are my top 14 clients. I'm now making second to the bottom with you an hour. So we need to have a conversation. We have gotten way less efficient. And so what we did, I needed to do some staff training. I needed to take over some stuff. I needed to hand off some stuff. I needed to figure out, okay, the stuff that I'm not doing well. But I didn't know that until I kept track of patterns. And again, your list and what's important to you and your company are going to be different than mine. I'm just showing you how I did mine as a principle of looking for patterns. How many auction campaigns? So let me back up to the first one. I have a client who pays me $293 an hour. Just one. I wish they were all that. But when his work comes on my desk, whose work do you think gets done first? The one that pays me $293 an hour. The other one that gets one done is column B. It's who sends me the most auction campaigns. Right? So I've got one auctioneer that sends me 3 campaigns a week. So I'm probably going to move to their stuff because they're sending me more workflow. I'm not making as much an hour, but they're keeping the pump time, if you will. Third one was average invoice. So I have some clients that they hire me to do one little thing. I do that over and over and over again. And I have other clients that hire me to do a massive, take the whole campaign, do the whole thing. And so there are certain clients I may jump on. If they're high in the dollars an hour and they're high in the invoice, they're more value to me. Another one here was states reach. I just did this on a whim, and the reason I did that is because a company that's going to multiple states probably has more growth potential for the future because they're already expanding and they can develop more. The fifth one was, what percentage of their auctions had an online component? And then I broke it down to online only versus simulcast. And you know what I found? Once I do the most amount of work for and make the most amount of hour, are people who do online bidding. So if I'm going to go get another client, what am I going to look for? I'm going to look for an auction company that does online only bidding. They have a higher bandwidth. You guys, you know this. This is a MarkNet staple. The online only allow you to do way more auctions, sell way more assets, all that kind of stuff. So if I'm going to go, I'm looking, hitch my horse or hitch my wagon to a horse that's going to be more productive and have more bandwidth, I'm going to look for that. And then the last one for me was how many days does it take from when I send an invoice to when I get paid? Am I going to be a small business loan for them, right? And so yours may be different. Maybe yours is, I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's commission or the size of the property or the number of lots or whatever your statistics are. But most of you in this room don't know these because you're not keeping track. I know this because I've told my clients, I've talked to people at other events. It's not like it costs me a whole lot. It takes me 2 to 5 minutes per auction to put that data into my, big auctions, maybe 10 minutes to put all that data in the spreadsheet. But that data is so valuable. So I haven't changed my rates on direct mail in like 6 or 7 years because I haven't needed to. I've been really happy with that. But I've had to up some of the other things, what I charge for proposals and other things, because what I was finding, I was getting bogged down. Because what will happen is over time, and this is a human element, you're going to move toward whatever makes you the most money to the point that other things will sit on your desk for a while. You know, we all have those kind of auctions. We're like, we'll get around to it eventually. And then what you need to do after you find the patterns is determine if those patterns can be influenced. So because I've been keeping track of this for 13 and a half years, I know to the week almost how many hours I'm going to work that week. So I can be very predictable when I tell my wife, honey, this is non-negotiable. Like I can't take off this time. I've had people come to me with some really cool opportunities. And I said, that would be awesome, but that would be a disservice to my clients because they depend on me at that time. Because I honor my clients, then they're more likely to let me go take that time at a time when it's less inconvenient to them. The data will show you where to outsource or where to bring something in-house. Believe it or not, I lose a lot of clients to people who grow so much they find a me to bring in-house. And I've also, recently, in the last month, I've gotten 2 clients, including a MarkNet client, that said, you know what, we figured out with the fees you quoted, if we did the time value and what we get, it's actually a better deal for us to outsource this to you to take that employee to go to something that they're gifted. So you don't know that as a company unless you're keeping track of that. And it may be different for you because you have many more tasks in the auction process than I do. So maybe you have to have time tracking for your in-house people or your sales people or what have you. So there may be times, mine is a paper system. I've tried electronic. Paper works better for me, but you may have to if you're using Podio or some other sort of project management system. There are ways where you can do time tracking. I will say this though, so you say, well, that's great for business. That should work for your personal life. I've tried this. There's apps out there where you can say, okay, now I'm eating, now I'm hygiene, getting ready, now I'm reading, now I'm sleeping. And you spend so much time keeping track of your time that it's not valuable. So what I found as a personal analytic is rather than keep track of my time, is to keep track of my goals. So some of you may have seen the article I released this winter about the weird things that I do to chase my goals. Now, I'm going to tell you a couple of them. But one of them is I have a chart. I determine what my big things are. So at a conference up in Alaska, an NAA conference up in Alaska, I had my dad and I up there, and we were doing the Stephen Covey 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And one of the things that they did to help you determine what your big thing in life was to write a life mission statement, not a business mission statement, but a life one. And I wrote mine is that I wanted to live a life of physical and spiritual adventure that drew other people to do the same. And so that's my filter. So then what I do is when I break that down, it's like, how can I break that down into individual tasks, accomplishments, bite-sized things I can do throughout the year. And I created a chart. You can see this online. And every day, at the end of the day, I write down how much of that stuff did I accomplish. I get a point or 2 points depending on how hard it is to do that thing. And at the end of the day, I tally it up. At the end of the month, I say, this is what I average, how many points a day. I started doing this in 2007, 2008. And since that time, I'm doing 44% more things a day towards my life goals than I did when I started. Because I'm keeping myself accountable. My accountability partner is paper. I take that paper with me on vacation. I take it here. So valuable things to me. Am I writing to people encouraging notes? Am I getting outdoors? Am I exercising? I get a point for every hour I exercise. Did I write something romantic or give a romantic gift that I spent time developing for my wife? I have all these types of things. Did I walk the dogs? I hate walking the dogs. I hate having dogs. That's a compromise with my wife. But I know it means something to her. So it's been on my list since day one. If I walk the dogs for her, I get a point. So I'm evaluating every day. And then I add new things. As I got one, I get 5 points if I get a passport stamp. Because if international travel is a big thing and seeing a bigger world and traveling, that's a bigger deal. I get 2 or 3 points depending on the size. If I scare myself crapless. If I accomplish something that my legs were heavy, the first time I jumped off a building was in New Zealand. We jumped off the tallest building in the Southern Hemisphere, the 63rd floor. And we get out there, and I had legal custody of my brother because he was a minor at the time. And I told Mom and Dad, I know he's the favored son. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump. I'm going to do all this stuff first. So if it's not safe, you keep the one that you want. So we get up there. We just landed. You got the time change thing, or 18 time zones off, 14 times, whatever it was. And we get up there, and this is like you feel the wind, the buildings moving, the ships are like, they look like playing, what's that, Battleship, you know, you're just like, what am I doing? And so I jump, and it was awesome. And then my brother jumps, and we get to the bottom, and he said, dude, you look so constipated up there. I was like, I couldn't move my legs, right? That's a moment I get 3 points. When I take the kayak off the rock the first time, it's an 11-foot drop. My kayak is 9 feet long, so the drop was longer than my kayak is. Never done it before. I didn't even watch the YouTube video on how to do it. I just said, hey, boys, watch this, which in the South is a common saying. And I went off the rock. So I give myself points for that. So I don't know what your big thing is. Obviously, hanging off a mountain isn't your thing, but whatever your big, maybe it's I spent time with my children doing homework, or for me, taking my nieces out on a date. I have, at the end of this year, I'll have 15 nieces and nephews. We have a whole niece and nephew room in our house. They spend a lot of time in my pillow pit. My office has... I brought them in from China. It has LED lights. Each one has a remote, but the remote works all 4. So we'll bring 3 or 4 nieces and nephews in and say, you're orange, you're purple, you're blue, you're green, go. And they just spend an hour running around my office trying to turn all the lights their color. We've turned my office into a playground because we value time with my nieces and nephews. I don't know what it is for you, but I wouldn't measure it in time. I'd measure it in quality. So personal analytics will help you set better goals, like the ones I just showed you. Don't set goals with long deadlines. Most people don't set New Year's resolutions anymore, and the reason is because they can't keep them because they're a year long. One of the benefits, I went to a leadership conference in Chicago a few years ago. Fantastic. And one of the guys is high capacity. He's built this massive international organization. And he said, you know what I do? I only do goals 6 weeks at a time. He calls it the 6x6 principle. He has a note card, like a 3x5 card he keeps in his pocket or a sticky note. He said, for the next 6 weeks, I'm going to focus on these 6 things. Because I can sprint on 6 things. I can sprint for 6 weeks. And maybe the next 6 weeks you'll have a lot of overlap. You'll have the same 6 things. But what I found in my life, I don't have attention span that long. I love the fact that now my YMCA is half empty from all the New Year's resolution people. Because they were focusing on a year long. So I like to give myself short deadlines. I highly recommend that. So my 6x6, one of them was to get this PowerPoint done for the NAA so I had time to show it to you guys. One of them was to pre-write all of my blog posts for the spring so that when I am hot and heavy, I'm not also trying to write blog posts when I'm frazzled, right? So I got that one done. And got some other stuff around my house. I've got about half of my 6-week stuff done. So if you focus on a smaller list and you focus on a shorter time frame, it's a lot easier to accomplish. Divide big goals into individual steps for easy wins. We're going to talk about body chemicals here in a little bit. To do that, I would sort your to-do list. So the Stephen Covey system: important and urgent, important and less urgent, less important and urgent, less important, less urgent. Obviously, you want to spend more time in these two, but the problem is we usually spend more time in these two because we're trying. So an ounce of prevention can be worth a pound of cure, right? So if you spend more time doing what's important, if you get your brakes checked when the light first comes on rather than 6 weeks from now when you don't have any brakes left, it's less of a crisis. It's easier to schedule, right? I also like to schedule mile marker reminders so that there's, whether it's an app or a calendar reminder that says, hey, you meant to be here. One of the cool ways you can do that now is you can Google this, emails from the future. So you can send yourself an email and say, on this date, I want to get an email that says, hey, remember by this date you wanted to lose this many pounds or have written this many blogs or whatever your thing is. That is way more startling than just a little notification on your phone. I only have 15 minutes to do the last section here, but we need to understand the influence of body chemicals. There are a bunch of things going on inside of us that lead us to feel more or less stressed. We need to understand how these work. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. This isn't a Holiday Inn, but these are things that I found work for me. If you want to do research, there's a lot more data here. Cortisol. Many of you have heard of this. This is bad. Most of these are good, but cortisol is bad. It's mostly bad. It dumps a bunch of stuff in our body when we are stressed. It goes back to the fight or flight mechanism in our body. And part of the reason it dumps those chemicals is to give us energy to fight back. So it dumps fat in our body, blood sugar. So it leads to high blood pressure, especially if you have sustained stress. It can lead to blood sugar. And even some people now, they're linking cortisol to diabetes, lowered immunity strength. There's even, right now they're doing data that shows that people that had high cortisol counts earlier in their life are more likely to get dementia. So if you're stressed out now, just wait till you can't remember anything. Fat storage, particularly abdomen. So it may not be a beer gut, it may be a stress gut. Dopamine, though, is a positive one. This is one that we can add to our system. It's the body's reward system. When you take a hit of cocaine, when you have an orgasm, when you ride the roller coaster, when you beat your friend at Risk finally, all the life you've been trying, or chess or whatever, it's your reward. It's Pavlov's dog. He slobbers, here comes a bowl of food. So what you want to do for more dopamine is build in more rewards, because as you accomplish things, your body gives you a little bit. So you may not get as big of a hit, but as you break your goals into smaller parts, every time you do that highlighter or that black marker and cross something off your list, you get a little bit. Serotonin, this is your body's natural antidepressant. This makes you feel connected to something bigger in your life or to other people. We get this when we reflect on past wins, when we look at photos, when we read stories, when we look through our old albums, when we tell stories around the table at Cracker Barrel or what have you. So we want to reflect on past wins and then build memorials. And this could be, again, writing it as a story, or Facebook's awesome about this. I highly recommend, if you're going to upload pictures to Facebook, don't just blindly upload. Create specific topical albums. So I have one for hikes, I have one for floats, I have one for friends, I have one for family. I even have an album for my car. And then as I upload my photos to Facebook, you're uploading to an album, you tend to look back through, and other people do it. So then you reflect on your wins. One of the things we're going to talk about this summer at NAA is that's one of the reasons you should take your vacations right before your busy season rather than after is because during your busy season, you're going to be reflecting on the awesome things you did during your vacation. Whereas if you take a vacation at the end of your busy season, all you wanted to do was sleep on the beach. You got nothing to show for it afterwards. Except for those pictures like everybody does with their knees and their toes. Oxytocin. This is often called the monogamy chemical. It's the body's relationship bond. The biggest hit anybody in this room will get of it in your life doesn't apply to most people in this room because the biggest hit of oxytocin you can get is giving birth. And one of the next biggest ones is orgasm, and then one of the next biggest ones is breastfeeding or nursing. So women have an advantage. They get way more oxytocin than guys do. And that's why women tend to be, and this is statistically backed up, more loyal, more monogamous. It's because there's a body chemical that's released in them when they get touched. Particularly when it's painful at giving childbirth, you're like, how in the world can the mother love that ugly son of a gun? Because the oxytocin that went through her body when that baby came out says, you are the best thing that ever happened to me. Whereas the dude's like, oh my gosh, he's never going to get a date. Anyway, so we need to touch, hug, hold, caress, wrestle. You're like, well, how do I do that with dudes? Right? Like, think about football teams, wrestling teams. There's all this physical. Boys wrestle, right? Girls may touch and play dolls, what have you. Guys wrestle. So there is a lot of sexual abuse in my extended family, so we're very attentive to this. I have a lot of nieces. I think I have like 8 nieces right now. And so one thing I do, I take them on dates, what have you, but we wrestle, we pillow fight. Uncle Ryan does not touch them in any way that somebody might because of what's happening in our family. This is why people feel so connected to their dog. I've always wondered, I have a buddy who spent between $10,000 and $12,000 to keep his old dog being able to walk. What in the world? But if you're petting your dog every day, your dog's licking you, you're getting oxytocin from it, it becomes habit forming. So caress, side hug, whatever is appropriate for you in your life to be appropriate, but also to touch. Endorphins. This is the body's painkiller. Sedative. This is often called the runner's high. Like somebody is, or you're going into shock. You're in an accident, and all of a sudden, like you're like, how in the world could that person respond that way? That soldier that got shot and he still got up and ran, and like he didn't even have his lower extremities, and he's still making it. It's because endorphins are filling his body. Endorphins help you fight stress the same way. You can get it by exercising, laughing deeply, adding smells and scents to your work environment, to your life environment. Epinephrine, this is the body's stress fighter. This is the fight or flight mechanism. A lot of people call this adrenaline because epinephrine is released from the adrenal gland. This is obviously a body chemical I love, but it's also addicting because a lot of times it works with dopamine. But we get epinephrine when we try new things, be it a new kind of cuisine or go to a new place. A lot of these places, a lot of these chemicals we get when we exercise. Exercise is the primary way to fight stress. When you push past your comfort zone, when you have that tough conversation, when you make friends with something you normally wouldn't, you get some epinephrine. We got about 11 minutes left. So one thing I will guard you on this, and this is one thing I learned in extreme sports, is that if you only pick one, the point isn't to do something dangerous to scare yourself. Like the first time you drove 60 miles an hour was a big deal. I don't know if you remember that. I remember the first time I drove 80. It was awesome. And now 80 is just going to Arby's. I mean, it's like, that's not a big deal. But that first time is awesome. But physically, we're going through the same thing. The 5th time or the 10th time you ride a roller coaster, your body is doing the exact same thing, but why doesn't it scare you anymore? Because your body isn't scared, or your brain isn't scared anymore, so it doesn't dump the dopamine and the epinephrine. And so that's why extreme sports, like you see base jumpers and skydivers, why they keep dying, is because in order to get the same rush, they have to do something crazy or stupid. Now they got wingsuit guys trying to go through the cables on a suspension bridge at 85 miles an hour. That doesn't work very well if you're off. Let me just say that. And I learned this principle bungee jumping in New Zealand. And I told the guys, dude, I am so scared right now. And I had to go first, and my brother's waiting, you know. And we're in this glass cable car, and it's windy over this canyon. I was about to jump 439 feet out of this thing. And I said, dude, yeah. He said, that's good, mate. He said, you're going to get a better rush than I would get because I do this every day. So be very careful about going deep. So what I say is be diverse. Try lots of new things. Go to a different country every time, or go to a different part of the country every time. Try something new. Maybe this time you go to the carnival, you try the Ferris wheel because it's always scared. Next time you try that scrambler thing. Just whatever it is, be more. Maybe you've always tried 8 new types of Asian food. Let's try new European food or whatever. Whatever your new thing is, be diverse. A rule that my wife gave me was really awesome. As you can imagine, it was really hard. It took me 8 years to find a company that's willing to give me life insurance because they have this list of 10 questions that they ask you. Do you do this? Do you do this? And I was like, yeah. I'm down now. The only one on that list that I don't do is ride a motorcycle, and this is because of my wife's rule. She said, says, whenever you're trying something dangerous, do it with a professional. Because I trust a professional, I don't trust you. Said, and you're not going to ride a motorcycle tandem. I just know it. So motorcycles are out for you. So she said, if you promise me you'll never buy and own and ride a motorcycle, I'll let you, you make up the list. So I'm down to 3 things I'm not allowed to do. I'm not allowed to wingsuit. I'm not allowed to own the motorcycle. And the third one, they don't even offer in the States. You jump out of an airplane without a parachute, wearing only a tandem harness. But there's no tandem attached to you. So you free fall for 5,000 feet. He connects to you, cinches up, then pulls the chute. You can go to other parts of the world to do that. You can't do it here for obvious reasons. She said, that's a no. Motorcycle, no. But anyway, there's a good rule. If you're going to try something new, I highly recommend going with somebody who's an expert. Alrighty.
How long did it take you to Google that?
What?
That last example.
Oh,
quicker.
scary stuff. Scary stuff. What you find, so in New Zealand, you cannot sue. There's not class action lawsuits like it is here. Commercial bungee zorbing. You guys know what zorbing is, where they inflate that big plastic ball and you roll down the hill and they do bowling pins or whatever. That was invented there. In New Zealand, they had a sport that I tried there first. Now it's big in Europe. It's still trying to come to the States. I don't know of a commercial outfitter. It's called sledging, and it looks like the first part of a kayak. You lay in it with a helmet and flippers, and you do white water on your belly. It's awesome. I did it in France, and we got done, and the guy says, congratulations, you just hydro-speeded in the coldest river in France. It's 3 degrees Celsius. He's like, to prove that to you, I just want you to remove your thermal gloves, and we're going to see who can hold their hand in the water the longest. So out of this whole tour group, I held my hands the second longest of anybody at 9 seconds. I mean, the water was so cold it hurt. And so we were getting out of the river, and I asked him, I said, I have to ask you, every other place I go, the tour starts at 9 in the morning or 1 in the afternoon, gives you plenty of time. You only offer this once a day at 5:30. Why in the world do you only do tour? And we actually started later than that. It was like 6:15. He said, oh, we have to wait for the water to melt off the glacier to have enough water to do this. So anyway, yeah, follow me on Facebook. It's a lot of fun. All right, so real quickly, I've got a few minutes left. We started a few minutes late, so I'm going to shift. We need to make exercise more profitable. So what we saw is a common thread to get those positive body chemicals into our system. Exercise is a common denominator. But exercise isn't fun, right? Exercise is a chore. We hate exercise. So how do we make it more profitable, more efficient? One of the first things we need to know is that exercise helps complete the stress cycle. And this goes back again to fight or flight. So whether you believe in intelligent design or evolution, either way, whether you believe in cavemen or anything else, we all have this built into our system. It's undeniable. Science has backed this. And so there's 4 stages of fight or flight. There's unlock the freeze. There's oh crap. There's a saber tooth or a dinosaur or whatever, right? And then there's escape the danger, like run for your lives. And then there's conquer the challenge, like we got to the top of the mountain, or we climbed a tree, or we built a house, or we built a boat, or whatever. And then there's rejoicing in the victory. And you go, well, we're not running from dinosaurs and saber-tooth tigers anymore. But someone gives you a request for proposal that's the biggest job you've ever had in your life, right? Or a principal in your business dies and now you're in charge. Or you booked something way outside your comfort zone. So now you're like, okay, what do we got? So first you try to figure out, okay, how do I not look like an idiot? So you escape the danger of that. And then you conquer the challenge, you figure out a plan, then you rejoice in the victory. You're like, yes, we did it. You got this option sold. You're like, well, I don't sell everything. Or sometimes more than auction, I didn't get the deal. Like I made the proposal and I didn't get here. Sometimes conquering the challenge is just learning what we were meant to go through that challenge for. Why did I go through this? I have this a lot. I counsel college students, seniors that are about to graduate. The college brings me in graphic designers to help prepare them for the workforce. And one of the hardest parts of that process is telling them you're not ready. Or I would hire you, but not as a graphic designer. Sometimes conquering the challenge is knowing why we were meant to go through what we just went through. And then we can rejoice in the victory, even if it's a bummer deal. I made a mistake building my house, and it ended up with a $70,000 bill that I've been paying off for the last 3 years. I made a mistake. It's a mistake I'm not going to make again. I didn't rejoice in the victory, but I rejoice in the fact that I'm not going to make that mistake the second time. So there are times where it may not look like we've beaten the challenge, but if we gain from the failure, it's not a total failure. But if you notice, this line right here, the escape to danger, is actually a physical escape to danger. And the more that we exercise in the middle of our stressful times when that hard proposal is on the table or what have you, the better it is to manage. I run way more miles here in September and April than I do the rest of the year. When I have the most time on my plate, I run more than because that's what I need to do. And maybe running's not your thing. Maybe it's riding horses or four-wheelers or backpacking or whatever. So what I like to do to make, working out more rewarding is to base my workouts not on, okay, I want to bench press a certain amount, or I want to be able to lift or squat or whatever. And those are good goals. I'm not saying they're not. But I like to base mine around pastimes. So this summer, Scott Meadham says, hey, when you come up to Grand Rapids, why don't you come wakeboarding with me? Now, I'm not a good wakeboarder yet. So I said, I would love to hang out, man. You got a $140,000 wakeboarding boat. Let's do this. So I immediately went to my buddy who owns a $45,000 wakeboarding boat. I said, you do this every weekend. Can I hop on with you for 2 months in May and June so that I don't look like an idiot in front of this dude? He's like, sure, come on out. Well, I'll teach you how to wakeboard. So in addition to that, I'm going to be doing squats and lunges and whatever else. I base it around. So kayaking, my Thursday workout, every Thursday is all upper body stuff on the back of my shoulders because when you're kayaking, that's what you wear yourself out. Every April, starting last year, but we're going to make it an annual thing, I'm in a kayak race where you have to paddle for 30 straight minutes. And when you're in whitewater kayak, you paddle every 2 minutes. So you just kind of put it in and direct every once in a while. But in a race, you have to paddle the whole time. So I'm working all this stuff up here. So what I do is I say, these are the things I want to do in my life. If you're training for a Spartan race or a Tough Mudder or a four-wheeler ride to go hunting in the mountains, we're going to have to pull that elk up the hill or whatever. Train for that. Or for travel. So on Tuesdays, I'm training for that Via Ferrata thing I'm doing in Canada. So this helicopter lands me at the bottom of this base of this mountain, and then they have metal staples that are about this big that go up the mountain, and you wear carabiner clips. And just like people climb cell towers, we climb the mountain like that. So I'm doing training just for that. And so now on Tuesday morning, it's not, oh, I got to go to the gym. It's, hey, today's Via Ferrata day. Like, you don't want to get tired out when you're up there making your, I'm going to have 3 or 4 GoPros going on this thing. Like, this is one of the most epic mountain climbs of my life. I don't want to be all gassed out when I get there. So whatever your pastime travel challenges is, I also like to incorporate events so that you have deadlines. If it's just ambiguous, I'll kayak next year. If we have deadlines, though, it changes it. So for me, I grew up on an island in Chesapeake Bay, and the bridge is 4.5 miles long over to there from the western shore. And after September 11th, there was no pedestrian traffic allowed. 2 years ago, they opened it 1 weekend a year for a 10K race. It's the weekend right before my birthday. So it's become this thing, like every year. So I know this. Well, it's in November, which really helps because now I have a deadline, and that means when I'm super busy in September and October and I feel like sleeping in, I get up and run because I got to beat last year's time. I only get 2 more years in the 30 to 39 category, and then I got to go all over again, right? So also, I recommend as you create these programs to chase your whatever your passions are, you can reduce your risk of injury with athletic training. So after you develop that, watch some YouTube videos, read a book, pay a personal trainer for 1 session to develop that. Also, I would build in alternatives. Allow yourself to take days off, but not days off from exercise. Although I do that once a week. Is to do something different. So I play basketball Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 6 a.m. But I've got this buddy who says, hey, let's just go climb a mountain before breakfast, which where I live you can do. And so we'll do that. And so what I do is I create acceptable alternatives. So maybe I'm a runner, but one day I just jump on the bike. Or maybe I go for a walk or go for a paddle or what have you. This is a big one here. I know I only got 5 minutes left. View food as fuel on a budget instead of as a temptation. So depending on who you are in this room, we're allocated, the average person to run our bodies, 2,000 to 2,500 calories a day. And so if that's our budget, that's what we can spend, we can get a bigger budget by making more money or making more calories, do that with exercise, or we can eat fewer calories to stay on that. And so instead of looking at food as the enemy, if you look at it as fuel and say, okay, I get 2,500 calories of fuel today, how am I going to fuel my body? It'll change the way that you look at food. I would also consider massage therapy. I learned this the hard way. I've had serious injuries, including during one of my races 2 years ago, where I literally ripped muscles apart because I wasn't paying attention to cramps and things like that. And so what I highly recommend is at some point during your training process that you talk to massage therapists. Like, well, I don't have enough money to go to a masseuse every week. So what I did was I got one of those foam rollers, and those things are $10, $15, $20. And if you talk to somebody who knows what they're doing with it, they can teach you how to self-massage. So for $10, $15, which is usually half a massage therapy session, you can massage your own muscles. There's a program online called MELT, M-E-L-T. It's a couple in Australia, and they teach you how to do therapeutic massage on your spouse. So you can trade. Say, okay, she's going to massage my legs because that's what I'm working on a lot these days, and I can massage her neck and shoulders. It's really low cost. You get a series of videos, and they teach you how to do at home what you would pay somebody $60 an hour or more to do. Again, use apps or other tools to track your progress. I wouldn't use a scale, though. And that's because this is 5 pounds of fat and 5 pounds of muscle. This is 5 pounds of fat and 5 pounds of muscle. So just look at reallocating your pounds rather than losing pounds. Real quick, I'm going to go through sleep. This is something I'm really excited about. I don't get a lot of sleep, so what I need to do is learn how to make sleep more efficient, because none of us are stressed while we're sleeping. Now, stress can keep us from sleeping. You've probably experienced that. But the more we sleep, the more our body can recoup itself. So we need to learn our sleep and alertness cycles. Our bodies are different, but on average in Western culture, our alertness cycles are 90-second sine waves. So we're shallow sleep, deep sleep, or shallow sleep, deep sleep, shallow sleep. So this is my sleep last night. So I have an app, it's called Sleep Cycle. You just put your phone on your bed, and it tracks how deep sleep. So it said yesterday you walked just sort of 16,000 steps, you were in bed 6 hours, but your sleep quality was 66%. Here's some others that I've done. And they track, and then you can find certain patterns. Again, we're looking for patterns, just like when we track our business. One of my buddies found that he thought that caffeine didn't affect his sleep because he fell right asleep. But when he started using this app, he was the one that recommended it to me. He found that his sleep was shallower. I saw a report this week that scientists say that the more complex carbohydrates and processed sugars you have in your body, it's not that your sleep is shallower, but that you're more easily awakened and come to shallower sleep. So as you experiment on it, again, these are experiments that I've done on myself. If you learn to experiment on your own self and track it with apps or books or accountability partners. One of the other things I would recommend is if you want more sleep, most of us, our body wakes us up at the same time every day, right? I've been getting up sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock since I was 8 years old, because I worked 2 jobs in high school. I did a whole bunch in college. I had to get up at 4:30 every morning, and now I get up 5:30 every morning. And so if I want to sleep in, I go to bed early. My wife will tell you, there's nights I go to bed at 7 or 8:30. Like, well, we have kids. We'll trade with your kids. Most of you in this room, your kids are older, but we have a quiet room in our house. So no matter what craziness is going down, I actually built proofing into my house, so no matter what's going on, I can sleep. The other is sleep amnesty. So scientists have found that our body works on 7-day cycles of sleep amnesty. So if you get behind in sleep, at some point during that 7 days, you sleep extra. You sleep in, you take that long nap, what have you. It resets your body clock so that you don't lose that rest permanently. Those of you who are people of faith, it's amazing that it's a 7-day cycle. So I regularly do this. I start parking on Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. I get done parking around 11:45, 12, 12:15. I come home and I sleep for 4 or 5 hours almost every Sunday. Nobody can get a hold of me. But I reset that cycle and I'm ready to go on Monday. Because during the week I don't sleep very much. Know what your sleep inhibitors and contributors are. You can do that by tracking. And also pay attention to your sleep environment. How cold is it? I was talking to a friend about this the other day. She said, I can't sleep unless I'm wearing sleeves. Okay, well then that we do that. I have nightmares if I don't lock my door. I don't know what that's about. I have to sleep with something on my face. I'm giving you a lot of personal information, but you're going to find out for you. I'll be in a tent in the back country of nowhere, and I still have to lay something over my face to fall asleep. Find out what makes your sleep more productive. I know we're going through this fast. Let me rewind. We're done for today. If you want to see the rest of this talk, we're going to talk about how to de-stress your social media, how to de-stress your make your vacation not only stress less, but make them fight stress when you get back. We're going to go through a whole bunch of stuff. How do you get new ideas come to you? How do you open yourself up? What does meditation look like in a professional setting? That type of thing. But let's rewind just the big points from now, and then we can go to lunch, and you can have Tim Luke this afternoon. So the first thing is, in the tension between work and life, move from being out of balance to rhythmic shifts. Create margin through boundaries and external structure, and make sure you set those boundaries well outside so you can create margin. You gain margin by tracking efficiency. You can't get margin until you know how you're spending your time. Use personal analytics to chase your goals so they don't stay goals, they become accomplishments. Take advantage of exercise in your body chemistry. Get more efficient sleep. And then this is the part that you'll see this summer, is find out how inspiration and all the different ways that you can bring inspiration and creativity to your body, find out how that counteracts stress. Thank you for your time. I'll see you guys in Grand Rapids.
Thank you, Ryan. Lunch is going to be on the second floor in the Gateway 2 and 3 room, so you can use the east elevators, which is by the front desk. There's also a set of stairs that'll go right up there. You can use this west elevator as well. I think it's just a little bit farther along. So, second floor, gateway 2 and 3.
Are we changing rooms or still we coming in here now?
No, we will change rooms then. So when you get back from lunch, go to the Market Street room.
Hey, I'm doing good. Yourself? Hey, thanks. Really? Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I learned it the hard way. That's the problem. I'm glad
That's pretty much what
to
starts
share
the whole
it.
story. It is
One thing I didn't talk about, cortisol, when it starts to fight stress,
Well, I just saw.
it hurts our immune system, it stops fighting disease and viruses. It fights them out of stress. Yeah. And that was true of me too. I used to get sick way more and way worse.
Well, I mean, you can ask part of the MarkNet staff. You can ask Boss Show for 6 more now than ever. No,
Cool.
definitely appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Glad to help.
I'm ready to go on one of these adventures with you.
All right. Yeah, so typically what I'll do is, this one was different because I was doing it online. But lots of them on Facebook. Like, hey guys, I'm thinking about doing this. You may want to go. Miami's fun. I've done that. Yeah. So we've been saying Nice to meet you. How are you? Hey, I got my hair covered again. Oh, that helps you. Yeah. Awesome. I haven't been to Thank you, sir.
Got to come in right as you got to give your deal.
Yeah. Did you really?
Austin gave us a little presentation in there. Did fantastic.
Well, I didn't know if I was supposed to do it for MarkNet or for myself, so I was kind of confused.
You did good.
Well, I'll get to hear him say it then. Yeah. Tim. Tim, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh? He's really good too. Here we charge it.
Oh, he did his.
Everybody has to give a little speech in class.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just happened to be one of the people that had to give an elevator speech.
Which I'm going to do immediately.
Oh, by the way, hey Matt,
Good news.
Matt, almonds thing should be good to go. I tested and everything. Because when Kurt wants to show it at some point.
Yeah,
But it's ready.
Yeah, I brought 4 get into the back of the salmon, look at full day salad.
What I tell people is everybody has there are certain things that are outside my
That's still loading.
There's some that are just going on with
For other people, that's not a big deal. There are 1,500 of them.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, not in the right place.
For some reason, they just keep the spots. But all in all, I think it wasn't worth it. Yeah,
I'm not medical qualified. Refugee front lines, that's important.
Okay.
this one loaded in.
I can Google.
Alright, I'll find that project.
Or whatever side it's on. Doesn't have enough.
They teach a local contractor how to work on it, so that it's not to be forward.
Okay. We're gonna go up to web.
So they're there.
Catalog folder. Look and see if the catalog's active. Yes, okay, that's fine. Look at go back to sampling. Look at bidders. You make the catalog inactive, please.
I get nervous, but it doesn't usually affect.
I can tell. Like, just looking at a racetrack. Like, actually,
Somebody else is usually talking about.
Really? Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
well, it's not so much stuff like that. Like, you can put me out like on a racetrack, like out on the front stretch with an announcer.
That's the thing.
With
You can go
more
do
people
things
up there, but they're
Must be nice. I said, wait a second.
way far
My
away.
wife and I for anniversary.
And I can pop bombs. We can do it like this, all eyes. Yeah, like you can put EA.
Oh, it's not a mile.
Like, you know, when they're far away, you can't tell they're like,
It's just
The Q&A.
there's two cans, howler monkeys, right? You're like,
but I can go out.
you're not showering up there. It's like, it must be nice. But how is it? 119 a night. I can't stay in a hotel where I
What's wrong
live for
with
that.
yours?
Ready to eat?
Yeah, go. Use your restroom. Hear your elevators. I'm curious. I am.
Did you guys get any of those wooden canoes?
Yeah, that's how we got there. Well, we were there at the end of the rainy season, so we got there. So everywhere he starts, oh, no, it's just one day long. And he's got little spears, broken fish all the time. So we get there, you know, he's late. That's what it is. Yeah, what about big things? Oh, it lives in that, you don't have to worry. It lives over there, it doesn't come over here. And this is one that the wood chopper put a curse on the snake and made it leave the village. Yeah, it would make people sick when they look at it, so they put a curse on it. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy parts of the world.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's what I'm trying to get through all the time.
Sweet. Yeah. Turn me on Facebook.
Yeah, well, I'll do this one.
Sweet. All right, sweet.
Hi, Ryan. Adam Alexander. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Just want to chat with you.
You want to rip up one too?
Second floor somewhere, they said. A couple of companies. One is called BigPath, the technology auction software. Technology powers MarkNet. So same auction software that keeps underneath. And also have an auction company. And we do a fair amount of business. So I just wanted to chat with you at some point, or follow
Sweet.
up
Let me give you a
afterwards.
card. Yeah.
Except I expect your medal one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You say you never lost the challenge.
All right. I'll take a trade.
Yeah, man, that's a good one.
I use that clear plastic.
Well, let me give you my business one. I'll give you that one. Yeah, so we do, we probably do 50 to 100 auctions a year. And we probably spend, I would tell you, $500,000 to $1 million a year in marketing. And it sucks. So,
Yeah, that's one of the things we teach at ATS is how to get your budget. Now, one of the professors or teachers or whatever you call them, tools of different advertising. We were able to figure out, we still do direct mail, but now we have a very different list. We still do email, but we do it differently. We still have Facebook, but we do it differently. We do signs differently. Like we test, A/B test a whole bunch of stuff. And so what he's able to do now is get more bidders. He's got like 5 times the traffic on half the budget per auction.
Well, we have a distinct lack of creativity and in design as well as where we're going to. And I struggle to get, I'm big in analytics, I struggle to get feedback back out, what my click-through rate, what the, it's just, I don't, maybe there's somewhere, I said our auctions vary. Small auction might be $100,000 auction, that one's probably 20-some million. I think we spent 100 or 150,000 on that one auction. So yeah, it's a lot. So we struggle. The world's changed. I've been in the auction business since, well, full-time 89, part-time 85. So we try everything new. We try to innovate. We try to, so I'm interested in, tap more, see what we can do. And then on the bid path side, the auction company, the auction software company, looking to increase the profile and do some more advertising within the NAA and magazines and other stuff just to reach more.
I would use any magazine.
No.
Statistics show nobody reads that.
Really?
And I write for it, and I can tell you that.
I read it.
People read it, but the percentage, if you do tracking, if you're using a different area, what you find, it's a throwaway ad. I used to use it a lot.
The only thing it does is some brand awareness. People see it. I mean, every
But
week,
it's
auction
expensive
flex,
brand
auction flex,
awareness.
auction flex, auction flex. But yeah, it's not a be all to end all, but it's a way that people know your name and you associate with it. I haven't tried it, but so anyway, so 2 sides of it. One on the that side of it, and one for the auction.
Cool. Yeah.
So,
Here to help.
I'm on here today, and then I head out tomorrow. But you here today and tomorrow?
No, I head out at 4:20.
That's usually it. So ping me an email or something, and then
Yeah.
we can connect. But we do all over the U.S. We do projects.
Awesome.
And as I know you're only one guy, and you're selective of where and how, but maybe some or parts or try
Yeah.
some things and do some.
But what I tell people too is when we do the evaluation and I talk to them, say, okay, tell me about your business. We do that. And so maybe there's certain tasks I'm good at, and certain tasks I can refer to somebody else, or in-house versus, like, okay, this part of it I can save you. Other parts I can't, but I know somebody who can, or you can save it yourself. Let's track this. Let's track that.
Right.
So yeah, no, we'll have that conversation.
All right. Nice
Thank
to meet
you
you.
for sticking
Talk to you
around. I
soon.
appreciate
Take care.
I see that this room will be locked for a little bit.
I can lock it, yeah.
Oh, I don't need it to be. I just trying to figure out if I can get back in here after lunch before everybody else does.
start and mark it. Probably one more. Although I don't know why, since they have a water bottle break. Huh? Bottled water on break. No, this may.
don't think we've had hardly any frame rate drops. Nope.
I don't believe they realize
I don't think they cleaned up their stuff.
Yes. Well, people are gonna get like a tour of the hotel. People are gonna get like a tour of the hotel. Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
I got my ass whipped.
So you're going to stream this one?
Yeah, everything's.
The other one?
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to let the girls at the office know because they watched the last one that you streamed.
Yeah.
So they wanted to know. So.
Yep, we will definitely be streaming this one as well.
Same website.
Yep, same website. Nothing's changed there.
Well, you bet you. Cromer sitting in front every time. Not used to this.
Where we sitting at, man?
But Cromer's here in front, so I guess.
All right. Guess we'll know what's going on.
Whenever we get hit with paperwork.
Do what?
We get hit with paperwork.
Apparently he's picking up my phone or something.
She said it right there.
Yeah, he's yours. We got one good eye.
What is that showing?
Hmm?
What's that one showing?
This one?
Yeah.
This is my encoder, and this is displaying what everybody else is seeing currently. Also the live chat.
So is this delayed or something?
Yeah, it takes time to compress it and send it over the internet. Because I can move this and.
Oh, little back row Baptist
Yeah, I got confused.
Okay.
Bill has There's something else we were talking about.
There you go. A 25-second delay.
Yeah. Gives
How
you
are
time.
you? Peachy.
Gives you time to
What's that?
Yeah.
Which one was your mom?
order. if somebody,
April.
Well, no.
like-
I mean, even if somebody does,
She was
it'll
great.
already show up here.
Oh.
So you have to cut it. Yeah. No.
Your dad loved it.
And you can do there.
Hey Tucker, Mark Rogers.
Mark, how are you?
Good. I bought the, I don't know what it was. I have no idea. You recommended.
Surface?
Yeah. So we did that. So that's my next question. What about, yep?
Yep.
I haven't seen it. I just know they bought it. Dustin. he
You
knows
you
what
just
it
paid
is.
the money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his wife Brittany, they get it. So, videos. I want to video auctions, short clips, walk through a house.
Sure.
What do you recommend?
You can
That?
you can use this if you want. It's not a super high resolution camera. It will work. It'll get the job done. You can use a regular digital camera, and then you've seen like an SD card, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You can take the
Yep,
SD
got
card right out of a camera. It doesn't really
Is that
matter.
what's the simplest? What's the simplest to get it to the office where they can edit it and make short videos?
Well, I mean, like let's say probably the simplest way, at least in my eyes, that it doesn't avoid too much quality. Get a regular point and shoot. That's fine. Take whatever you need to. Take the SD card out. You can plug it into. Oops, where's that?
Okay, but you're saying for better resolution and quality, clarity, get a camera.
Yeah, a simple $60 point and shoot would be fine. Again, you can use this if you want.
But you're saying that you don't get the quality with those. That's okay. Well,
Yeah.
Quality's important.
Yeah.
So
You don't want it pixelated, especially if it's something you can detail, like it's a
yeah, I don't want.
document
I don't
or.
want blurry.
Okay, let's bring it on in. Bring
Yeah,
it on in so we can get started.
Yeah, I would say just a simple point and shoot, and then you can take the SD card, throw it right in here, upload it there. Now, to get it on the website, and like when people first click the auction, they see this, you need to upload it to YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
I think we're trying that. So we're on the right track.
Yeah, that's the first step, and then after you upload it to YouTube, I can show you how to do it. It's very simple. You take a bit of code, put it right in there, and you can make it as big, as small, and
And then can they link back to our Rogers auction group on the MarkNet system from YouTube?
No, yeah, absolutely. That's how
That's
we
what that's
really.
for. That codes to get to the link.
Yes, sir. Yeah, next time you run
I
into
go
that,
home.
or-
I'm done. I've learned all I can.
next time you run into that, give me a call and we'll walk you through it.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's after lunch. I know this is the difficult time period because you're going into that, especially if you had the tortellini, that carb kind of snooze, and then we have the latecomers. Come on. There's all kinds of seats. There's some up front here too. There we go. So, welcome to the afternoon session. My name is Tim Luke, and we are going to go over some effective communication styles. And what I've titled this is Beyond the Words. And the reason that I did that is because, as you'll see throughout the entire presentation, is that it's really not about the words. And we're going to talk a lot about that and go through these effective communication styles that you could do with your clients, spouses, children, employees, all those different things. It all applies. And this is what I think is going to help make you better and more effective communicators. Okay? As I said, my name is Tim Luke, and please go on Facebook now, take photos if you'd like throughout, friend me on Facebook, put this out there. It's all about social media.
It's all about just getting it out there about what you're doing. I use social media a lot just to let people know what I am doing professionally. But I think it's good for your clients too, so that they understand that you're doing continuing education, that you're out there, that you're doing a number of different things to better yourself, which is really important. I'm also on Twitter. So I'm an active and very proud member of the National Auctioneers Association. I teach the GPPA class, the Graduate Personal Property Appraisal class, as well as have the designation of Benefit Auction Specialist. And I also do the Interpersonal Communications for Auction Professionals class, which some of this that I'm teaching today is part of, but the 2-day class is a much more intense, and it really helps individuals who are looking to go into competition or to expand that interpersonal communications, okay? So the presentation today, what we're going to do. First of all, everything that I'm talking about today, this is all science-based. I am not talking about, oh, if you wish hard enough, you're going to be a better communicator. No. This is all about, or if you do this and do that, this will happen. No. It is about science, and it's about the physiology of what's going on in your body and what's happening. And I'll cite a few of these things that will help you in becoming more effective in your communication. This is a safe environment. I just want you to know that this is kind of our little workout room. So we're going to get you up standing, talking, doing some things. I'm going to be making some constructive criticism. Don't take it personally. This is something that is all about just making you a better communicator. But I want you to know that this is a safe environment. So if we do have critiques or anything, please just keep it all on one level. Also, silence your cell phones if you want to turn those to silence. And if you do need to take a call, that's fine. Go out. I know that bravo to all of you for being here, because continuing education is very important, and that you're here continuing to learn, but you're also running businesses, and I totally understand that. So if you do need to go outside, just take the business outside, and that's fine, then come back in. Looking for active participation, so please, if you have a question, comment, something that you would like to interject, please do. This is an interactive type of presentation. Also, the slides will be provided, so I'll get that to Matt. Matt will distribute that. Take notes any way that you need to. Write them down if you need your laptops, whatever you need to do to feel comfortable. Questions? The last two are probably the most important. And the first thing is that I ask you to be present. And you know what that means, being present, is just be here. Is not thinking about the 20 million things that you have at the office that's going on while you're here, or what's happening at the office, or the kids, or what's going on. Just for the next couple of hours, just be here with me. That's all I ask. And the second thing is that you challenge yourself a little bit. So I'm going to ask you to get out of your comfort zone a little bit, or do some things, and just go with it. Just have fun. And that's what this is all about, okay? So in starting this whole thing, we talked about comfort zone, is when you hear that, what do you think about, Mark, when you hear comfort zone?
I'm home with the family.
Home with the family. That's good. What do you think?
Comfort zone, food.
Food. That's good. Comfortable. That's comfortable. Comfort zone.
Oh, I'm participating in one of my hobbies.
Participating in one of your hobbies, but it's comfortable, right? What do you think? Comfort zone.
I'd have to say home with my wife.
Home with your wife. Easy. Everything is just very comfortable, correct? That's the comfort zone that you feel the most relaxed in, too, correct? But when you're in your comfort zone, when you are doing something in your business, what does that relate to? What do you think, Jason?
What you like doing.
Pardon?
What you enjoy doing.
What you enjoy doing, but let's say comfort zone. So you're in the comfort zone, and if you're calling an auction, is it sometimes you kind of space out, and it's like, what lot am I on? Right? And that comfort because, oh, I've got this, and you kind of phone it in. That's what I'm talking about, too. And what I want to challenge you is that if you get out of that comfort zone, That's when the magic happens. That's when you've got to start thinking. That's when you're present. That's when you are listening so that you are interacting with what's actually going on, as opposed to what you think is going on. Because how many times have we talked to a client and they're like, okay, stop, you've already sold me. I've already signed off, but you're still selling because you really weren't listening. And that is one of the biggest things that I think that we do as auctioneers is that we can talk. And I'm an auctioneer, I know. When we talk and then talk some more. When we really need to just stop. and really push yourself out of that comfort zone, because sometimes it's that talking that makes us feel comfortable. And that's why we just keep talking. We don't stop talking because, oh my God, silence. That becomes very scary, right? That's silence, but that's what I want you to embrace a little bit. So those are the parameters of what we're going to do a little bit today, comfort zone. What I'd like to start to do, since I do know a number of you, but I don't know all of you, and I would like you to stand up, talk to the class, talk to everybody. I want your name, business, do you deal in personal property or real estate? And let's talk about a communication challenge that you have or that you find challenging in public speaking, in doing presentations, dealing with clients, and we're going to go around the room. And we'll start right up here, Mark.
All right. I'm Mark Rogers. Our business is Rogers Realty and Auction
And don't lean on the chair. Stand straight. There we go. Put your hand at your side. Look, and see, this is why we're doing this. The reason I'm doing this is to help illustrate. And now all of a sudden he stopped breathing. Just keep breathing.
Everybody gets a turn though, right, Tim?
They do.
All right, it's coming your way, folks. So, Mark Rogers, Rogers Realty and Auction Company. I'm primarily a real estate auction guy.
Okay.
My communication challenge is talking to people on the telephone.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This, I'm good. 1,000 people, I'm good.
Telephone, not
Face
so
to
good.
face, I'm good.
Wow.
Telephone, I struggle some.
Okay.
That's it.
Very good. Thank you. Next.
I'm Andrew Pierce, Pierce Associates Auction Company. Personal property mainly for me. The business is all in personal property. I did it again.
Breathe. Just stop. Start again.
Andrew Pierce, Pearson Associates Auction Company.
Good.
We handle Andrew Pierce, Pearson Associates Auction Company.
This is going to be a long day.
We handle personal property, and communication issue would be talking to people in areas that I'm not extremely knowledgeable about or comfortable.
Okay, that's very good. And what is the challenge in that? That's all right.
The challenge would be
being confident in that.
Probably confidence.
Is
level.
showing the confidence. Right. Okay. No, that's very good. Off the hot seat.
Tucker Rahman, MarkNet Alliance. I solve technology issues. Communication challenge outside of my comfort zone.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Claire Rescue with MarkNet Alliance, and I am the marketing there. My communication challenge would probably be, I feel like everyone looks at me like I'm super boring when I'm up here talking.
Okay. Okay, wait, say that again. Say that again.
I feel like people are bored when I talk.
Okay, but wait, the first time she did that, I feel like people think I'm really boring. Yeah, you are that way. So, can you take everybody in? So here's a challenge, and again, safe environment. And I'm using this just to help illustrate what we all do. We all go through this. What you need to do is to have that little variety in your voice and talk to everybody. You were like looking at me like safety, oh my God, I don't want to look at anybody. You know these people, so tell them what you do. One more time. Don't look at me. Look at them.
I work at MarkNet Alliance in the corporate office doing marketing.
There. Wasn't that better? That's fun. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tommy Rowell with Rowell Auctions. We primarily sell real estate.
Okay, start again and less rock. Less rock. And here's something that we all can benefit from, because we do this as auctioneers and we move around a lot and we do all kinds of things. When you're standing, just press your toes, just a little bit, press them into the ground, and all of a sudden you start standing up a little straighter and do your talk. So try that again.
I'm Tommy Rowell, Rowell Auctions.
So now he's on his toes. Okay.
You said be on the toes.
Okay. No, just ground it.
We sell primarily real estate at auction, and the Pierces, due to them and being a part of MarkNet, we now sell personal property and make money.
Good. What's your communication challenge?
My communication challenge is getting out of my comfort zone in areas that I'm not knowledgeable.
Okay, very good. Next up. Thank you, Tommy.
Hello, I'm Lauren Mitchell for Kaufman Realty and Auctions. I would gotta say that my personal issue with communication is going to be getting what's up here out here where everybody would understand.
Correct. So it's being able to articulate all the crazy that's going on here. Right?
Yes, I'm a very fast thinker.
Slow that down. We'll help you. Next up.
Hi, my name is Jason Winter. I'm with West Central Auction Company, and we specialize in real estate auctions. My toughest challenge in communication would be not wanting to be a bother to somebody or to a contact.
Okay, and stop, because you didn't look at anybody here in the room. Did you see that? Oh, I don't want to be a bother, people. Jason, I'm here, and we do all kinds of things, but I don't want to be a bother. Talk to people here. Go ahead, try that again.
Hi, my name is Jason Winter. I'm with West Central Auction Company. We specialize in real estate auctions, and I don't want to be a bother.
Okay, very good. No, very good. Next up.
I'm Jennifer Winter with West Central Auction Company, and we specialize in real estate and personal property. And my communication challenge is I hate to get up in front of people, and I hate holding a microphone.
Okay, so the minute you stood up, Jennifer, I saw the bubble over your head like, I mean, you can see that. Now, but stand up. Comfort zone, girls, comfort zone. Turn around and look at everyone now and smile. Look at the difference. The smile on her face now is that recognition. Because believe me, we all go through this. We all feel this. And the more that you understand that, the better. It's much easier. She's like, no, I don't believe you. Pass the mic. Thank you, Jennifer.
I'm Marla Atterbury with Atterbury Auction and Realty, and we specialize in real estate and personal property. My communication challenge is the same as Jennifer's. I do not like to stand in front of anybody and speak, and I was seriously going to skip this class.
Oh, no. Wait, here, turn this way. Look at her cheeks. Look at those cheeks. Now turn this way. No, that is major blush. Darling, that is major blush. Now just stand there. Because I'm going to help you through this. And that's what this is about.
But I don't want to do this.
Tough. You're here now. Guess what?
I'm sweating.
I know.
You're fine just the way you are.
See that? Now, what I want to illustrate, do you see your body taking over? Do you feel that? No, usually you're like, I'm sweating. Oh my God, I'm not breathing. Oh my goodness. Okay, so both feet on the ground. Just, and take a look around the room. Just take a look. No.
Which way?
What? You're like, what are you?
Yes.
Cemented in the floor? Take a look around the room. Thank you. See, you didn't die.
No.
It's okay.
I can feel it though.
No, that's the physiology. We're going to talk about that. Thank you. Pass it along.
Hi, Larry Harb, IT Risk Managers.
Hand out of your pocket. Thank you.
Hi,
Sorry.
Larry Harb, IT Risk Managers. I'm the auctioneer insurance guy. I'm your speaker tomorrow. And tomorrow I will put my hand back.
That's fine. That's fine. But today you're not. Pass it on. Thank you. Very good.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Carver, Marlton Auction.
Use the mic.
I'm just like these ladies.
I know. That's why I want to get you out of your comfort zone.
I'm great on the phone. Horrible in front of a group. But hi, Tucker.
Wait.
She's done.
Do you see what we do? Do you see? Now, this is why I do this, is to illustrate how we're not even thinking here. You go through this and wait. I didn't say to go on to the next. You're like, I'm out of here. Okay? So realize that's your body's taking over. Go ahead, I'll let you off. You're welcome. You'll get the next one.
Hi, I'm Tazabah Malone from Paragould, Arkansas. We have a company, soldasap.com. .com, sorry. I'm going to put in a commercial. We do personal property and real estate auctions. My biggest communication challenge is talking to people of authority. I'm great in the living room and selling in the living room, but if I have to go in front of an attorney or a banker, especially a man or a tall woman of power, I'm like, oh, you know.
Okay, and where does that come from? What is your biggest fear?
Well, they can't do anything to me, probably.
Right.
If I wasn't getting the business from them in the first place, I'm probably.
No, but what intimidates you?
I'm not sure. Maybe because I started a auction company 20 years ago by myself, doing farms and real estates and estates in a man's world. So that might be.
And that could have a lot to do with it.
And it's changed now.
Of course it's changed. Of course it's changed. But there's some societal issues. And I think that there are things that women have other challenges, especially with very strong-minded men in the business. And there are ways that you can be effective in your communication. It comes down to confidence. Okay? And I think that's the big thing, and we're going to talk a little bit.
I just got my husband to get into business with me.
Well, that helps. Good. Next up. No, up you go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ross Bandy. I own and operate Texas Auction and Realty in Weatherford, Texas. A former Toastmaster that's not doing very well. However, my communication challenge is much like Mr. Rogers. On the phone, do this, and articulating my thoughts is really a challenge.
It becomes difficult. Yes. Now, and you bring up a really good point. Toastmasters is really a great way to go out there and practice and to do the things that you need to do. What I'm going to be talking about today is a little different, and it's going to be even more organic. That's going to make it a little easier for you so you don't get so crazy and, oh my God, I hate this, and know what to do that's going to help you. So, very good. Thank you and welcome. Next up.
Hi, I'm Shanna Horton, and I work with Jerry Wallace at Wallace Land Company, and we are a niche company, and we only do farmland. My biggest communication challenge, whether it's at business or just in my personal life, is that when I meet somebody new, sometimes I have a hard time finding that common ground to start a conversation. I'm a little more introverted, and so I have to work at it, and so it can be kind of awkward moment.
Kind of?
Yeah.
Kind of? Watch the words. And land the plane.
Okay.
So, yeah, there you go. Right to the point. Next up.
Well, Shannon already introduced
Stand
me,
up.
so. I'm Jerry Wallace with Wallace Land Company. We sell, as Shannon said, we sell basically farmland at auction. I think my biggest communication challenge is probably, since I'm getting older, my mind's working slower, and the thoughts aren't coming as fast as I talk. And a lot of times I kind of wish I would have said some other things other than what I said.
Okay.
And that's basically
Yeah,
my problem.
you can't retrieve that.
No.
So what's it said? Okay, Jerry, thank you.
I'm Justin Vondenheuvel and Vondenheuvel Auctioneers. We sell mainly estate properties in our area. My biggest communication challenge, Tim, believe it or not, would be in a networking atmosphere to reach out to people that I don't know.
Really?
And try to get to know them. Believe it or not, I really struggle with that. And some of you that know the positions that I'm in right now, yeah, but that's my biggest struggle.
No, that's good. Good. Thank you for sharing. Next up.
Good afternoon, Troy Crow from Michigan. We sell a lot of farm machinery and land. My biggest problem, I think, is communicating with people that I may not know and trying to not to say the word
Okay, good.
Hello, I'm J.J. Dower from La Follette, Tennessee, and I'm the Bears Auctioneer Real Estate. My biggest challenge is Kurt's playing with my butt right now. While I'm talking. He's got 10 minutes to quit, but my biggest communication challenge is I wear a lot of hats. I multitask. So if I'm having a conversation with somebody and about 5 minutes into it, they're uninterested, I'm uninterested.
And you checked out.
I've checked out.
But you're still going like this?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
I act like I'm there, but I don't really hear what's going on.
Very good. Thank you, JJ.
Let you give Kurt 10 minutes to quit. Well, good afternoon. I am Mrs. JJ Dower, Tracy Dower with Ayers Auction and Real Estate. We sell mostly real estate, but do a lot of personal property also. And my biggest communication challenge, JJ would tell you, is showing sympathy.
Really? Okay, so wait. What do you mean by that? Showing sympathy.
Sympathy to her is somewhere between shit and syphilis in the
That's one right. He summed that up, didn't he? So is it sympathy or empathy?
It's sympathy. I can empathize.
Okay, you just can't sympathize.
I can sympathize, but I don't show it well.
She's not a crier.
Okay.
I'm a crier.
Okay. Ice Princess and the Crier. Is that what? So it's just that hard to. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure.
Yes, because in our business, we're going to people that have tragic stories.
Correct.
And I need to be able to relate that sympathy more than I do.
Correct.
I can check out on that subject.
No, but you know what? And that comes down to listening, because that's what's gonna. And across your arm. There you go. And it's really gonna come into the way that you're being open. The more that you can open up, that's where the sympathy comes in. Also empathy, but it really is about listening to what's going on and what's happening instead of thinking, oh yeah, I've heard it a million times, and I'm gonna do this, and this. You gotta be present, and that's part of it. But that's really good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Almond with Almond Auctions. I do a lot of real estate and primarily commercial real estate. And I get really bored on just the usual, nasty little house. I want something interesting. The more hair on it, the better. I like problems. My biggest communication problem
It's always the back of the room.
It is. It always is. Go ahead.
My biggest communication problem is going to probably be different than anyone's in here. I have a hearing problem, and I wear 2 hearing aids, and it seems to be getting worse a lot. And so when I go into an office, and I've got a low talker I've got to deal with, and it's really difficult, and it's hard for me on telephone, and I'm finding I'm much better on emails. I try to do everything I can with email. I don't mind telling them right off I've got a hearing problem.
I was just going to say, do you tell them, you know what, I just need you to speak up a little? You need to let people know. You need to give feedback. Yeah. Okay, good. Well, thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Kurt Almond from Nokomis, Illinois, Almond Auctions, and we sell all kinds of personal property and real estate. I would say my biggest communication challenge is I am awful at small talk.
Mm-hmm. Good. And why is that? Because I don't care. I mean, come on, let's say it like it is.
That's exactly
right.
Yeah.
Now, this is now
There's
again.
more important things to talk about.
Thank you. How you doing? Great. Really? It's like this is part of networking. It's part of the business. But really, let's be honest with each other. And I said that at the beginning. Safe. It's about when you do come together. Yes, there is some of that. But are you asking a probing question that you want to know the answer to? Or are you just checking out? And then they're asking the questions because what do we all revert to? How you doing? Good. How are you? Good. Oh my gosh. Talk about death to communication, because it's like really how great a world this would be if we could be honest and really openly communicate so that because of our fears holding us back, we wouldn't hate small talk so much. Because we'd really be talking about interesting things. Hey, what did you just sell that was great? What's the market going? What should I be looking for in my market? And asking those kind of questions as opposed to, how you doing? Good. How are you? Good. And it just becomes that whole just kind of nothing. Very good. Thank you.
I'm Jeremy Standridge with MarkNet Alliance. I'm Chief Technology Officer, and my biggest communication problem is probably standing in front of a room with all eyes on me, just like that.
And just like that. Yeah. Right. Right. Now see, now look at him smile, and he's like, oh my God, don't look at me. But the biggest thing is because generationally, too, you've got 20-somethings that this is all that they know, and they feel comfortable behind something like that. And if you're dealing with a client that is that age, or what you're doing, you're kind of losing them because they don't know how to communicate. Really effectively, that's where you need to help draw them out. Very good job. Thank you.
I'm Bo Benton. I don't have any communication.
And we've got a comedian in the back of the room. Go ahead.
Bo Benton from Macon, Georgia. We primarily sell everything. As long as you don't have to feed
Primarily?
Yeah.
Just everything.
And my communication problem is I am the poster child for ADD. So if I'm nodding while I'm talking to you, I'm probably not hearing a word.
You're in good company here. I think auctioneers, AAA personalities. Look, squirrel. Anything shiny. Wait, what's that? Got it.
I'm Chris Pratt. I'm owner of Chris Pratt Auctioneers, Realty and Auction in Anderson, South Carolina, and also a member of MarkNet Alliance, which I have the finest auction team in the world. My biggest communication challenge is, much like Kelly's, hearing. I noticed my hearing is going. I feel like another 10 years I'm going to have that big horn.
Megaphone, right?
It really, and on the reverse of that, I have a challenge. I do a estate practice and talking with elderly. I start talking too loud. And then one lady will say, you don't have to talk so loud. I've got hearing aids.
I'm right here. Right. And you know what it comes down to is that feedback. And really, with technology now, get those ears checked. Yep.
My name is Kelly King, and I'm with Work Auction in Huntsville, Alabama. And we do personal property and real estate.
Okay, hold on. Do you see the little, ooh, okay, sassy.
I am sassy.
Sassy. I'm telling you, now, look, I don't need to make it up. I read the body language. I'm just reading what you're giving me here. Do you see how, don't apologize. It's okay. That's,
my bad.
You're good. Because what you're illustrating, we all do this. We all go through this. And what I want to illustrate in both, and then, yep, stand, there you go. Ladies do this a lot, that hip hop, attitude, sassy with the feet, the whole thing. Watch that, because that sends a message. That sends some other kind of message that maybe you're not intending.
Oh, I understand.
See?
I'm riding with you.
You got it. Amen, sister. Go ahead. One more.
That's not the only communication problem I have. I do not have a filter. If it comes into my head, it's coming out of my head. I talk too fast. I don't know when to shut up. And I'm a little sassy, I heard.
Yeah, I love you. Let's give her a round of applause. What's your first name, Kelly? Kelly. Love it. Next up.
I'm Hugh Miller from Evansville, Indiana. I'm with Curran Miller Auction and Realty Company. We sell real estate and personal property online and live. And my biggest communication problem is written communication.
Okay. And what is the challenge?
I'm not very intelligent.
Longhand? Is it writing or the type or like email?
No, it's a composition.
Okay. Very good.
But I have two very bright daughters.
Thank goodness.
Help that process.
Okay. Thank you, Hugh.
I'm Charlie Montgomery with Comus Montgomery Realty and Auction Company.
Okay, Charlie, slow down. I'm just gonna take a breath. Okay, both feet. There we go. Try it again.
I'm Charlie Montgomery, Comus Montgomery Realty and Auction Company, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We specialize in real estate and personal property auctions. And my biggest communication fear is just getting a conversation started if I'm in a room with a bunch of people. I'm not the starter.
Okay, why not?
I don't know.
There, again, challenge yourself to get out of the comfort zone. So it's all, you know what? And I think what I'm illustrating here is that we're all going through the same thing. We all feel a lot of the same kind. If you hear what people are saying, you can pass that along and sit down. You can hear what people are saying. Oh, I'm not at the conversation starter. I don't like the small talk. I don't like this. Oh my gosh. We're all feeling it. We're all in the same boat. As human beings, we know the truth about each other. We know what's going on. So when you go to a marketing or a networking event, everybody's feeling the same way. I hate the small talk. I hate it. So wouldn't it be great to go up to somebody, I hate small talk. So I'm just going to ask you, how can we work together? What is your business? Because I'd like to do business with you. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be great? But we don't. Why don't we? Because we have the fear. And that's part of it. But really, we're all in the same boat. That's what we're illustrating. Go ahead, next.
I'm Stephanie Mitchell, and I'm with Comus Montgomery Realty and Auction Company, and we specialize in real estate and personal property. And I really have no filter.
And
yeah, if it comes in my head, it's more than likely going to come out because I don't have a whole lot of empathy or sympathy.
Oh. Yes. No, I'm giving you both apart.
I don't, that's why I have to respond to all the phone calls at the office when someone's irate because I just.
Well, you cut them off at their knees, right?
Yeah, we're done.
And you just say, it's my way or the highway.
No, I mean, I explain the terms and conditions that they agreed to, and then at that point, when you get more excuses, I don't have any sympathy or empathy.
Okay.
So that's.
What's your nickname?
Honey Badger.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. Now what? Yeah, exactly. And hold on 1 second, Brett. Is that, you know what? And here's the reality, is that you need to know what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. And that's why we're doing this. And sometimes, I will tell you, my husband Greg and I work really well together because he's just like that. He's like, no, I'm sorry, this is what you, no, the invoice is in the mail, paid. It's that kind of thing. Where I'm like, well, let's give him another 6 months and, let's set up a plan and, right. You need that yin and yang. You need that. But you also need to know I can be direct if I need to, and he can be more diplomatic. So my challenge to you is to be a little more, or to open up to listening and doing something different. Get out of that comfort zone so that you're not already thinking, oh God, heard this a million times. Okay, here's what we're going to do. And just get over it. Get over yourself. Here's what we're doing. Okay? That kind of thing. So, thank you. Brent.
Good afternoon. I'm Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering.
And don't hold on to the chair.
And we do, we do personal property and real estate. And I would say that couple of my communication problems are carrying on small talk and cutting to the chase.
Right.
And telling them, sorry, but this is it.
So
my way or the highway a lot of times type of deal.
Put your hand down. The other one. There you go. Hand the mic over. Just put your hands at your side. Just relax. Just relax. So what you're saying is that there you go.
I don't stand like that, Tim.
I understand. I'm challenging you. Put your hands at your side. There you go. And breathe. Because what happens is, this is also another judgment. So what happens is, just like with Kelly, is that when you're able to do this, it opens yourself up and it gives you a much better presentation, but also it establishes credibility, and it also helps establish authority when you are talking, okay? Because when you're doing this is the body language of self kind of, oh my God, I've got myself, I'm holding on. And whether you're doing this in the front or you're doing it like this, you're holding on for dear life, right? When you're doing this, you're opening yourself up and you're making yourself much more, it's vulnerable, obviously, but people respond to it immediately. They make judgments. So that's where I would challenge you to do that. And it's not bad to be direct, but I think you could round the edges a little bit. That's all. Okay, good. Next up.
I'm Ben Potts Brothers Auction Company in Rock Spring, Georgia. We sell real estate primarily, along with other things.
I guess my biggest communication challenge, I think, is speaking. I'm always uncomfortable speaking to groups.
Okay. What makes you uncomfortable?
I'm not sure.
Everybody looking at you, or is it with your peers, or if you're
probably with my peers? Yeah. Bid calling not a problem for me, but speaking, you can hide behind a microphone when you're a bid caller.
Well, you hide behind the chant too. I mean, really, and what you're selling. What's great is that I established the interpersonal class with NAA, and it has really just grown because I do a lot of training with the NAA leadership when they come in, and we do this because they've seen the value of communication. And one of the big challenges is that, first of all, to be effective, nobody really teaches you how to be an effective communicator. You know, there's public speaking, you go to Toastmasters, they say, oh, this can be better, set this up like this, but this is all you got, right here. How do you use this body? And I want to get you to where you feel a little more comfortable. So, thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. Next up.
All right, I'll get out in the middle here, okay?
There you go. Please do.
Hello, everybody. My name's Rick Simpson. I'm from H. Berry Smith Company in Cherryville, Kentucky. I guess I'm very comfortable speaking one-on-one, small groups, but this is where I am uncomfortable, speaking amongst a large group like this. I guess there's a nervousness that...
You guess, or is there?
There is, definitely. Maybe if I did more of this, I wouldn't feel that way.
Correct, and don't forget this part of the room.
Hello,
Oh,
everybody.
more people.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to the next.
On to the next. You're going to tear me apart, is what you're going to do.
We'll see.
I'm Christy Sapp. I am actually primarily a budget support analyst at the University of Missouri-Columbia. I was a IT support person for 20 years before doing that. So my primary communication strength is one-on-one and making them feel comfortable with technology. Number two,
Go ahead.
my weakness is I get nervous to start with, but then once I'm into my classes, I relax and I tend to go on. And I am a type A personality. Don't small talk to me. Let's get done. Let's get this on because I've got 20 other people I got to go help.
Okay, wait. Now, right. Okay, so she gets right to it. However, stand straight. So, when you started, did you hear, and this is you're the first person actually that has done this, there you go, is when she started, I do this, she ended every sentence like it was a question. Did you, so I do this, and but once she started talking, but I get right to the point, and I'm done, I hate small talk. Did you see the change in her face? Because that's where you were. We saw you telling us, this is what I do. Now try it again. Just have fun. I know.
Oh, I always have fun, but I'm in a group of auctioneers that out-talk me.
No,
So-
it's not about out-talking. Just tell me your name, what you do, and a challenge.
I'm Christy Sapp. I'm with the University of Missouri System Budget Office and part-time with Atterbury Auctions, so I guess I should say that too.
I guess.
But I've been an instructor too, so a lot of the stuff I have to do when I do talking is I have to engage the crowd, and I have to look at all the people, and I have to react to, I'm losing this person over here, so I've got to come over here and I got to tap the desk, or I got to say, hey, who sent you an email, and do stuff like that. So
Right.
I'm more of a one-on-one than I am in a group.
Land the plane, but
Yeah.
stop. Is that, do you see the difference now when she's engaged? This is what you're illustrating. Is once she started really engaging and talking from her heart, this is what I have to do and I understand that, that's where I need to get you. Is that, don't think that don't just throw it away. It's not just throw it away. It's you're getting up here and here's an opportunity to share who I am and what I do. And look, yeah, you're like, oh my God, sit down. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up. Oh, the shy flower.
I'm Terry Walker with Walker Auctions in Memphis, Tennessee, and we do real estate, we do estate, and we do what else is that we do? We do real estate, we do estate, we do benefit auctions. My major problem, I love small talk. I do, y'all. I like to find out about people. I absolutely love, I don't mind a big audience. I don't mind a small audience. I cannot remember one person's name after I've talked to them. I feel like an idiot, and I'm signing a contract, and I'm saying, yes, I tell you what, if you'll just go ahead and fill out the back part of this, I'll fill out the rest when I get to the office, and I will send you your contract. I cannot remember anybody's name.
Good. No, that's interesting. Very good. Sandra? Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ruthie Taylor of Taylor Auction and Realty, and our firm conducts real estate and personal property auctions. My communication challenge is sometimes I just don't want to talk. And if I am asked to speak in a crowd, I have to be totally prepared, and I guess I never feel totally prepared.
And why don't you feel totally prepared, even if you've done your preparation?
I would say that's my type A perfectionist personality.
Thank you. I want you to be aware of the words that you're using, and that's why I pull this out, is that, believe me, you're going to answer your own questions, but when you say that I'm totally prepared, but then I don't feel prepared, maybe it's that perfection side that I need to just trust that I'm prepared, because it does come down to trust. Thank you. Thank you. Next up.
I'm Lynn Hunt with Thomas Arthur Auctioneers in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I can get up and talk in front of my agents all day long and do trainings, but when it comes down to working like an auction or networking with people I do not know, it's hard for me to go up and just talk.
And you got this really soft voice. What's that about?
It's really good. I don't know because my dad keeps telling me I need to start talking.
Diaphragm, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a lot about that. And this is not just, this is kind of a female thing as well, because you hear the way that she's talking, it's very breathy, very light and soft and feminine, and here it is.
I don't bid call either.
Right, well,
Same reason.
Really? Yeah. Well, and there's a challenge that we're going to do some exercises, and, we'll get you there. But
I don't want to.
Yeah. There's no choice here. There is no choice. Yeah, but did you hear when she said I don't want to? That was a little deeper. Did you hear that? Yeah, no. And it's really, it does, I'm just bringing this up, is that it's something that you just need to be aware of. Okay? Next up.
I'm Rob Matthews, Thomas Hunt Auctioneers. We do real estate and personal property, and my communication problem is probably listening.
Very good. A man who admits it. Look at that. Listening. No, and what did you say after that?
Tend to talk out of nervousness and not listen. So.
Got it. And how many times have we found ourselves doing that? And again, it's filling the space because, oh my gosh, well, I just have to keep going. And if you're talking to somebody and you're not really sure if they're listening, and how many times have we just really gone on and on and on? And they're like, yeah, I got it. Yeah. So ask for the feedback. Don't just keep talking. Next up.
I'm Dale Byer. We live up in Sioux Center, Iowa, northwest corner of Iowa. We do primarily live and online real estate and personal property auctions. I love my business. I love putting deals together. My weakness is asking for the deal.
Okay, so asking for the deal, but what about in just regular communication? What do you find is a challenge? Hand down by your side.
Not really a challenge, probably. I like small talk.
You do like small talk.
I do.
Okay, well, you're dancing around, so I want you to just stand still. There you go. And that's not easy to do, is it?
We're an auctioneer.
I know, but we're not selling anything right now, right? So I think that this comes to everybody here, and you can sit down next up. The big thing here is that as auctioneers, with that ADHD, is that we are got to constantly be moving, but there are times that you need to stand still. There are times that a pause can be powerful. And there are times that you can be very powerful just standing still. That's the difference. That's communication. And if you can harness that, because I think as auctioneers, we're always on 12 for sale, bring it down. Right? It does make a difference. Next up.
How y'all doing? My name is Bob Schneider with Schneider's Auction Service. We do estates, so real estate and personal property. And my biggest struggle is preparing. If I prepare something, I have a really hard time getting it out. If you just surprise me with it, that's where I'm much better at that. So preparing what I'm going to say is the hardest part.
So you're better at kind of improv, like okay,
Improv,
just stand
yeah.
up. But if you have
Tell
to
me something.
prepare, and what is your preparation process? Too
Well,
much? Do you
too
overthink
much,
it?
Too much, and then in my head it sounds great.
Yeah.
When I go to say it, it doesn't all make, nothing makes sense, nothing connects.
Too much thinking.
So if you surprise me with it off the top of my head, that's where I shine.
Correct. Because, and why is that? And so many times that there's so many times that we just stand up and very extemporaneously have to speak. It's because we're trusting ourselves. Yeah, stand straight.
No, that's me for him.
Oh yeah, was that for him?
He's jumping up.
Okay, yeah, you can hand him the mic. Go ahead. But it really comes down to is that when we're doing a preparation for a speech or something, and it goes back to the perfectionism and saying, oh, but what about this? What about that? I don't know. And what's going to happen? And you have a preconceived idea of the way you want it to happen, but when it doesn't, all of a sudden we stop breathing and we and we tense up. Go ahead. Next up.
Matt Ford with Ford Brothers Auctioneers. We sell both real estate and personal property, and I hate communicating when I know I'm being judged.
Why is that?
It makes you nervous.
Well, right, but so you're being judged, and what do you think they're judging you on?
Well, make sure I don't do anything stupid, fall down, fly something up, Who knows?
That goes to preparation, but okay, next up. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Cromer, Ford Brothers Auctioneers out of Mount Vernon, Kentucky. We sell, like Matt said, real estate and personal property at auction. And I think my biggest challenge is small talk and actually listening to people.
Listening, yeah, which is real difficult because a lot of times a lot of times we think we're listening, or like JJ said, after about 5 minutes, it's like, okay, I'm checked out. They're not even interesting. I got to move on. But there are times, why can't you? And I think in a networking situation too, there are a number of things that you can do is you go through certain things, or JJ, you have, let me introduce you to Terry Walker here. She'd love to have more information about this, right? I think we all learned that all the guys who don't like, and some of the gals that don't like the small talk, Terry, she will help you. She'll be your wing gal. She will help you. But do you know that there are strategies that you need to do? And that's the reason that I had you all stand up and really point these things out, is not to point these things out, but to help you realize what you do. Because we go through life and not enough people give us the feedback that we need. And that's what's going to make us better people. So that's why I wanted to go through this, because that's part of the methodology to this, because your clients, and who said that about being judged? Let me tell you, you can say that we don't judge, but we are judgy McJudgersons. Everybody makes a judgment. Soon as you step out of an elevator and somebody sees you, you've made a judgment. Somebody's made a judgment about you. It's something that happens so instantaneous that's why I say if you're doing this or this and crouched over, people are going to make a judgment about that. And the more that you can equip yourself so that when you are going into a negotiation or when you're doing a presentation or you're talking to a group, you can establish your credibility immediately. And there are ways to do that. And that's all about really grounding yourself, really having the confidence that whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and trusting yourself. That whatever's going to come out of my mouth is going to be useful. Because that's the other part of it, is that a lot of times we don't trust ourselves enough. Is that we really just, I've got to have everything written down. I've got to do this, got to do that. I've gotten away from that a long time ago, get out of the comfort zone and really say, let's see what's going on here. Let me listen to hear what everybody's challenges are, and let's address those. Because we all have very similar challenges. And that's the reality, is that as human beings, we know the truth about each other, and we also have the same challenges. So what this is all about today is to overcome some of those challenges. What I want to do is go over And I'll give you some exercises that we'll do that'll be easy. I'm not going to force you, but you can. That you can do that are going to help open these things up. So, one of the big things that I think that in communication, and this is societally, I think that we have this idea of good and bad. Like, oh, this is good, that is bad. And bad is negative, good is positive. And I think too many times we beat ourselves up over, oh, was that good? Did I do that? Or was that was really bad. That last auction that I did, oh, that was really bad. I want you to start changing the way that you start thinking about things and the conversations that you have in your head. And if you have multiple conversations, whatever's going on. But the conversations that you have is to be gentler on yourself and not to think in terms of good and bad, but to think in terms of effective and not as effective. What could I have done that would have been more effective? How could I have changed that? And as soon as you address that as a question in your brain, you'll get the answer. It's amazing. And if you start thinking in those terms of how can I be more effective in my small talk or in going to a networking thing, is being more honest. Let's just not go there and just start saying, yeah, how you doing? Good. You? Good. Uh-huh. And then you're stuck. Is really, or talking to Terry and ask her some of the questions that she asks that are a little more probing. Now, you might not care. But if you're there for business, what is your message? What do you want to get out there? Is to say, you know what, I can help you. Here's what I can do. I can help solve a problem. This is what I do for a living. And what do you do? It depends. If you're at a chamber event, it's very different than if you're at an event like this where you have other colleagues in the same business. But colleagues in the same business can help each other. I've helped a number of you in the room here. Call me up. Love to help. That's what it should all be about. That's what you need to be able to do. So, being effective, not as effective. Very important. I want you to think in those terms. We've identified the blocks that we have in communication. You've noticed those in each of you, but my observation is that a number of you have a lot of the same blocks, a lot of the same things. And I think that as human beings, we all relate to that. And we understand that. And it does make a difference. But knowing what your block is very helpful, because then you can help change that. And if talking on the phone is something that you hate, which is it the small talk, or is it just blah, 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 you can't see them?
Not the small talk. I want to get to the appointment. What's their need? I'll ask the qualifying questions. I want to get to the point. I want to get an appointment if it's the deal I want to pursue.
Right.
So I want to shorten the time frame on the phone, get down face to face where I think I can.
So, does that mean that you have to then take more control of the phone call? Maybe. Did you ever think of it that way?
No.
Is to say, okay, here are the three things, instead of, and how many times you get on the phone and they have to tell you their life story? I know, I deal in personal property all the time. You don't understand the value of this cup. Yes, I do. $2. Let's get right to it.
Now, see, and I want to find out where they got the cup.
Correct. Now, effective management time, you also want to take that into consideration. However, if it's something, and we do this and we get phone calls all the time, where I know I'm not going to be able to help them. And I'll say, you know what, I'm just going to stop you right there because we're not the company for you, and let me put you in touch with somebody who is. Because I do have several options that you can call. Love to hear the story, but, it's really, I'm not going to be able to help you. And you'll get, oh my gosh, but don't you want to hear this story? No. I mean, politely, and you move on. But you've got to remain in control of the conversation, of the communication. Because once you start losing control of the communication, what do you think's going to happen? You're on the phone forever, never. You've got to be able to, politely, obviously, but I would say take more control of that, and that would help you. So, blocks in communication. What is charisma? Bob, what do you think about charisma when you hear the word?
You're exciting, you're energetic.
Exciting, energetic, charisma. What comes to your head? Entertaining, charisma.
You draw people in.
Draw people in. Brent?
say drawing in or easy to talk to.
Easy to talk to.
That feel.
Good, good. Terry, charisma. What do you think about? What's the word?
I think of interest.
Interest.
What about swagger?
Swagger. Swagger. Kelly, no filter. Love it. Swagger. Got it. What do you think about charisma?
Positive,
Positive.
energetic attitude.
Yes. Yes. And where does that charisma come from? Where do you think that comes from? The heart.
Your passion.
Passion. And I think that comes from your honesty, right? It also comes to being connected. Because if you're not connected, you're not going to connect with the individuals. That's where they feel the charisma. Is that entertaining side, you're entertained or you feel that energy because it's a back and forth. And if you don't have that right up front, you're going to lose that. But I'm here to tell you, all of you have charisma. You just have to release it. It's a little harder in some than others, and that's fine. But it's really being able to let that out. And that's what is going to separate you from your competitors. Quite honestly, why do people do business with other people? Because they trust them. Because they feel that they are listening to them, right? There's some likability. They get them. That's what you got to be able to do and understand where they're coming from. And we do, but how many times do we get so, oh yeah, been there, done that, know it, yep, just sign the contract, we'll get it marketed, yep. Sometimes you got to step back a little bit. That's all. Charisma. Which leads to client trust. And in order to earn a client's trust, what do you think you have to do? Honesty. Honesty. Kelly? Don't sugarcoat. This group's sassy. I love it. I love it. JJ, what about client trust?
My trust, it's me. They can just trust me. I have a face you can trust.
Tracy, what do you think about that?
She bought in already.
She's so bought in. Definitely, I can see that. But what do you think about client trust? How do you establish client trust?
Well, you asking me or her?
Either one.
Okay, I'll go.
Start. I knew.
So my trust would be, obviously, it's not just the one-on-one relationship you develop, it's your reputation and things you've done in the past.
Correct.
And so your history
Will dictate.
Them some trust.
Yeah, yeah. Tracy, what do you think?
I was going to say that. in our area, most people are local that we deal with, and they know who we are.
Correct. Correct. So there is that end of it that they've seen it, they know what you've done, all of that you're out there. That's why doing public speaking is so important, because there's no other way to establish that kind of client trust. You go out and you speak for the Chamber of Commerce, or you're speaking and doing those charity events and benefit auctions. They see what you're doing. You're talking to the local real estate market and saying, hey, consider this. This is our record. This is what we've done. Here are my colleagues. You belong to this incredible network here. You are so plugged in that whether you, and who said it about speaking confidently, whether you know the item or not, but you've got, if you don't know it, I've got a network of people I could tap into that do. You know, so guess what? You don't have to know everything. And do we all know everything? Well, JJ, but does no. And that is the big thing, is that you've got to be able to use that network. Use what you have, know those strengths, know the weaknesses, and that's okay. But know it and move forward confidently, okay? That's how you establish the client's trust. Because as I said at the beginning, we know the truth about each other. Our clients know the truth about us. And they're going to know if you're blowing smoke, quite honestly. They just know it. So, don't do that. Is be open, honest, right up front. That's how you establish your credibility, your confidence, and your authority. That's where it all comes from. Why do we get so nervous? And you all know each other. And then, oh my God, the heart, the beat, the flushed, everything, just to stand up and say your name and your business. Interesting, isn't it? Now, if you're having that much trouble in here, what kind of trouble are you going to have out there? That's why we do this. That's why we're doing these exercises, to help you so that you don't have those problems out there. So, client trust. We talked a little bit about credibility, reliability. The reason that I called this Beyond the Words is this chart illustrates dramatically that it's not about the words. Words only account for 7% of communication. 7. The rest, you have 55%, which is body language. So, our brains are watching and we're listening and seeing what's going on. We're making judgments, and it's all about the body language. It's the way that we're saying things. 55% is the body language. 38% is the voice. Amazing. Because it's not about what we're saying, it's how we're saying it. And the way that our voice is getting that across. Which, this is amazing. Because when you're sitting down with somebody and negotiating something, you could be talking till you're blue in the face, but if they don't trust you, or if you are holding, really talking to them like this, they're not really going to sign. They want to know that they're dealing with a human being that's going to be right up front with them, right? And as soon as you do that, you're done. And you're confident, and you get the feedback that this is what we need to do. But again, 7%, only 7, the words. So, in handling your fears, this is something that I want to talk a little bit about. We said be prepared, and I love your comment, is that I'm prepared, but then I just get nervous because I don't think I'm prepared enough. And I think that that's where we overthink it. There's so many times that we overthink and don't trust ourselves. Smile. Everybody, smile. Come on. Smile. There we go. Everyone's like, oh, shut up. Smile. Then I'll stop. But when you do, that gets your personality out. It connects you. That makes a big difference. And if you're going to be talking to somebody or negotiating a contract or being out with, whether you're doing a benefit auction, we know this, or any kind of auction, and you're just in your comfort zone, just doing your roles, here we go, la, 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 break it up a little bit because your audience will appreciate it. They definitely will appreciate it. And you'll be a better communicator, much more effective. Get the blood flowing. That's why I had you all stand up and introduce yourself, because when you're sitting down, sometimes it's either really relaxed or really forward. Got to get the blood going and breathe. You got to be able to breathe easily. Relax. And I know that's not easy to do. And especially here, you're amongst friends. Well, you'd hope, is that you're getting up and just, oh my gosh, I can't relax. I can't even do this. And if that's a challenge, recognize it. Free the voice. And what I mean about that, and I'm going to talk to you about how to free the voice and what that mechanism is. And here's the last thing that I think for perfectionists, bless you, expect the unexpected. Just know that it's going to happen. Does everything go the way you think it's going to go every time you plan an auction? Whenever you plan a presentation, does it go just so smoothly that everything just, no. Know that something is going to happen and react to it, just honestly, and move on. Look, it's going to happen. That's it. But the more that you don't make it a big deal, the more comfortable your audience will be. And this is the big thing, is that how many times have you felt that a speaker got up and they were very nervous, and then all of a sudden the crowd gets nervous for them? It's because we know what's going on. It's a big circle. This circle, if you're nervous, your audience gets nervous. If you're relaxed and calm, everyone else in the room will be relaxed and calm. That is the reality. And if you can go into a negotiation, if you can go into a live auction situation or a presentation where, I feel comfortable and I want to make them feel comfortable, that's when the magic happens. That's when everything comes together. Okay? Do I have any questions? Comments? Understand? Good? Keep moving. What time is our break? 2:30. 2:30. So, perfect. So we're going to take a break at 2:30. Biggest hurdle in effective communication. And I think a number of you danced around this and just said, oh, I hate this, I hate this. And again, it's that negative, but it's fear is really what it comes down to. Fear of rejection, sounding stupid, the unknown, failure, holding that microphone, speaking in a microphone, whatever that is, that's all right. But I, again, would want you to change do a little paradigm shift so that, like I said at the beginning, good and bad becomes effective and not effective. Instead of being fearful, is to be curious, is to replace the fear of the unknown with curiosity and saying, let's see, I don't know what I'm going to end up saying, but let me just go out there and let me see what's going to happen. And just do it, trust. And let me tell you, great things happen. Happened this morning. So it happened with your mom, actually, which was great. And to see that is what we as human beings relate to. That's what communication is effective. That makes it very powerful. You can't deny that. So don't go with the fear, go with the curiosity, okay? Nonverbals and voice versus the words. Again, 93% versus 7%, like we said at the beginning. What connects the verbal, nonverbal, and the voice? What do you think connects all three? Terry? What would connect all three of those things? Physiologically. No, don't overthink it. Just something physiologically connects it all. Smile, okay. Charisma, but something physiological. Something that's going on in your body.
Open arms.
Open arms, that's another good one.
Your body itself.
Body itself, okay, but more specifically, I'm going to tell you what connects all three of these things. Breathing. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Yep, there's your chair, right? I know. When you were saying that at lunch, I was like, gals, I've got a slide for you. You're there. Me too. Breathing. And right down here, what does this say, Mark? Read it out loud.
Breathing battles nerves.
Breathing battles nerves. That's where it comes down, is that it's as simple as breathing. And so how many people have been taught to breathe? Doing?
When I'm nervous or something, I'm not standing up in front of everybody, but when I'm getting stressed, I know I gotta stop and just.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that did anyone teach you how to breathe? Okay. Anybody?
Exercising.
Well, exercising, but did you have formal education on breathing?
No.
Actually, I have. Because as being a singer, there's formal breathing techniques and also doing yoga, which I would highly recommend for a number of you that you might need to look at that because it really helps you get connected. Because breathing, which you think is so simple, we do it all day, and that we have to breathe to survive, but we're never really taught how to. And I want to show you the benefits of breathing. So, breathing is the link between the mind and the body. And here's where a number of you over there were saying, I have all this going on in my head and I'm afraid I can't get it all out. It's because you're not breathing, because you're not organizing your thoughts. If you were to breathe and keep breathing, that helps in that organization of thoughts. Breath also changes the chemistry, the consciousness, and the physiology of what's going on in your body. Breathing, this simple thing that we do every day and take it for granted, this is what really will help you become better communicators. So, you know what the difference is between holding, you've seen a lot of people in an auction school, breathe from your diaphragm, all of that, is really stopping the chest breathing, but it's not only in you. You need to recognize it in you, but you need to recognize it in your client. Because sometimes, how many times have people come in, they're out of breath, or they're up here because they're stressed. There is so much that's going on, and that's where you need to acknowledge that and say, wait, let's just take a breath here. Let's just slow down, and let's talk this through. They will appreciate it. Oh my God, you will form a connection that'll be amazing. Rapid, irregular chest breathing, just what I was saying. And how many breaths do you breathe in a minute? So, you have your phone there. Can you put the timer on? we're going to do an exercise. Hope you don't mind. Just join in. Won't be too difficult. Just a stopwatch, just for a minute. Yep. Perfect. Is that one? Perfect. Hold on. Hit start. I'm all ready. Okay, I'm going to do 100 things. No, don't worry. What I want you to do is I'm going to time this. 1 minute. So I want you to breathe in. So just normal breathing. It's just, so every in and out counts as 1. Okay? Everybody got that? We're going to do that for 60 seconds when I say go. Stop. So, what was your number, Bob?
7.5.
7.5. About over here? That's all right. No. Terry? 9. 10. 10. How about over here? 12. 11. 6. 13. 8.5. 12. Mark? 11. Did anybody have over 12 or 13? What'd you have? 15. Okay. What'd you have? 14. Anybody higher than 14? What'd you have? 15. Okay, but not so bad. Here is what the numbers come out to. 18 or more, heavy stress. Okay? 12 to 18 is normal. 12 to 18 is normal. However, once you get down to 11 to 8, who is in 11 to 8 in that area there? Okay? 11 to 8, that's when your pituitary gland functions more efficiently. And there's a hormonal balance. So you know the stress hormone of cortisol? What the breathing does is that it helps to release other hormones to level that all off. So what happens is the pituitary gland gets involved and it helps with the leveling off of the hormones. Did anybody have 7 or less? And what was your number?
7.
What was your number?
7.
5.5. 7. I had 4. And when I do this, and a lot of it is because of the vocal training, as I was talking about, also yoga. And what happens here at 7 or less, the pineal gland, another gland, again it's science, is activated. So that gives you a youthfulness appearance, vibrant, and all that energy, and oh my gosh. But a lot of that comes from just breathing. It's the breathing that helps activate this. And if you're not breathing properly, then you're cutting all this off. That's why this is so important. And the other part of it is that if you get to that point where you're at 7 or under, doing yoga or doing some other things, is that helps you elongate your sentences so that if you're doing presentations, you're not gasping for air. If you're answering questions in a competition, and how many times have you heard this? I mean, gasping, you don't need to do that. Or if you're selling, same thing. And all of those things get in the way. This is all about the breathing. Very, very simple stuff. This is what breathing affects. It's the way you're perceived by others, by other people. Also, brings out more personality. Because you're breathing and you're feeling better, you're not feeling stressed. So when you go to that marketing or that networking thing, you're like, oh God, more small talk, and you just stop breathing, as opposed to going in there and saying, oh, let me see if I can get 5 cards today and meet somebody that I can really sell my business to. Whole different way. Or on the phone, talking with somebody on the phone and say, I'm going to take control of the conversation instead of letting them control me. More composed. Breathing helps you become more composed. That you also appear authoritative. Because you have that breath and you're not constantly gasping for air and then being nervous and not being able to support the voice, it gives you that authoritative edge that's what you need. Okay? It's the most potent tool in releasing charisma. And this is why I said we all have charisma. We all have it. We just have to release it. And enabled to release it, you need to be able to breathe. And all that comes into is being able to breathe so that you're filling your body with oxygen, as opposed to not getting enough because you're breathing too much. Also, establishes credibility. The breathing. All of this is just breathing. And it's amazing because it's the littlest thing, but we don't even focus on it. And it really can make a difference. It makes a huge difference in everything that you do. Because we're always communicating. And in order to be that effective communicator, you also have to breathe. You have to be able to breathe into that. And understand that the breathing is what makes a difference. Some other advantages. Breathing. It helps overcome anger and fear, especially if you're dealing with that client that is just really upset. Oh, why did that sell for this or that? Or what's going on? That's where you take that cue and say, you know what, let's just take a breath. Let's talk about this. Because you can then remain in control, as opposed to letting that control you. And then you get defensive, and what do? Rah, 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 right back, correct? Instead of taking that step back and breathing. Makes a difference. Yes? Thank you. Exactly. That's why I started this with NAA, and I said this is so important stuff. This is life-changing stuff. This is stuff that really our kids need to know this because that would make them better communicators too. And then we get to this point and you're already set in your ways and, oh, I don't like change. I'm not changing. Oh, I can't do that. Yes, you can. And it really, that's why I did this is because there are simple little things that will have big differences, big results that go into it. And that's a very good point, Tracy. I'm total agreement. Breathing helps expand your magnetism. It's also because you're relaxed, you're breathing, blood is flowing, you've got all the things going on hormonally, and people are then like attracted to you because, oh, I want to talk to this person. Oh, there's energy, there's this, engaging, very fun. It's all breathing. It increases personal charisma, calms your nerves around other people. And that's part of the other thing is that when we're going in to meet new people, we don't want to start a conversation. But if you breathe properly, it'll help you establish that start. And once you start, how many times have you gone in there and think, oh, God, and then you start talking to somebody and you connect immediately, like, oh, thank God. And you don't want to leave them because it's like, wait, I found somebody I could talk to, right? But that's the challenge, is to be able to, okay, move on, breathe, understand that. Helps clear your mind. And that's the other thing with your mind going like this, and oh my gosh, I don't know what's saying, and filter. So let's say clear, and I should put filter on there for the sassy Kelly there, is to say that breathing, and maybe you need to breathe a little more before you start speaking. Not that it's a bad thing that not to have a filter, but in some situations it might be. And in those situations, it might be good to say, just remind yourself, I just need to take a breath before I respond. That's all. That's all. As she then crosses her legs more like this. Just teasing. The other thing that breathing does, it helps improve your digestion. So these are other physiological things that breathing will do. Helps regulate your heartbeat. It helps bring that breathing or that resting heartbeat down. Breathing helps regulate that. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you sync it to your phone, you can see that your resting heartbeat, which I love, because I watch that and see that where my resting heartbeat goes because of the low breathing number, My resting heartbeat is always at about 70, 72, something always right there. So it helps with that, and it lowers high blood pressure. Because what you're doing is you're getting more oxygen in, and you're not stressed. Do you see how it all fits? It all is interrelated, and it gives you courage. Courage, breathing. And what was your number? 15. And so if you can get your breathing down just a little bit, that'll also help you with the other things that you're fearful of. And instead of looking at the fear, looking at the curiosity. Questions? Comments? Understand this? Good stuff? Good stuff? Okay, so I think it's almost time. So why don't we take a break, and we'll be back here at what, 2:45? Yeah. 2:45. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you.
There's dessert out in the hallway. Hot dog.
Yeah.
There's more coffee.
Well, no, not even.
Say hi.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's good to see you. And you as well.
Yeah.
Everything going okay for you?
Oh yeah, as much as I can.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's busy. Yeah, I bet. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, definitely. That's good.
Hands down.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Not that you need it, but there's some testimonials.
I appreciate it. No, and they told me, and I saw the change, and I even pulled Dustin aside because when he did the fundraising, that night, for the business meeting or whatever, I went up to him. I said, "You were very different up there," and he said, "I felt that." He said it was real. I said, "That is what it's about. It's getting out of that rote kind of comfort zone that you." And one of the things that he did, what was interesting, and you'll appreciate this just knowing, is that, he's like, "Oh, I've been in this business, like second, third generation, whatever." And I said, "Dustin, you've probably said that a million times.
Right.
Stop. Tell me about you."
I agree.
And then he went, I said, "You've relied on that for far too long.
Yeah, that's a bit. It's a
You've
standard.
got to be your
intro.
own.
So
You. Who are you?"
Yeah.
And it's great that you have this legacy, but what do you do? What are you interested in? And that is where the light bulb went on, because I think that he thought, "Oh no, I've got to, I have to do something different.
I've got to talk about my foundation or
Correct.
or
To establish the credibility." And I'm like, "No, you don't. You've got credibility in spades."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Come on."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
They love it.
no, good stuff.
Are you doing it again?
Yes.
In
Yeah.
Michigan?
In Michigan.
Pre-conference kind of
Yes.
scheduling. Okay,
Yes. So
good. Good. That's
check
awesome.
that out. Get some dessert.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna use the restroom. Make sure this is on. Yeah. Right. That's very good. That's excellent. Because that's exactly right. Absolutely.
Those are really bad for
Yeah, diet.
I'm like, can I go have 2 or 3 tiramisu?
I'm throwing it in here going, I wonder if we can get it done.
I know.
And nobody noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, it is good. You know, for a buffet, the food was good. I mean, usually that's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah. What is that?
Tiramisu?
Yeah, I think so.
And is this a cannoli? Is that what that is? I think it's so. And it's good. Yeah, I noticed they had the cannoli piled up. I'm sure that's what usually runs out first.
That's been good. You all right?
I'm gonna have to go get more coffee though.
Do you drink that much coffee all day long?
I do.
Oh my gosh.
I'm terrible. Our break room has coffee in it all day long. And that's considered 1 calorie where soda is like.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And I can count it towards some of my water.
You don't, you do add a little bit of cream to it? Any
That's it.
sugar or sweetener?
No.
So even with the cream is the 1 calorie. With caffeine,
Yeah.
it would get to me if I did it all day.
It doesn't seem to.
If I don't get my caffeine in the morning, my morning coffee, then it bothers me because I'm hooked on it in the morning. But past that,
Well, tea has gone to where it really bloats me if I drink tea, and I don't understand that. So where'd Sarah go? She
laid down. Yeah, she was like, there's no way I'm gonna go through this. We should have do that at ATS class and totally stressed her out. But yeah, she hasn't been feeling really good still. Hasn't slept well, so told her just go
So you're not gonna get done today then?
Well, you did good. And when he got to doing all this stuff, I'm like, oh, my style is not this style. He will tear me apart.
Yeah, I actually am still recovering. I can still just kind of feel, and you know,
It doesn't bother me to talk, but I don't do it right. I mean, but I have to keep
but you
a
do
class.
it.
I
Yeah.
do it, and I have to keep
Yeah.
a class's attention. That's what I was going to ask. I never did understand if the way I did it with my voice and the question type thing was a bad thing or a
I
good
know,
thing.
and I didn't really get, I would not have agreed with him on that, that it was like a question. You're listening to, I don't know. Oh, well.
I learned to differentiate my voice like that though because students will fall asleep.
Yeah,
if you
it
don't.
keeps in for
Yeah.
yeah.
So if I don't articulate, change the tone of my voice,
Yeah.
they'll fall asleep. So that's a, so is my question the way you said I kind of made it as a question? Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Well, but it depends on your situation too, because I'm an instructor, and so a lot of times in my classes, I'm trying to get people to think and get engaged rather than being
correct, but are you asking a question or are you telling them? So, did you hear me at all go up if I wasn't asking a question? Because then you're clouding your communication. Is she asking a question of me or does she want me to answer something? Only do that, and I see that actually in 20-somethings. They do that, they speak.
And maybe that's
Everything
some of my
goes up at the end because it's like, oh my God.
well, and my kids are 20 and 25,
So you're around it a lot.
so I'm around them. But
Correct.
I also do a lot of adult education at the university with computers and those types of things, and so I have to really get them engaged. And
Sure.
I don't
Now,
know. So
well, there's several different ways that you can get them engaged. And that becomes, are you engaged?
Yeah.
Because if you're engaged, then they should be.
yeah, and I mean, because I know my subject matter when it comes to the
Correct.
computers, but a lot of
It was earlier, we're saving.
and again, I have to look at the age base and spread in my class.
Absolutely.
But I've got some, if you tell them to press Control D, they're like Control D, and I'm like, that's an understood thing with my kid. You know, Control D is at the same time. But I have to really, you know, I have to focus on that communication level. And I mean,
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
No, and I understand that. And that's why in pointing that out and having this kind of conversation, it's
It makes
worthwhile.
sense. Yeah.
Because that's just going to help you become better and more effective.
But I've done it for so long, it's going to be hard because I'll start critiquing myself now in the middle of the things.
Because they're like this, and they're
They're used to
emojis, and they're just doing this. So they have not had and been engaged in conversation, so they're becoming socially awkward.
They don't talk on phones.
No, I
They
agree
text.
with you.
Yeah, no, and that's where it's
Even though
coming.
they have a phone, it's a text thing.
Correct. And they'd rather text and do all of that, fine. But what's happening is that this is going to become even more vital. Because they're not going to be able to carry on interpersonal communications, you know?
And I make my friends sure that they can check their phones with their
Correct.
So that when, and we make each one of them, I mean, that's one of my first meetings is introduce yourself and tell me what projects you're taking. And there's so many
good.
say their name because they're.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a woman this morning. She couldn't get her name out. She was laughing. It was a nervous laugh. I'm like, all I ask is your name. No, so I mean, but we all go through that. And you got to just keep putting yourself out there and doing that.
Well,
You don't.
yeah. Well, like when I was little kids, I go around to in front of them, so they only see me. They're not looking at their
Correct.
rest of it,
And
and
that-
say, "What is your name?"
just talk.
And so it's talking to me, and I said, "You just told the room what your name was, but they didn't realize."
You know what, you made me think of something. I took a couple of classes a couple of years ago, and I was speaking with some girls in the hall that were in their 20s, and I asked her what classes she was taking. It's just as well I'm taking this. One of them was speech.
No, I said it.
And I said,
But it was from Mark.
what did you just say? I said, how can you take a speech
And then it
class
wouldn't come through, it wouldn't download.
And she goes,
Yeah, I said,
oh,
"Send
all
you a
you do
text."
is you get like 6
So I don't know what it was.
relatives.
So he was probably wanting me to look at his phone.
Well, he was concerned that I had sent him.
And you conduct a speech in front of them and you record it and you send it to the teacher. And I'm like, that's not speech class. That's
She did very good.
Because everybody's scared of speech class. And if you don't have
But I couldn't watch it.
speech class,
If you would not, I was going to make you
they
quit.
were harming only your
Did you? Because I was going to tell him to quit.
And that's why I do this, because so many people
Okay.
and to show them what
Right.
But the other side of it is because you've been doing it for so long, don't get caught in the comfort zone. The
Yeah,
ropes.
and that's where I'm at,
Yeah.
because
Break
I
out
knew
of
I
that.
couldn't stand here.
Break
because
out of
I'm so
that.
used to that.
Yeah.
And the other thing, like he says, I'm better at impromptu, but I had all of there to think
Correct.
about what I was going to have
Correct.
to say.
No. That's
And I'm
right.
like, if it was my class.
So get
I
out of your
know
head.
what-
So get out of your head and actually listen to what people,
Yeah. But again, my type A personality is I got to get this done. I got to get it over with. So we're going to the next thing, and I've got it.
Gotta slow down.
Yeah.
You
And
gotta
the name
just.
thing, somebody said, I have a really hard time. I can carry on a conversation with you, and I can remember
Do you
things
remember my
we said,
name?
but I don't remember names.
You know mine?
See, I've done everything. Yeah, I'm serious. I did. Well, and here's my other problem. In '07, I had a stroke. And after that stroke, names have been horrible.
Even harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
And so it's
becomes
I
a
have to repeat
repetition.
it. Yeah.
And you have to do that
Yeah.
too. Is
He has two first names.
Tim Luke. Yeah, very easy.
So see, I should be. See, that will help me.
Right.
But seriously, for the longest time.
Unless you start calling him Luke Tim.
Oh, I've had that.
I've almost wanted to call you Luke.
That's okay. Several times. And that happens is because
Which is
people are
actually
like,
hey.
first, hey, Luke.
Yeah. And I mean, I get pulled into the auction side because my husband Scott is an auctioneer, and I do their auction bills and stuff because I'm the computer thing, and then I'm also their computer tech limited.
Right.
So I have multiple roles.
Which is good.
But my university job, all this stuff is
Correct.
it transfers to everything you do.
It does. No, this is everything.
Yeah,
This
so I get
is-
more out. I get more out of some of these than Title IX crap.
What other industries do you do? Is it mostly auctioneers or do you do with other?
No, I do.
types of-
Other industries as well. Well, actually, NAA wants me to come in and do it for their staff. So, dealing with auctioneers and say, which I'm sure you all encounter on a daily basis, that it's not the easiest thing, but it's knowing what your audience is, what their expectations are, and things like that. But the great thing about this is that it translates into a variety of different
Oh yeah.
organizations. So, really just started.
They talked about the breathing ordeal.
Really quick. So we had to talk her into coming in here. So my husband just told me, don't pick on her at the end. I'm very proud of her for it.
She's great.
So, but don't put her on the spot because she did say her chest was getting okay. But I just wanted to warn you.
Thank you for the feedback.
She actually had a heart attack.
Yeah, she really did. Yeah.
After what?
After a meeting, she actually went home.
And just okay.
It wasn't just
Well,
Well,
it's all about
it
breathing.
just happened to
Go ahead.
me after she got
I
home.
went to countless FFA events in high school, and they talk about the breathing thing.
It does.
Oh, yeah.
No, and it's the simplest. It's the simplest thing, but we're not taught. We're just
I
not taught how
do
to
that
do
at
it.
night when I can't go to sleep.
But I had all the way to there to think about it. You telling me, so in my head.
Mhm.
Well,
That's right for you, man.
yeah, the 444.
Scuba diving, yes.
Constantly.
Fun.
It's the only place you get limited air.
Right. Right,
Yeah.
right. But you also have to be careful. I did this class once, and there was an instructor, and he had a hot. I mean, I thought his number was much lower, but he said, "Well, we're taught, short breaths, just short breaths." And he was, well, yeah, it's like to clear the mask and to do, like
Teach real long, deep, slow breaths.
Exactly.
It's the
Well, that's
opposite.
what I thought.
No,
And I was like,
I'm an instructor as well. You got it back.
no. Well, he was also older, so I don't know
Right.
if it was just. But again, hearing the message.
I haven't taught classes since 2 days ago. So, but
Right.
yeah,
No, but it is. It really.
it's the same thing.
When he told me he was a scuba instructor, I said, "Well, then your number should be much lower." He said, "You should really look into that, or that there's something." So you're good. Sassy, but
No, scuba divers traditionally.
it's all about, and it's about maintaining
Way
that.
down here.
Yes, and
You
then
use that to lift yourself up,
slow
curl yourself out.
exhale.
Yeah, you're,
No, it's very important. That's very important.
she never even come down.
Well, I want to tell you how much I enjoyed that, but I also think it could have been a lot livelier if we could have just gone around the room and said what somebody else was doing.
It's yes.
My girls, when they were growing up, they had a game. They played one thing I like about you, one thing I don't. And I
yeah.
used to tell them with pallet parties, we're not playing that game tonight because somebody's going to have to call their mama. They're going to be crying wanting to go home.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be liking it. No.
That's just because there's a bunch of girls.
I know, girls.
Well, that too. That
That's
too.
true.
Sorry.
But
it
that's
divides
why.
one of each into warring factions.
Right. But that's why I said this is a safe environment. We're just gonna have fun. Just gonna have fun. Yes.
We'll do it your way.
There we go. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, where are you from, Kim?
Florida. South Florida. I grew up in Ohio, though. So I grew up just outside of Cleveland.
Okay.
Went to John Carroll University and then moved to New York City. Lived in New York for about 15 years, and I studied. I went to the American Musical and Dramatic Academy. So I studied voice and acting and dance, and did all that. So that's where a lot of this is coming from.
Yeah.
Is that it's all very organic, but it's all about really tapping into and being your best self. Really, that's what it comes down to.
But you're an auctioneer.
Yes. So I worked at Christie's in New York. So I was sent there as a temp. Worked there one day, and I said,
You
"What
only
is
lasted
this
one day?
crazy place?" No, I was starring as Christopher Robin in House of Corner in Children's Theater.
Oh,
I was
how
like,
neat.
I'm doing something else. Then I was on Thursday, Friday. I went to rehearsal and I had phone messages from the temp agency. Call us. You have to go back. You have to go back. You have to go back. We've been trying to fill this position for the last 6 months. I want you. Okay. Negotiate $5 more an hour. Back in the 90s. But went back, and so I worked as a temp, and they ended up. Well, they said, "Well, we'd like to hire you," because I was troubleshooting. I was doing all kinds of things. Working in operations, which was great. So learning the auction business.
How the
from
auction
the inside out.
Oh, what
And I
better
said,
way?
"Oh,
Christie's.
yeah,
All the stuff you got to see.
Exactly. Exactly. So my first auction was the portrait of Dr. Gachet by Van Gogh, where she said, "You need to wear a tuxedo." I said, "Well, I'm a cater waiter. Of course I've got a tuxedo." Went, saw the elite of art world, watched that piece sell for $82.5 million. Said, "I want to do that." And they said, "Well, we'd like to hire you." And I was like, "Oh, you can't afford me. Stupid 20-year-old. Can't afford me, blah, blah, blah." So I thought, well, if this is meant to be, I'm going to handwrite my resume. They hired me.
Oh, wow.
Pension, benefits.
Right place at the right time.
Totally.
How awesome.
But it was also I delivered.
Yeah.
It was not just I wasn't blowing smoke or anything.
No, but
Started, and then they moved me over to human resources, and then I went into the collectibles program. So I then became the director of the collectibles program, where we did entertainment, memorabilia, rock and roll, toys, dolls, bears, all kinds of pop culture stuff. But went through auction training there, appraisal training, all of that. So it was amazing. I was at grad school 6 years, traveled the world, saw the best
trying to get through.
See what you got to see every minute.
And then from there, left and
That's part of
we
looking
started our own
for
auction business. You know, we moved down to Florida, and we've been in Florida now almost 18 years.
Oh, okay. I've got a lot of friends in Austin.
And what's great is that, you know, I was like, I could stay in New York, but, you know, everybody's there.
Yeah.
And Greg had a townhome down in Florida, and he said, oh, let's go down there. And I said, yeah. You can be anywhere. Get on a plane, fly. So I contract auctioneer, I do a bunch of different things. Benefit auction, and so on. Really cool. Yeah.
I'm debating. I just work in the office nowadays.
Just. That's important.
I like how you, and that's so important how you pick those words up. Think. You think. You know.
Or are you? Right.
I was debating auction school, but I don't know. I'm pretty scared. Like,
Why? What do you have to be afraid of? You're with all these auctioneers.
One of the auctioneers that I work with told me he didn't think it was for me. So, you know what?
Yeah, but you can't let that happen. I had somebody tell my son he would never pitch a basement. He was 9 years old. And he said, auctioneers, you gotta get in there.
Being involved and working in all
Full
aspects.
sale. Yeah.
So you look at it that way.
And how many are going? I know. So you've gotta have the knowledge to sell. You know, I can say,
Now you got them on payroll.
Chanter. You're a chanter.
But you're right.
You chant with your chattel.
Yeah,
You're a chattel chanter.
I slip sheets. How many sheets can a sheet slip? Sheets that are hand slip sheets.
I slid the sheet, I slid, mama slid it, sheet I sit.
Yeah, go there, baby. Hey, basically, whenever we're talking about the NAA program, whenever the day of the bid calling competition, this is my thoughts. And if you need to say shut up, you can say shut up. I'm thinking of getting closer as the individual comes off the stage, so we can take that person aside if need be.
Sure.
So that we can hear them. And the other thing is, I think it's gonna be less. I don't know what your day is gonna be involved in. I don't like the transition, a constant transition all day. I want more of the same face says. I'm not.
Correct.
It's not one man show.
No, it's bigger blocks. You know, like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Yes. And then change. And I want it to, yeah, that's basically it. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just knowing what visually.
Visually, it's much easier because then it's too crazy to keep on changing.
Oh, and then you got all this stuff.
It's too jarring. Right.
And I don't want to watch it.
Right. Okay. No, I think that's great. And did you want to talk to any of the pastors about what the test is? You know, kind of say, this is what, they're going.
What I thought, yeah, I thought.
You know, but they're not.
Contestants or
but
or
they're-
champions.
Either one.
Yeah, because I think there's a difference in a contestant who's no longer competing.
Correct. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They didn't win,
They didn't win.
but they,
And are they mad
correct.
that they didn't win? I don't care.
No, and they're much better. And the reason I'm bringing that up is, it'll come to me. He said, oh, I would love to, just go and say, this is what competition's done for me, and it's been very positive. I haven't won, but I am a winner.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing.
I think that would be good. I just don't want it to be look like a champion thing.
No, and it would be somebody that I would rather do the other.
I do.
Is that, wait a minute, because you only have one winner.
Right.
And maybe not everybody's going to be.
And I'm also going to try to get the different headsets. You want to try that?
Yeah, let's pull everyone in. Herding cats. Herding cats.
Good luck there.
Good luck.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, and if you can kind of give, I don't know, do you know your schedule? Will you be teaching that day?
I will in May. Because I'm going to Kansas because I'm doing training for the staff.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk to Aaron about elections because I'm the chair of the elections committee. So, and I'll find out.
Yeah, let me know if that's not going to affect us. I mean, are you going to be
No, because I'm just doing, I think, just, interpersonal class. I'm doing useful. So, I know.
Okay, I need to talk to Hannah about that. I took the class, I did all that, passed that, and never turned it. It was during the transition period. That
We'll have to
transition
talk.
year. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Do we have everybody in? I don't think so. Nobody's come back. Right. If you're not here, say so. No, they're still getting dessert.
They're all in the hallway.
I know. They're all doing their thing.
Out in the hallway.
We'll corral everybody in.
Better results than me. No one listens to me.
Okay, we're gonna get started here. In we go. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. Yep.
Round them all up. Round them all up.
Okay. So, interesting things over the break. So I had a couple people come up and just say, wow, simple, breathing. It really makes a difference, doesn't it? It's amazing. Any other observations that anyone would like to share? No, not at all. None. None. Okay, good. What are you going to do? I know, this is the last part of the day. We're all getting a little punchy, or at least I know I am. Cocktails later. We're all going to be fine. So,
Everybody
just
will love small talk then.
small talk then, JJ, right? You don't care, right? As long as you got a bottle of red wine. Everybody's interesting. You're exactly right. Just don't go to that chamber meeting with your flask and, Anyway, so breathing. I want to get back into this, and I want to give you an exercise that will help you so that you understand the breathing. And it's interesting you were saying about being a scuba instructor. What were you telling me about that?
It's the only place you have to buy your air and take it with you.
Right.
So,
But you have to control it.
control it just the longer you breathe, the longer you get to stay down.
I mean, it's amazing. And that's where that whole learning how to breathe comes in. Is the learning how to breathe. So, I want to give you this little exercise, and you will get these slides. So Matt will send this out to everyone. So if you want to write notes, perfect. But you will get these slides so that you can, and I will give you a website that you can go to that also has this exercise. But this is the 7-Eleven breathing exercise. What this does, this helps lower stress. So if you're feeling stressed or you're feeling anxious prior to going to do a presentation or getting up and speaking, then really concentrate on your breathing. And also, that anxiousness and stress will help really deal with that. But the secret to this is to have the out last longer than the in. What I mean by that is that when you're breathing in for 7 and breathe in through your nose, okay? So you breathe in for 7 through your nose and out for 11 through your mouth.
Hot yoga.
Hot yoga, baby. But think of that and count, because the counting helps distract your mind. But this really helps you just breathe comfortably. You want to work up to about 10 minutes. If you can do that, that's going to help bring down that resting breathing so that you're at a lower number. And that's going to make you more effective as a communicator. So, what I want you all to do is stand up. Stand up. We're going to breathe. Shoulders back. Put your shoulders back. Planted. It's so funny. Everybody stands up and all of a sudden it's like, whoa. Okay. So, what we're going to do, and you can close your eyes if you want, and I'll count. 7 counts. So I just want you to breathe in through your nose, 7, out through your mouth, 11. Okay? So in, 6, 7, and out. In and out. In and out. Do you feel a difference? Just the relaxation, first of all, quieting the mind, but also the way you're standing. As soon as you stood a little taller. It's amazing. You can sit down. Sit down.
It made me tingle inside a little.
Ah, Kelly, tell me about the tingle. Sassy girl. So, you liked it. You know what that is? That's oxygen getting in. This is why I'm saying they don't teach us how to breathe. Yeah, you feel a little tingly because, oh my God, I'm getting more breath than I'm used to, right? So I had you sit down because some of you might have passed out. A little too tingly. But the reality is getting that breath in really makes a difference. And if you can control that with the in and the out, that is the breathing exercise, okay? And I've also included in here, this is the 7-Eleven, and I do have a website here that actually, you'll get this, you can go to that website and there's an animation. So it shows them breathing in and then breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. So that you can follow that, if that's also helpful. Sometimes a little visual might be easier than just counting. Take a look at it. It's very helpful. Very helpful. Moving on. So we talked about the breath, and I want to talk about the voice, and not the NBC show, but the voice, our voice. 38% of communication rests on the voice, how effective you are, and how you're perceived. The human voice is the most beautiful instrument of all, but the most difficult to play. And why is that? And a lot of it is because it's complicated. There's a lot that's going on between the diaphragm, breathing, and the voice coming out. And I want to break it down a little bit for you. Vocal production. 3 main areas. You've got your generators for vocal production. That's your lungs. Breathing in, breathing out. That's helping to be the generator of your voice. Resonators. And this is one thing they don't teach you, I think, in auction school a lot, is about the resonators. You have 3 different areas of resonators. So, if you put your hands on your chest, Terry, your own chest, there you go. Put your hands on your chest, and let's just say, Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Do you feel the vibration there? This is one area of your resonators. The reason that these are important, this is where your credibility comes in. All newscasters incorporate the chest resonators. Is it they're talking in their chest? Women, and this is a societal thing, that very light, and you're here, the chest resonators aren't working at all. And it's all, you didn't feel it. No, of course you didn't, because you have no chest resonator. We got to get that. So you got to go like this. Practice this is that you got to get this so that when you're talking, you can really get down into your chest, okay? I know, it's not easy. But what you want to do, and I have exercises that will help that, but that's part of it is because you're not incorporating those chest resonators. That chest resonator, sometimes it sounds to our ear as we're speaking, it's too masculine or something. And so women have a more difficult time connecting with their voice. I will tell you, though, last night, watching the Academy Awards and watching some of those A-list actresses, when they were on the red carpet and they're interviewed, they connect to their voice really, really well. And that's why they get the big bucks, is because they can really connect. So you need to learn about those chest resonators. Again, credibility, that's where this comes in, and you want to be able to mix that in. The other ones are right here in your mask. This is the whole nasal. So put your fingers here, and let's, real nasal. Mary had a little lamb. Do you feel that vibration there? Just very light. You feel that there? That is also another resonator. The third one is on the top of your head. And do that again. Mary had a little lamb. Do you feel the vibration up there? Did you or no? A little bit. What you want to be able to do is when you're speaking, This is what establishes credibility, charisma, and also in dealing with your clients, they really understand that you're listening, but also your communication becomes very effective, is integrating all three. And the way that you do that is not to overthink and go, oh, now, great, three more things I have to worry about now, right? No. I'm going to make it really, really easy for you. Is that the resonators really will take care of themselves as long as you're breathing properly. And the last thing are your articulators. And the articulators are your lips, your tongue, the cheeks, your teeth. There was somebody earlier in the morning, he said one of his blocks in communication was mumbling. And it was funny because he spoke like this. One of the things I think is that I mumble. It's like, what? But do you see how we get in our own heads and we think, wait a minute, you think you sound differently than you actually do, and that's where you need the feedback. That's why we're doing something like this today. So, articulators, cheeks, tongue, lips, teeth. And I'm going to give you some exercises. So, how many people here do vocal exercises every day? Every day. Do you? Put your hand up. So you and me, we're the only ones.
Oh, so I'm teacher's pet.
Don't go that far. The reason that and I'll tell you, in the other class, there was nobody. It was just me. Is that, and I say that only because think about the industry that we are in. We are in the auction industry. We are talking. We are selling. We are using our voice, but we're not exercising it. We're not working it out and keeping it limber so that when we get into a presentation, when we have to negotiate with a client, when we have to take a sale, extemporaneously speak, we should be ready. Walk up anytime, right? But we're not. Why is that? It's interesting. And I think these are just some, and it's not that you have to do all of these. It's not anything. I don't do all of these. I do at least 2 or 3 of these every day. Walking the dogs out there, doing my thing, but we're going to go through these. And I want you to try and incorporate these into your daily routine, because what this will do, this helps you get connected with your breathing, with your resonators, and with the articulators. That's what this all comes down to. So the first one is the munching of the M's. And I'm going to show you what this is. Do this as soon as you wake up. And the reason that you want to do this is that what this does is that this warms up your vocal cords. And it also just gets this moving here. So it's just real easy on a very low, just M, just hum, and go and chew. Come on, don't look at her and laugh. Come on, do it. I'm already laughing. Go ahead. But don't force this. Just do a very light. What that'll do is that starts opening up the vocal cords and get you ready for speaking for the whole day. So that's one that I do every day. As soon as I wake up, and I'll just kind of just do that. It's not like you do it for 20 minutes, but do it for like 5 minutes and just really get that warmed up, because that gets your vocal apparatus warmed up, okay? The next one is the motorboat. And this is, all you're doing is breathing in and just going. But not, Terry's going, no. Wait. Okay, attention. Here's where it's also going to help with the breath and sustaining. So, what I want everyone to do is we're going to breathe in and then just keep going with your motorboat, but don't take another breath, and let's see how long we can keep going. Okay, ready? So breathe in, but just stop it in the back. I'm going to separate you two. So, breath in, and not like a big one, but just breathe in and out. Keep going. Your challenge here. I've lost them all in the back. Okay. Yes, I see you. The challenge here is to really work that out so that you can breathe in and breathe out. Okay? The next one is the ya-ya chin shake. Now, this is going to look a little crazy, but you're going to try it, do it, and I'll explain why it is very important. So, sideways, you're going to grab your chin here and stick your tongue out so you don't hit your teeth together, okay? Go over a little bit. There you go. No, you did. Come on, try it. Come on. This is why I save this for the afternoon. Gets everybody going. Come on, guys. Come on, come on. Okay. You didn't realize you were going to have lunch and a show. What was that? Oh, well, yeah. We are going to have a drink, believe me. We're going to have several glasses of wine, I predict, in my future. But, wait a minute, before I lose you all. Okay, the reason, and I know these are fun, and it's like just to keep you on your toes. How many times have you done an auction or you've been talking and all of a sudden it is really tight right here, or you're really sore, your jaw is killing you? And the reason is that you're holding a lot of tension right in here. What this does, when you do that, you're releasing the space there and you're releasing the tension. And what that does is that helps free the voice. So that's part of it, okay? If you like that one, wait. We're going to skip Jack and Jill. We'll come back to that. JJ, tongue exercises, okay? I'm sure you are. So, what we're talking about here is there are two different things that what you do is you put the tip of your tongue behind your teeth and push your tongue forward. So you're going, push your tongue out. Yeah, there you go.
Did my tongue come out?
A little farther, from the back. Back and come out. Push it. Push it. Real good. There we go. Now, the reason that we do this is you have to remember the tongue is a muscle. So the muscle, also when you're talking, that also gets cramped up. The more that you can do that, and if you have a sore throat or you feel a scratchy throat, as soon as you start doing it, and then also just sticking your tongue out, up, and down, so we go out. Come on, come on. I'm not the only one here. I do this every day. Come on, this way, up, and down. Doing those, I know. If nothing else, you laugh. Laughter helps you breathe, and your voice is going to be much freer. It'll be much better. You'll get in touch with those resonators. Tongue exercise. Okay. Unique New York. And what I want you to do is really overemphasize. So you get this in here. Unique New York. Unique New York. Unique New York. Unique New York. And when you do that, what that does is that starts opening all of this. The other one, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Come on, try it. Wait. We'll all start together. The reason that we do this is because the tongue, the teeth, and the lips and the cheeks become our articulators. So you want to make sure that you articulate. Okay, ready? Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow. Faster. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. You want to work to that, okay? But do you see that helps in your articulation? So whenever you are announcing something, doing a presentation, that's going to give you clarity in your speech. Last is again with the tongue is, can you trill your R's? Some people can't, and I understand. So the other thing that you want to do is, and just relax your jaw, is what you're doing is, and only with your tongue, la, 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 ta, 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 da, 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 ba, 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 Do you hear the voice? Do you hear how my voice is just jumping out there? I'm not pushing, and I'm not overemphasizing, but I'm using the tongue, the cheeks, and the teeth to get the resonators out there, okay? Now the final one, this is my favorite, Jack and Jill, is I need you to take your thumb and your little finger, both hands, okay? And you like the other, so just play along. What we're going to do is we're going to do this several times. You're going to put your, don't do it now, but you're going to put your thumbs in your ears and your little fingers on your nose, and we're going to start doing Jack and Jill. And then just follow me. I'm going to take one off, this one off, this one off, this one off. We're going to do it all again and then speak, okay? Ready? Everybody together. Start here and here. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Pinky off. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Other one. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Thumb. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Other thumb. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. All together. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Take it off, and everybody together now. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Do you feel a difference? It's all like all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, blow your nose, you get everything moving. This is a very good one. I do this prior to doing like television interviews, or if I am going to be doing a long auction. I did that this morning before doing any kind of presentation, because what this does is that it really helps focus the voice. And it's very different when your thumbs are in your ears, when you hear yourself. What did you experience just hearing yourself speak?
Sound weird.
Sound weird. Yes. And then when you took one off, it's like, oh, this is really bizarre. And we don't understand. It's almost like hearing yourself or watching yourself on a video, right? Is that a lot of times you just think, oh my gosh, is that how I really sound? But it's all about just getting the voice and getting the vibration moving, because that's what's going to center everything. That's what's going to help the breathing, the resonators, and the articulators. Okay? Have any questions? No? Good observations. Very good. So, vocal exercises. Try and do at least one or two of these in the mornings. Just get going, because it really starts warming up the voice. And then when you're stressed, you're already warmed up. You've done it. You just have to concentrate on breathing. Because do you see how we get in our own way a lot of times? Because we don't do these warm-ups, we don't breathe properly, and then we're thrust into the, okay, now perform, here, do it. Well, no wonder so many people just kind of go, oh my God, or have these stress attacks. It's because you're just not prepared. And I understand that. And go at your own pace, but here are some things you can do to really help alleviate them, okay? Vocal exercises. Next up. Come on. Body language. So, we talked about the voice. We talked about breathing. Body language. 58% of communication is body language. Closed body language, open body language, all of that. People are making decisions quickly, judging, all because of your body language. The body language itself, 58%, is a huge amount, especially when you combine that with the voice, and if you're not breathing properly, it all goes in the crapper. That's what happens. And how many times have we seen that? And here's the other thing, is that if you're feeling nervous, so is your audience. If you feel confident, so is your audience. And if you start thinking in those terms, wow, it's like you're meeting halfway. right? As opposed to, I'm scared to death, oh my God, well, they're scared to death, they don't know what you're going to do. So if you're confident and you can get out there, your body language will show you. And one of the things with body language, which is really important, our brains interpret what the body language is. So the words and the body language must match. Because if they don't, our brains only trust the body language. So when you go up to somebody, how you doing? Great. You know, what's the first thing you're going to hear? You hear great, but you see great. No, there's something going on. The body language is what we trust. Our brains are wired to trust the body language, not the words. And that goes back to what I said, the words are only 7%. That's why it's not about the words. Yes, it's communication, and of course it is about the words, but it's the way it's being said. It's what's being said and how you're saying it that really makes a big difference. So, trust. Our brains trust nonverbal body language. That's why, how many times do you have a client, they may not, and subconsciously all of this is going on. Your client will say, you know, I really felt comfortable with that person. You really made me feel comfortable. That was really great. Or, the other side, oh, you know, I talked with that person and the hairs in the back of my neck just went up. I just didn't trust him. There was something about it. What do you think it is? It's that 93%. It wasn't the words, but it was something either in their voice or their body language. So you've got to be very careful about that body language because that does make a difference. And it's all about the nonverbal communication, your appearance, your posture. It's the way that you're sitting also tells a tremendous amount. Appearance, head movements, hand movements, eye movements, whether you have eye contact or not. How many times have you gone into a meeting and they won't even look at you? I've had that a couple of times. Yeah. And you're like, wait, over here. I'm over here. No. But you know that there's something going on there, right? But your clients will know the same thing about you. And how many times have you had clients say, you know, I don't do business with anyone who won't look me in the eye? I mean, it's so true. It really comes down to that. And that's why we were talking about the younger generation, is that they're all in with the phones, and it's going to be difficult because that's why this class is important, even for the younger generation, is so that they can have this kind of interpersonal communication, as opposed to just doing this, which they all feel very comfortable about, but then they're socially awkward. The next generation, it's going to be even harder to have small talk and networking. You know, it's going to be a whole different thing. They'll all be doing this. They'll be at the same party and texting each other. That's all. You know, I mean, it's fascinating. But that eye movement, that eye contact is really important. Facial expressions, body contact, closeness, sounds. The way that you talk, that also impacts the way that you're being heard. Bless you. Is that it really comes down to knowing, am I talking too fast? Some of us, am I talking too slow? Now, in this business, we don't have too many slow talkers, but you'll have clients that are slow talkers. It's like, come on, get to the point of it. Right? So understanding that what you're getting and giving, two different things, and being in control of that, being in control of the body language. Body language amplifies what you are saying. So body language is important because here's a way to put an exclamation point on what you're saying. But if you do it too often, it just loses its impact. And that's what happens. We find something that works for us, and we keep doing it and doing it, hoping that it's going to make an impact. And it doesn't. That's where you have to really be cognizant about what it is that you do. What are your blocks in your communication? And to really be able to, when you're talking, when you're presenting, when you're with a client, is being able to be aware of how you are coming off. And how do you know that? By the feedback that you're getting from your client. If they're tuning out, wait, you better do something. It's not getting louder. Maybe you need to listen more. Find out what they need, or stop talking and say, what do you think about this? And that makes a big difference, okay? So body language, very important. And it does amplify what it is that you're saying. So use it to your advantage to help put that exclamation point on. But if you don't need that, then just put your hands at your side. Just relax. It's okay. And that's where body language comes in. That's where you establish the credibility, along with your voice, your resonators, and your body language. That's where it all comes in. So, putting it all together, the body language, the voice, the breathing, it's not easy, I know. But, as I said, the words, the voice, the body language, when you have to put all that together and then get up and talk, again, talking to AAA personalities that, wait a minute, I've got to think about all these things? No. What you need to do, you have to remember there are 4 foundations of powerful communications. 4. That I think really help you stand out in what you're doing when you are being powerful, when you want to be effective in your communication. The very first thing is honesty and openness. You have to. I don't care what it is that you're talking about, what you're doing, anything, you've got to be open, honest to whatever is going on. Address it, deal with it, move on. But that honesty and openness translates tremendously to the audience. They know if you're hiding something, they know if you're blowing smoke, right? We've seen it in our colleagues. We've seen it in ourselves. So you want to be open and honest. The other thing is authenticity. Be yourself. And this is the hardest thing sometimes because I don't know who I'm going to be talking to. I don't know are they going to accept me? I don't know, but you have no control over that. So all you have control over is you. This is it. And if you could just be your authentic, be your best self. And by doing that, that's breathing, just bringing it and saying, you know what? This is it. Open, honest, my best self. Authenticity. Integrity. The integrity to follow through on what you say you're going to do. And having that, if you have integrity, that leads to credibility, that leads to charisma, that just opens the door to everything that you want to go to that's positive. If you can maintain that, again, powerful communication. And finally, love. And what I mean by this is wishing people well. Is that if you are going into a negotiation or if you're going in to do a presentation like today, and I'm coming in here because I want you to be your best self. It's all about you. It's not about me. It's about me helping you. And I love doing that. And your passion for what you do. If you can show the love that you have for this business or for this area, whether it's real estate, whether it's personal property, whether it's just the whole method, whether it's the tech side of things, this is what I do, or in the office. I love this. This is why I do this. It gives you a reason not just to wake up every day, but that you're passionate about it and that you wish people well, is that I'm here to help everybody. I'm here to help everybody to raise all the ships. And when you do that, that is powerful in your communication because people understand that what you're trying to do is help them be their best self. And if you can do that in anything that you're doing, whether it's a negotiation, helping solve problems, that's what we do, right? When our clients come up to us and we say, instead of, oh yeah, solved dozens of those problems, no, every individual has a unique problem. And that's what you need to find out. And it might be the same thing, same solution, what you're doing, but say, you know what, we've got experience handling this, and this is why you want to go with us, because we're going to make a difference, right? So, 4 pillars. This is very important. Elevator pitch. So, I want to talk a little bit about this, and this is how we're going to end, is that I want to talk about our elevator pitch. So, what do you think about when you see the word elevator pitch?
30 seconds. What do you do? Why do you do it?
30 seconds. What do you do? Why do I do it? Okay. Elevator pitch. Same thing? Okay. And how is an elevator pitch constructed?
How's it constructed?
Yeah.
The basics of what you do. Break it down to the simplest form.
Okay. But it is the simplest form. But what I'm getting at is what I'm going to give you is a way to put together an elevator pitch that is going to be, it's basically a recipe of what goes in there, okay? So your elevator pitch is going to be We're going to get there. Your elevator pitch, there's a structure, okay? And that's what I'm getting at. What is the structure of an elevator pitch? And just like anything else, there's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end. And I use this a lot even in my benefit auction when I'm coaching my clients and I'm going in and talking with them and they want to change the, you look at the timeline. And Terry and I were just talking about this. I have a client that I'm working with, and they showed me their timeline, and I made them walk through it with me. And I said, where on your timeline is your fundraising? And they said, oh, it's the last thing we do at the end of the night. And I said, the nonverbal here is you put fundraising last. They were like, we didn't realize that. And I said, so when you put this on paper, and it's the same thing with your elevator speech, is you have to know where the impact is going to be. And in an elevator speech, it's the middle, because you're introducing yourself, you're now going to tell me about the business, and then there's an end. So in doing your elevator pitch, you want to be able to introduce yourself and your company, and that's the beginning. And that beginning is that whole structure. Where do you begin? At the beginning, your name. And I think it was your mother who had trouble even just giving her name this morning. But at the end, she was great. She gave her name and she did everything. You should be able to, especially you're in a room with people you know, be able to get up. And and here's the other thing, and this is what I noticed going around when we did this, and I didn't call people out on it, but how many times, especially if you've been doing this and been in the business for years, you get up, I'm blah, 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 from this auction. Instead of just taking people in and stop and say, hey, I'm Tim Luke, how are you? With Treasure Quest Group, this is my business, and this is what I do. And move on, and really take people in and see what's going on. Oh my gosh, what a difference. And how many times have we just got in our comfort zone where we just do that beginning and we go, blah, 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 blah. My name's Kelly, blah, 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 real fast. Slow it down. And actually, Emily Weirs was in the morning, and she came up to me after and she said, the one thing that she really got out of the interpersonal class, but also was reiterated here, was when she would introduce herself. When she started, she took those pauses, the power of the pause, and she said she thought that she sounded ridiculous and that it was she should talk faster. She watched the video and she said, oh my gosh, that made such a difference. That makes a difference in your beginning too. Because here, everybody may know you, but there might be that one or two people that don't, and they want to know, they want to hear you. They're going to make a judgment. Oh, talks fast talker, la la. All of a sudden the judgment's made. So, the beginning, your elevator pitch. You need your business, your name, right up front. Second is the middle. Like I said, the middle is where the meat comes in. Bless you. The middle is where you are offering your message. This is the message, and what I like to call it is a message map. You need to map out, where am I going with this? And what I have here from this morning, not a good drawer, but this here, bless you. Your message becomes this 140 character Twitter kind of soundbite. Very small. What is the message that you want to get across? Whatever it is. I can help your fundraiser increase their bottom line. Hire me. And here's why. 1, 2, 3. I can help you sell that real estate because of 1, 2, 3. Simple. Here are the 3 things that set me apart from my competition. All the competition here in the area. This is why you want to do business with us. This message is what you want to get across. So whatever that is. What does Lance say? He's the world's best auctioneer? Except when you're in the room. Exactly. No, go ahead, I know. But it's that getting that message across, and why. Why are you the best auctioneer in the world? Here's what I do. I got this. Look, you're all a member of this incredible network you could tap into. You don't need to know everything. And you've got the ability to reach a worldwide audience, right? I mean, major. There are some major things that we just take for granted that the public and our clients need to know. Because they don't understand what auction is. We know it. But you got to talk the talk to them. So here's the message. This is why you want to do business with us. 1, 2, and 3. So your message map. And don't get lost. How many people have difficulty landing the plane? We're going round and just keep talking and talking and talking. 3 things. 2, if you get too confused with 3. If it's easier to keep all the voices in your head straight, 2 things. Okay? That's your message map. Also in that, features versus benefits. And you know the difference here, and I think that you've all been through some training. A feature is what something is. This is a red marker, right? The benefit, though, is what something does. I love using a red marker because it really stands out. You can see it from the back of the room. That's the benefit. You see the difference? And why wouldn't you want this red marker? Because if you're going to write, you want to make sure that everybody sees what you're writing. That's why you want this. Not because it's red, it's because it's going to stand out. This is the benefit. So don't tell people, oh, we've been in business for 25 years. Okay, well, so what? What does that do for me? What is the benefit of that experience? And second generation, third generation, I come from a long line of auctioneers, and here's what we're able to do is we've seen the markets change over the years. We're flexible. We can move quickly. We recognize the changes in the marketplace. That's why you want to go with us. Do you see the difference? As opposed to the same old rote, oh, 25 years in the business, 25 years, 25 years, 26 years, 27 years, every year it just becomes more and more. So what does that mean? What is the benefit? And what does that do for the client? That's what you want to put out there. Okay, in your elevator speech, you need to do that. And I'm going to go through this one. We've done that. And a strong close. And you need an action step. You need to be able to say, can I set up a meeting with you? When can we get together? Would you like more information? Check out my website. Call me. Something that there's an action, because if you get up there and you... First of all, your heart's pounding, you're nervous, you're crazy, you're at that event, and here's your opportunity to shine, and dry mouth and everything's going on. Just remember, beginning, middle, and end. It just becomes, here's my name, here's my business. This is why you want to do business with me. I can really make a benefit for you. Give me a call. Done. If that's all you can get out, great. Here's my card. I'd love to talk with you. Let's set up an appointment. There's an action that you're taking. And as soon as you do that, the other side is going to respond. Okay? Do I have questions on that? Does it make it easier to understand? And it doesn't have to be 30 seconds. You should be able to do this in 5 or 6 seconds. Really. Auctioneers can't. That's difficult. But I've gotten them down to 6 seconds or 8 seconds on here's my name, my business, this is what I do. Get right to the point. Because the bottom line is, it's not the words, remember, but it's the way that you're saying it. And if you're saying it with authority, here's what we're doing. If you want to do business with the best, give me a call. Done. Right? But how many times do we feel like, oh, they're judging us, I don't want to come off too cocky. It's not about that. If you're genuine and if you're sincere, that's what it comes down to. Okay? Some other things about the elevator pitch, and this comes into active listening. And who said that earlier about listening more? Somebody said that over here. Was it? Somebody said their communication block. Listening? Ah, right over here. Listen. He's not listening.
Exactly.
Ah, gotcha.
It's small talk.
I noticed that. You saw my mouth moving, but you were not listening. I knew it was over here. Like, oh my God, I'm not listening. I love it. Active listening. So, this is what you need to do. And again, it's the small talk, but it's really looking interested, but not just looking interested, but get interested. And how do you get interested? And that's probably what Terry does, is why she likes it, is so they start talking, but then you ask questions so that you learn more. It isn't about the small talk, is that you're engaging them. And that's engaging you because you want to know more about that individual. That's the secret. That's what she's doing that we all need to learn to do more. Is really, it starts like 2 or 3 questions, and then after that it just starts rolling, right? It's easy. But not only looking interested, but getting interested. Involve yourself by responding. So instead of them just, talking, you ask questions. Oh, I understand that. Or find that common ground. You have kids? I've got kids too. Are they in college? Wherever the commonalities go, dogs are great. I mean, you talk to dog people, oh my God, you can go for hours on just the dogs. Pull out their phones, the photos, everything. I've got 3 Cocker Spaniels, I know, so don't get me started. But it's really getting into that common area. Stay on target. Is really, if you're at a networking group, like if you're going to the chamber or you're talking to a client, stay on target. Say, you want to get that consignment, well, talk with them so that you understand, so that you can get that consignment instead of talking about 5 or 6 other things. Stay on message. Also, evaluate your message. And what that is we do this all the time, is if you see you're losing them, change your voice. Stop, slow down, speed up, get softer, get louder. Whatever it is, you see what reaction you're getting, but evaluate your message. And this is the hardest thing sometimes, neutralize your feelings. Because you'll get that call and they're very upset that something didn't sell for far more money. Okay, let's just take a breath and let's talk about this. This is why. Because your expectations were unrealistic or whatever it is. But not be afraid to tell them, wait, here's the reality. This is truth. And it's not, look, as soon as you start trying to sugarcoat it, that's when you get in trouble. Right? Every time.
Don't go there.
Mark, right?
Don't do it.
Experience tells you, don't do it. Because what happens is then you start, oh my gosh, it's tumbling and you just go right downhill. Here's the reality. The people respond to truth, honesty, authenticity, integrity. Look, we did everything that we could. We marketed it like crazy. Everything was out there. This is where the market is right now. That's it. Here it is. And I'm sorry you're upset, but this is what we got. Or, whatever happened, just acknowledge it. Because as soon as you acknowledge it, they understand. Now, they might not be happy. They may just be miserable people, and you're never going to make them happy. That's part of the truth. But if you start listening more, active listening, because I think along with breathing, I think here's another thing, Tracy, that they need to put in schools, listening. Because I think listening skills has gone out the window because it's all about email, text messages, and Snapchat, 140 characters, that's it. And our attention spans are getting shorter. It's not easy. And that's why if you want to be effective in your communication, all of these things will make you a better communicator. Make change, make a difference in your life. It really will. Really will. Questions? Any questions so far? Comments? No? Active listening. So, effective communications, very important. I have a couple of tips, and then we're going to get people up, and we're going to do some elevator speeches. So, your elevator pitch should tell your story. It's your story. And whether it's about your business, whether it's where you're going, what you're hoping to do, one of the things that I just started with our business is expert witness work. So every time I go to a networking event, especially if I hear somebody says they're an attorney or they work with attorneys, I say, I just started doing expert witness. Oh, really? Oh my gosh, in appraisals? Yes. The stuff, do you do divorces? Yes. All of a sudden, it just opens these doors. But if I didn't put myself out there to say that we do this, I wouldn't get any business. Do you see how just putting that out there and saying, one of the things that I've started to do was to change my business, and we're doing more of this. Boom, immediately people start responding. But you have to tell your story. The whole thing comes down to telling your story. What is your story? And your story is going to change, maybe daily. Your story will change, but be sure that you get that out there. Story changes. Now, keep your legs apart when you're sitting, standing, instead of crossed. Crossed legs, when you're sitting and standing, you're not able to take in as much information back there. Thank you. Yeah, you do. You do. Just stand. There you go. She's like gritting her teeth. Oh my God, this is so uncomfortable. But I'm challenged, right? No, just stand there. You're good. But if you put both feet on the floor, this also helps that if you are talking with a client, you are more in control. If you are doing a deposition and you're doing expert witness, both feet on the floor helps you concentrate more, hear the question, and only answer. These are just little things. And again, scientifically, this has been shown. It's with your arms and your legs. By keeping your arms relaxed at your side, that's why I had you put your arms at your side, it shows you are open to what somebody else is communicating. As with your legs, it helps you absorb what's going on. So, in order to be more receptive to your client, is to be more open. And it's all about really that openness so that you can have that open communication. And these are little things. I mean, these are things that we do every day. And you find yourself, challenge is to take it out of here and to start noticing when your posture isn't right, when you're doing this, when you're crossing your legs, when you're doing these things, and open that up. That's all you need to do. Say, interesting. Okay, let's stand. And tonight, I will challenge you all at the little cocktail reception, when we're all doing small talk upstairs, is to watch the nonverbals and to challenge yourself not to do this and to just be open and to stand. It's not easy. It's not easy, but challenge yourself because it really will make a difference. It does make a difference. Always lean in a bit. The other thing is lean in a bit because it shows you're really listening. So if you are talking and really if you are presenting too, is really being forward and leaning in because what happens is that you're more engaging that way. So people will understand what you're doing. Also, eye contact. Eye contact is so important. So many of you, when you are going around with the microphone, just looking at me, safety, 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 okay, this is what I do, and da-da-da, instead of really looking at everyone here, making sure that they're hearing you, what's going on, and getting feedback. Eye contact is really important, especially in business negotiations. Use your hands to gesture when you speak. It improves your credibility. Also, research shows gesturing with your hands while speaking improves the thinking process. Now, as I told you, I'm Italian, so I talk a lot with my hands anyway. But if you are, that's why I said get your hand out of your pocket. Because when you do that, then you start doing this and you feel a little more comfortable. Actually, it's odd because you think, oh no, I want to do this and safe. But if you challenge yourself and really do that and open yourself up, you really actually feel more comfortable that way. Okay? So, gesturing, very important. Appropriate head nods, genuine smiles that you are listening and understanding, which is this all comes down to your genuine nature is really what it comes down to. All of communication, you must be honest, you must be genuine, and you must be open and authentic. Because if you're not, then you're already starting at a disadvantage. And the more open and honest that you can be, the more your audience is going to respond. That's the difference. Is so many times we just think, oh, no, they don't want to know the real me. Oh, who's there in the back? Oh, no, they don't want to know who I am. No. Yes, they do. But they want round the edges just a little bit, maybe. Is be that, okay, the best self that you can be and bring that. Because that the genuineness is what really makes a difference. And finally, monitor your voice. And we talked about this, about the sentences at the end going up like a question. Notice that. And I think it was really interesting because what were you saying? You've got 2 20-somethings? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you're probably hearing that. Mm-hmm. And that's where, all the time, things go up. Interesting.
The friends hang out at my house.
And the friends hang out. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So catch that and maybe even see if you can catch them, have them start catching it in themselves. Because that will help with the communications. Okay? So, what I'd like you to do is, we go till 4, so I've got 15 minutes. And what we're going to do is, let me get the microphone. We're going to do a little elevator speech.
Yeah,
and there you go.
No,
there
my
you
office
go.
called.
No, that's fine. And I'm not going to put...
My office called too.
Yeah, no. Your office is here. Your office is here. And I know I'm not going to put you on the spot, so don't worry. But let's start with the scuba instructor. Come on up here. Let's do your little elevator speech. Just right there. Introduce yourself. So you're beginning, middle, and end.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Schneider. I'm with Schneider's Auction Service. I'm a third-generation auctioneer. We specialize in estates and helping liquidate your real estate and personal property. Let me know what I can do for you.
Okay. Did you feel like he got to all of you back here? How did you feel about that?
Rushed.
Rushed. Oh my God.
Yep.
Take your time.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Schneider.
Okay, hold on, right there. So, just stand straight.
Okay.
Did you see how he was like, okay, yeah, rush. Hi, everybody. Da-da-da. It was like you stopped breathing. Okay, relax. Go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Schneider. I'm with Schneider's Auction Service. We handle estates in the northern Kentucky, greater Cincinnati area. We sell everything from pots and pans to real estate. Let me know what I can do for you.
Okay, what do you think of that? What do you think?
I don't like to close.
Okay.
It's not powerful enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can he change that?
Call me at, email me.
You need
A pause.
He needs a pause.
He needs the power of the pause.
Because he gave us a lot of information. The meat and potatoes was in the middle really good.
Right.
He
But
needed
then
one
the close,
pause
it just was like,
he made 2 points and you needed a pause in between so you could absorb it.
Exactly.
And then pause and say, let me know what I can do.
That's why I like to do this. So let's try that once again.
Gotcha.
Little did you notice also the little nervous kind of the twister shake there? Yeah. Just relax. You got this.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bob Schneider. I'm with Schneider's Auction Service, third-generation auction company. We specialize in estates and selling everything from pots and pans to real estate. We work in the greater Cincinnati area.
See, now you're thinking.
Now I'm thinking
Did
too
you
much.
see now?
Yeah.
No, wait.
Okay.
Just stay there. Did you see him get into his head? But it was better. Did you feel how different it was?
Yep.
You know what was different? We got more information. Did you hear? We got more information because you were just doing it.
Right.
And, greater Cincinnati area. This is where I'm at. One more time, and then you're done. Go ahead.
I gotta figure out how to end it.
Don't take a pause. So don't overthink it.
Okay.
You'll know.
Okay.
You've got this. Come on, Bob.
Yep. Hello, everybody. My name is Bob Schneider. I'm with Schneider's Auction Service, third-generation auction company working in the greater Cincinnati area. We specialize in estates, everything from pots and pans to real estate. Let me know how I can help you solve your problems.
Okay, better. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. Come on. We're all friends here. Don't worry. Just relax. Just keep breathing. You can if you. No, I'm not going to call you. No, I'm not going to call you. That's okay. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I am Lori Mitchell with Kaufman Realty.
Okay, stop. Did you see the little
Yes.
hand? Did you see the sass? Sassy.
Oh, I know what you mean. I feel rushed.
No, right. Okay, and here's the other thing, is that when you do this, and whenever you are doing a presentation, or whenever you are going to speak in front of anybody, get yourself grounded. Do not start until you feel you are ready. How many times do we feel so rushed? And like you said, Bob, oh my gosh, just take a breath. Look at everybody. Take them all in. And then start. And smile. Look, nice smile. No, real.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lori Mitchell with
Okay,
Kaufman
stop. And I'm only stopping you because that was really great. Did you hear the difference in her voice? Yep. Did you hear that? That is your voice. There you go. Do it again.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lori Mitchell with Kaufman Realty and Auctions. We specialize in chattel as well as real estate. If you need something we can help you sell from big to small, just give us a call.
Pretty good. However, what the hell's chattel?
Chattels, that personal property.
I know what it is. Everybody here knows what it is. But if you're talking, and I'm only bringing this up, and watch your lips, watch what you're doing with your lips. There you go.
Nervous tick.
Yep, I know. Just keep breathing. Just keep breathing. Is that when you're talking, we get so used to the buzzwords in our industry, you may want to come up with something a little different. I want to challenge you. Challenge you, and I'll take that because I know you're like, yeah. Challenge you not to just use the words that we know.
Okay.
And explain that. Chattel, which means pots, pans, this and that. Sassy girl.
Oh, no.
Come on. Come on. Come on, just give it a shot.
Okay.
There you go.
Here I go.
Yeah, everybody's office was suddenly called.
Right.
Don't worry, we've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
$100 I'll call your office.
Just, okay, and Kelly, don't overthink it. I want your.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. So just stay here with me. Stay present. I want your name and your business, and tell me 2 things about. And watch your hip. There you go. Just tell me two. Just tell me 2 things. Tell me 2 things that
Okay,
about your business.
I think
you need to let her
My name is Kelly King with Horton Auction, and we can turn your assets into cash fast. Our turnaround time from contract signing to settlement is around 30 days or less. And I would love to invite you to our office to discuss more.
What do you think? Okay, I like that. Now I want you to try that one more time, but slow it down a little. Yeah, just do it.
My name is Kelly King. I'm with Horton Auction. Forgot what I said a while ago.
We turn your assets.
Oh, got me.
Start again. Thank you, Mark.
Well,
No, perfect.
I like it.
We all need help. Go ahead.
My name is Kelly King with Horton Auction. We can turn your assets into cash fast. Our average turnaround time from contract signing to settlement date is 30 days or less, and we would love to invite you to our office to discuss this further.
Oh my God! Thank you. How did that feel?
I feel like I just had an orgasm.
That's a first. For me.
Had to beep that one out.
Darling, wow. That's a first for me. Wow. Okay, good.
I'll know it.
So Matt, can I put that in the test class as orgasmic? I guess. I see that. Wow.
I hope I don't do that for you, Tim.
Okay.
We're good.
You're good. Go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering, and we market and sell real estate and personal property utilizing the auction method of marketing. And we do more than talk fast. That's what was my tagline at BNI.
Okay.
So I threw that in there. I never used to use that, but because, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
No.
Critique. No, I'm talking too much.
You weren't done. No, you weren't done.
No, that was it. But I say we do more than talk fast because that was a tagline I used at BNI on my cards, because when you say you're an auctioneer, everybody says, oh, you're the guy that talks fast.
Right.
So I came up with that to
Which is very
dispel
good.
that we do more than that.
Which is good. Now, and what was that? He needs a close.
Yeah.
He needs a close. Also,
that's one thing we didn't do.
Here's another thing, and this goes back to chattel, is that auction method of marketing. We know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? I'm asking you. What is auction method of marketing?
Competitive bidding.
Oh,
a competitive bidding.
Doesn't that make more sense than just saying auction method of marketing? So
Sure.
I want you to just kind of play with that a little bit.
Yep.
And just do that again.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering. We market, well, let me do it again. Okay? Because
Good.
marketing is the same word. Okay? So, hello, I'm Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering. We advertise and sell real estate and personal property utilizing competitive bidding feature. Now I'm rambling. Yeah, I'm rambling because I'm thinking about
Well, you're thinking too much. You're thinking too much. Do you see, and this is why I want to get you out of this, is that so many times, again, goes back to comfort zone, goes back to, oh, this is what I usually always say, and I fall back on. But what does it really mean? And I want you to get more meaning out of that. So just tell me what you do, Brent. Just give me your name and company, what you do, and a close.
I'm Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering. We advertise and sell real and personal property at auction.
And?
Close. Yeah, it's the call if you have assets that you'd like us to sell for you.
Okay, so now let's put all that together.
Okay.
Do you see how easy? See, a lot of times we get in our head too much, and we start thinking, and then we either ramble or we are our worst enemy. So, try it again.
I am Brent Weirs with Weirs Auctioneering. We market and sell real estate and personal property at auction. If you have any assets you'd like us to sell, please give me a call.
Ah!
There you go.
And how did that feel?
Better.
That was better.
Well,
Go ahead.
It did, because you said it. I was overthinking it before. It was one that I'd used, elevators, or BNI speeches.
Sure, the BNI, which is great, but you get up so many times just doing this. And did you hear his voice? And he smiled a little bit too. Did you see
and the
that?
problem with that group too is it's great for practice, but it's the same because you are in our BNI group. You would address the same people every week, so you weren't talking to new ears. You're talking to the same people every week. So I think
you fall in the trap.
Right.
You fall in the trap of just doing the same thing.
And you say words that mean
nothing.
They understand.
Well, no, they get it, but
group.
And that's what I challenge you. Yeah, you're good. Okay. That's what I challenge you to do, is to catch yourself doing this, because we all do that. Who'd like to go next?
Oh, crap.
we were just saying, I think this is important too, because of what he was saying. I don't think you ever really get through your elevator speech before someone asks you a question back.
Sure.
I can't get past, I am Stephanie.
You look good.
I'm an auctioneer, before someone is responding.
Is asking questions.
Yes.
Sure.
And so, it's good to have that little snippet, but
Sure.
you really never get to get through it.
Not a lot.
All
Not
in one full.
No, but, and this is a really good point, is, Sassy. There we go. Thank you. The point that you're making, and the reason that I want you to understand what it is that you need to know, is that somebody may ask a question, but you need to stay on message. What are the other things that I want to get across to you, and what are my points of my business? What are the aspects of my business? Especially if they're talking to you and say, if you only deal with real estate, you need to make that very clear. If you only deal with personal property, you need to make that very clear. Because I've had people say, you sell real estate at auction. No, I don't do real estate at all. I do personal property, and I do very high-end personal property. So I make it very clear when I'm talking to them. But you need to have those talking points so that you can continue. Okay? So, Miss Terry.
You
stopped breathing.
I was a fool for stepping out of the room when I did to answer that phone call.
No, you weren't.
Just saying. I'm Terry Walker, and I'm with Walker Auctions. We're an auction company, and we sell real estate, we sell items, and we do benefit auctions, and everything we do quickly. Do you have something that you need sold and you need it sold quickly? If so, please call us. Here's my card, Terry Walker, Walker Auctions.
Okay. How did that feel?
I felt like I was trying to be Miss Prima Donna.
She was like,
sweet.
You were Terry Walker pentameter.
Okay, would you like to see how I would do it if it was just me?
Yes.
I probably would do this. I'm Terry Walker, and I'm an auctioneer. Yes, I do call bids, and here's my chant. $100 bid now, $25, $125 bid now, $1.5 bid now, $75, $175 bid now, would you bid $200? We sell things, and we sell things quickly. If you have anything that you would like to sell, just call us. Here's my card, Terry Walker, Walker Auctions.
Okay, and why don't you do that? Oh my God.
Because I feel like I need to pass the test.
What test?
You pass.
The test is in your head. Go ahead, you can sit down. Thank you.
That's what people want to hear
That-
when you say that you're an auctioneer.
Thank you. It's not only what they want to hear, they want to see. They want to see it in action. And you do it with you can go right from the chant right into what you're talking. Terry, that is what you're all about. Why don't you do that? That's really what it is, right? And I mean, whatever your style is, wherever you are, bring your best self. And when you did that, did you see how much she was smiling? I mean, all of a sudden it was, and the funny thing is, she said, do you want to see if like nobody was in the room and this is what I would do? No, do this in front of everyone and you're going to get more work. I mean, that's what it's about. Your clients want to see that. They want to hear it. They want to know what it is that we do. And I think too many times we come to classes like this, we do this kind of education, and you're not really challenged to think outside of what is the other side thinking. Because it's all about, auction method of marketing. And we throw those words around, but we don't really know what they mean. I want to get back to the meaning and be able to say, wait a minute, we do this, we do this, we do this. With integrity, with honesty, so that you're effective communicators. I want to thank each and every one of you for participating today. This has been a great honor to be here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Right at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. So we're going to move on to the next portion of the evening. I don't know what it is.
We're reconvening in the main room for one last session with Adam Alexander. So we'll be back over in the big room.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Hey, that was.
Well done.
That we have a budget, our bodies in this room, depending on your gender, depending on your weight and everything, between 2,000 and 2,500 calories a day that we're supposed to eat and burn. That's our rev level. If we want to burn more calories, we get more budget, right? It's like we went out and made more money. If I need to lose weight, I need to eat less or gain more. I'll give you this. This might be a helpful tip for those who don't know. To burn 1 pound of fat in your body is 3,500 calories. So that's more than 1 day's worth of exercise. So let's just break that down. If you say, I want to lose 1 pound a week for the next 20 weeks, I need 3,500 calories. How many do I need a day? I need to find 500 calories a day. Either you're eating less or exercising more or both. Consider massage therapy to prevent injury. I got so hurt because I started to feel sore and I didn't get it rubbed out or massage therapy. If you don't have money for a masseuse, you can Google. There's a program called MELT, MELT, that a couple in Australia do on how to do massage therapy on your spouse in an appropriate way. You can use it for sexual gain, or you can just use it for sports therapy. But you can use foam rollers, and foam rollers are anywhere between $10 and $30 depending on the kind you get. You can watch instructional videos online on how to massage yourself if you don't have money to prevent further injury. Use apps to track you. By the way, don't use a scale as your primary tracker, and the reason is because that's 5 pounds of fat and that's 5 pounds of muscle. So for me, I talk about reallocating pounds rather than losing pounds. Again, 5 pounds of fat, 5 pounds of muscle. Real quick, I got 2 minutes left. I'm going to go through sleep. All of us want more sleep. If you can't get more sleep, what we want is more efficient sleep. So I'm going to talk briefly about sleep. Hopefully develop this more this summer at conference and show. You need to learn your sleep and alertness cycles. We all have an awake cycle. It looks like a sine wave. Some of it looks like an EKG. But we have a time when we're more alert and less alert. When we get deeper sleep or shallower sleep. And there's free apps. The Sleep Cycle app is the one I use. This was my last night. This is what so yesterday I had 15,759 steps. This was how deep sleep I was. And they rated 66% sleep quality is what I had. I do this almost every night. You just put your phone on your bed. It measures your micro movement. And it shows you patterns. Most Americans are 90-minute patterns. This was off for me. But sleeping here was a little off for me. But what you learn is we have cycles. And your diet affects it, how you sleep. I'll get into all that in conference and show. One of my friends, the guy who recommended me this app, said, I always thought that caffeine wasn't a deal for me because I could always fall asleep. But what he found is by using this app, so you get patterns and shows you days of the week and all that stuff. He said, what I found is when I had caffeine, I still fell asleep, but I had shallower sleep. A study I just saw on Thursday, on Friday, showed that if you have more complex carbohydrates and refined sugars in your diet, it's not that you have shallower sleep, it's that you can wake up faster, and so you're most likely to be shaken out of your sleep. So that may be something to someone to watch the kids, whatever. I regularly go to bed as early as 7 o'clock on the night before a big day when I know I'm going to have a lot of stress. Sleep amnesty, this is a relatively new concept as far as being scientifically proven. It's been true in my life for over 20 years. I can tell you this is true. It's basically a get out of jail free card for our bodies. Scientists are just starting to find that our bodies are on 7-day sleep cycles. So we have the alertness cycles, but we also have a 7-day sleep cycle. And so if we get behind in the 7 days, if at some point in that 7 days we take a long nap, we sleep in, we restore that rest isn't lost permanently. For people of faith, you look at a 7-day cycle and you wonder if that was intentional. Know what your sleep inhibitors and contributors are. Pay attention to your sleep environment. Is it messy? Is it cold? Is it hot? You need to wear, I talked to a friend about this Saturday night at church, and she said, I sleep way better when I'm wearing long sleeves. She kept experimenting on herself to figure that out. Just keep experimenting on yourself. So let me rewind. Let me just go over the big points of the day and come back, and I promise this summer I'll talk slower. This is a 2-hour talk in the summertime. But instead of trying to find balance, embrace the tension and move toward rhythmic shifts. Create margins through boundaries and external structure. Don't be afraid to ask for help. It's not, you're human. We all need help to differing degrees. Gain margin by tracking and efficiency. Use personal analytics to chase your goals. Take advantage of exercise and body chemistry. Know what makes those happy chemicals happen in your body, and just like your spiritual pathways, figure out how to add them to your life. Get more efficient sleep if possible. And what we're going to talk about in length this summer is how inspiration, how the anticipation of something awesome in your life can be one of the biggest fighting stress. So what I talk about is how to add inspiration to your life through positive social media, through vacation strategies, through the media that we take in, all that. So I'm going to see you this summer, hopefully in Grand Rapids. There'll be a lot more. If you have any questions, definitely email me when you guys get home. It's been a pleasure. See you guys later. So I don't know if is Matt coming up here or what you got planned, but I'm going to go catch the shuttle. I'm not flying the plane, thank you.
My dad, he makes some experiments. Yeah, I guess someone's got to do it, right?
I got my mic with some of this.
squared away on that deal with that guy talking about his daughter logging in and getting on
It does?
Yeah, right.
Whatever, you can bring.
Yeah. No, no.
You know, he's black flag was going down the road.
Yeah,
I mean, like that little sale is like sub agent.
Yeah.
Wasn't. But even if it was like grandma's estate, I would have just.
Yeah.
That's the way I roll.
No, that's
the easiest way.
Yeah.
I figure people don't trade, make it.
That's right. Yeah. Funny.
People driving me, chastise me. You know. I know.
What are you gonna achieve in the end? Right. Anything before you go through all that? I mean, sometimes you might be able to guilt
If he
it's like
my little brother. Yeah. I think Tim was kind of, he was pulling our leg. I think he used poor judgment to call me. He could have called, she logged in like a week earlier. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
I just give him the
Yeah.
It stings. No.
Yeah.
That's why I like those. That's why when they're so bad, go back and get those emails when they register.
Yeah.
I know that. I'll never forget that money.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
So you're kissing her. I kiss her.
Yeah.
Bumps the word.
Oh, no, I'm trying to think how to word it.
Are we all in here?
You're better than
Yeah, your elevator speech kid. You think it's not good?
Oh, I got no, we don't want to work. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just.
But you didn't get him in contact
I just hit my hand.
Well, I haven't heard that.
That one guy was right. Yeah. That's.
I have not seen that. I'm their secretary, so I don't look at his Facebook. I don't know either. I should, but I don't know how to check his Facebook. I'll let him know that that's what it says. Okay. Alrighty, well, I will let him know.
Hi, you know how it was someone picture was showing on one spot? It was Andrew checked his, it wasn't John.
That's weird. What does that make?
He's got a 6. It's not a 6 plus, but it's a 6.
That makes sense.
I don't know. I just, you know, there's another group in here who said,
That's what, we learned how to make it that bigger. It's bigger on the. There's nothing you can do. That one I had to go look to.
Oh, you should have. I was dressed up.
Yeah, for a little bit longer, thinking about 45
Yeah.
minutes I can take this off.
It's all good. Doing well?
Yeah, how are you?
Good.
It's all good. Don't think I'm about it.
That's a terrible way of phrasing that. That shows we have chaos. Barely. The other day it was not. Files around. That's not you got cut and copy. Take it from here and put it here.
I've heard this story.
I forgot to put these tires in the car. You should see. Yeah. Yeah. No. You go with that logic.
Exciting.
Average would know. I just looking for a place to dump my stuff. Such high energy. You know who it is.
I told you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Twice is enough.
Yeah, yeah.
And how do you stop? I mean, you're going fast. You know, I mean, you're just like, it looks to me like you're below the tree. Now they're top of it. Yeah, they'll drop above the tree. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get going. We're going to get things wrapped up for today. It's our last session. A couple of just housekeeping notes real quick. After this session is finished, those of you who are shareholders who'd like to stay in this room, we're going to have our shareholders report meeting. And then we have our reception tonight at 6 o'clock at the on the rooftop. I forgot the name of the
360.
Roof, thank you, 360. So that starts at 6. Here's the thing with that. There is one elevator that goes all the way to the rooftop. Okay? So don't wait, and 100 of you go right at 6 o'clock, because that'll be a problem. All right? So try to filter over a little early. They know we're going to try to filter up earlier. So you have to go to the lobby and use the east elevators. Yeah. They got to do the card to get you up. Okay. So go to the lobby, east elevators. That'll take you all the way to the top. There's one that does it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, just don't. Everybody, don't go back to your room, take a nap, and go. 6 o'clock is going over there. There'll be a line. It'll look like the lunch line trying to go up the elevators. Okay. So, shareholders, stay after here. We'll get you out of here quick. And everybody else, start your lines upstairs, I guess. So, our last presentation for the day is Adam Alexander. Now, we have a relationship with Adam in that he helps service our tuning platform through the SAM software. But Adam's going to tell you about a lot of other things that he has going on, along with owning auction companies. He's out on the West Coast in LA. He's also got an office in London. I could go through all his companies, but I will mess that up pretty severely. But I'm going to let Adam take it away. We have a very great relationship with him, and how they are servicing our software right now. And so I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself, what he does, and I think he's going to give you a little time for maybe some questions at the end. So.
All right, thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. No PowerPoint, so I think you've seen enough PowerPoints and presentations. So I'm just going to give you a little background and tell you a little bit about what I do and what our companies do, and see how it fits, and maybe have a little open discussion at the end of it. So, as Matt said, we have several, my name's Adam Alexander. We have several companies, all auction services related businesses. Our first one is called BidPath, which also includes SAM auction software, which obviously powers and we support the MarkNet platform. Second, we run an auction portal called Auction HQ, which is an industrial marketplace and bidding platform as well. I also run an auction company called CA Global Partners, and we also market and run the auction group of Great American Group, which we run as Great American Global Partners. We also have a small advertising marketing firm and a logistics inspection company as well. So all auction related, but the bottom line, when someone says to me, what do you do? I'm an auctioneer. I've always been an auctioneer. Everything I do is around auctions. I've been an auctioneer for 30 years. I've been an auctioneer for probably 20-something years. I've been in the auction business for 30 years. And much like most of the people in the room, got in my blood at a very young age, and you can't get out of it once you're in it, is what I figured. You fall into it, you don't choose to get into it. I'm originally from London, England. I came out here for a summer when I was 15 years old to work with my uncle that was starting out a company called Great American Group. First thing I realized is it's not raining, so that was always a good thing to come from England. Second thing, it's California and there's Disneyland there, so the whole country must be like Disneyland. And I started traveling around and we were doing small auctions and store fixtures and equipment, and I loved it. I mean, I knew I wanted to do this. I didn't know how I'd end up back here, but I knew I wanted to do it. So at 18 years old, my uncle said, I went back to England, said, so why don't you come out, work with us for a little while and figure out what you want to do next? I said, yes. Okay. He said, well, it's short term. No long-term commitment. Promise me you want to stay in California and you won't want to, just for a little while, 6 months, maybe a year. I said, I'm in. Let me go. Got on the plane, came over here, and that's what I've done my entire career. So I started working at Great American Group in '89, and very quickly fell into, at that time, a decent-sized auction company and grew into running the operations. And we would do 5, 10 auctions a month, but where at that time everyone was mainly regional, working just in their area, we were working national across the country. And I got to see 49 states probably in the first 5 years. Didn't really see much of them, but I did get to see them, and I realized that there's a Hampton Inn, there's a TGI Fridays, there's a Bennigan's, there's a Taco Bell in every city, and at some point it all looks the same. So I drove up and down and back and forth and did a lot of auctions. Around 94, my uncle retired. I stayed working with the company. 97, I left and started my own business called Cowan Alexander. At that time, technology was consolidating. Companies like Packard Bell and AST and Acer were going through consolidation. This struggling company called Apple back then had millions and millions of dollars of surplus electronics every month that we started auctioning for them. And we built a nice little niche business servicing technology customers, semiconductor, disk drive, biopharmaceutical. All of our competitors were working in metalworking, woodworking, textile. We said, we're just going to stick with technology, and we carved out a nice business for ourselves back then. Around 2000, actually, we got out to we teamed up with a company called Free Markets in Pittsburgh we wanted to try some of these online auctions, and these guys had the ability to do online auctions. So we formed a strategic partnership with this company called Free Markets. And in the journey doing some online auctions with them, some computers and other stuff, we had the opportunity and we won a large project in Pittsburgh called Three River Stadium. We did a very large auction, actually with a MarkNet member came to help us, Sherman Hofstadter. We were just sitting in the lobby talking about it. And did a live auction in 2000, I think it was 2000 or 2001, I forget. 2001? 2001. And we had 12,000 people come to a live auction sale. Now, I'm 30-something years old, quite intimidating to stand up in front of a stadium full of 12,000 people painted black and gold and doing the wave at an auction sale, not your traditional crowd. So it was a very, very unique experience and probably took a few years of my life off the back end, definitely the stress we went through on that, no question. As we finished off that project, actually as we got a call from one of the groups we worked with about this thing called a .com that was closing down. And we were actually leaving Pittsburgh, and we got the first one, and my partner had to detour to go look at this project. Then for the next 5 or 6 years, or 5 years, our phone didn't stop ringing. We chosen a segment, once again, better lucky than good sometimes, that the bottom fell out of. And for the first few years, our phone rung constantly every day, like I haven't seen again, and probably will never see again in the industry. And over about 5 years, we auctioned about 1,000 technology companies, .coms, in a crazy whirlwind period. Great learning experience, a lot of activity. And as a part of that, we got a little deeper into the technology side. That's about 2002, we started doing our webcasts. We developed our own technology. By the time we got to about 2005, we had about 80% sell-through to webcast bidders at every live auction we were doing. We went from having 1,000 people in the room to having 100 in the room and 1,000 online very quickly. And it was, life-changing for us. Like, what can we do different? How can we embrace this? Through various different joint ventures and other projects, we had some of our competitors and associates, just like the group here, say, hey, can you do this for us? Can you put our technology in? And that's how really BidPath was born, out of just really building our own technology. So we tracked along down that road for quite a while. In 2010, I bought out my partner out the business. The Cowan side went away, so we decided that I'd drop his name after a period of time, and we just said, okay, next. So I said, okay, we're going to be global next. I got to drop his name, so we'll just keep the logo. We'll be CA something. And it was important to me that I had a short URL, so I found something that said CAGP. So I thought that's a good one. Now I got to find words that match that will match the name. So we ended up with CA Global Partners just because we were able to get CAGP. We worked it a little backwards for that one. As business continued to evolve, we first said, okay, now we're global. We're not just national. So by 2011, I get a project in Panama. I get a project in England. I'm like, okay, I can do that. How different could it be? So we're in LA. We have Spanish-speaking people. Let's send them to Panama. They speak Spanish there. How different could it be? So we do a project in Panama. We do some projects in Europe. And it gets busier. Meanwhile, along parallel paths, the software side of the business is continuing to grow. We launched Auction HQ in 2011. By 2012, and it was just a market insight, advertising aggregation of data. By 2012, we decided we're going to put a bidding engine under Auction HQ. What's out there? We can use our own. We can do something different. Let's see, go to market, see what's out there. And that's how we met up with Sebastian, licensed Sam Auction software back then. Hello, Sebastian. And integrated into Auction HQ. And we're a customer. So for the next few years, as the business is growing, we're a licensee, just like MarkNet is, and we're using it to run our portal, and we like it. It's good. Everything's great. We keep getting busier. The business is growing in both sides. Sebastian decides he wants to spend half his life surfing and fishing and doing other things. I'm not really sure what he does when he goes on those trips, but that's another story. And we ended up finding a lot more in common. And by a series of unusual twists and turns, we ended up acquiring Sam Auction software last year. So it would be April last year. The deal took us about a year to put the deal together. And BidPath bought Sam Auction software. So we merged the two companies together and decided, okay, we now have to make this a much bigger focus and push the direction of this. So as we go down these parallel paths, on the other side of the auction business, we also entered into agreement 2012 with Great American Group to run their auction business. So now we have BidPath, we have Sam Auction software, we have Auction HQ on the technology side, we've got CA Global Partners and Great American on the auction side, and very heavily focused industrial, wholesale equipment and inventory. I say wholesale because while most of the business is industrial, and if I pick the segments, obviously yellow and green iron to a certain extent, construction, agricultural, woodworking, metalworking, textile, technology assets, as I spoke about, rolling stock, FF&E, any real tangible assets as well as office furniture and those kind of assets. Now, it's now as we sit here at the beginning of 2016, we've kept to those same industry segments, but we've spread geographically pretty significantly. We now have offices in Europe, Netherlands, Germany, and England. In the last 12 months, we've done projects, and I had to write it down. Obviously, US, Canada, Mexico, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, England, Germany, Netherlands, and a couple of others, I think, but I can't really remember. It's kind of a blur after a while. And all of those things get tied together with the software, and the two sides of the business, one complements each other. And I get I feel I'm fortunate to have the opportunity to take everything I've learned over 30 years and everything I've gone in all these different journeys and try to put that back into the software side as well. Change it, evolve it, adapt it, make it better, try different things, bring some new tools into it. So I'm an auctioneer. We have a software company. I love the software side of it. I think it's fun. It's changed the business. It's allowed us to expand into areas and do things I never imagined we would be able to do. So, that's really the heart of who we are. So on the auction side, as I stand here today, there's several opportunities with the group, and I've been talking with Matt and JJ about how we can do more business together and what we can do. And there's several different ways that we hope that we'll be able to work with the Alliance members. And on the auction side, we are busy, but busy spread very thin and very wide. There's a lot that we see and what we look at that falls outside of our area of expertise, size, our qualification. It might be the size of the transaction, it may be the type of the transaction, the geographic region, the timing. We don't have the resources to put someone on a plane everywhere to go look at a $100,000 or $200,000 auction sale. We pass, we don't even bid, we qualify out a lot of opportunities. We're working with Matt and JD to find a way for us to be able to filter some of that into the MarkNet members. So what we can, here's a lead, here's an opportunity, here's a relationship. The other side that's changed about our business that is spreading, and if it hasn't happened to you, it is going to happen. The buy transactions, equity position. More and more and more, we have to put money up. It's a simple truth. I don't like it. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think it's counterintuitive to what we do because we get hired by the seller to get them as much money as possible. But when we buy it, we got to get it for as cheap as possible. So it changes your whole sales strategy and what you have to do. But it's a reality. I would tell you 10 years ago, I didn't buy any deals. 5 years ago, one or two here and there. For the last 2 years, 90% has been equity position business. And it's riskier, it's scarier, it puts a whole nother level of stress into what we do, but it can be rewarding, and as long as you do it right and you're careful, it's a definite good opportunity. So you have people like us that are probably taking away potential opportunities from folks like you that may or may not want to, just it doesn't fall into your wheelhouse. So an opportunity for you to maybe talk to us and us to be able to help and service and pursue some of those opportunities. We have a deep expertise in a lot of verticals. If you pick any segment of industrial manufacturing, we probably have 20 that we've done that relate to it or similar. So we have a deep resume and experience in some areas that we can bring some expertise into those areas. And then also, we don't do real estate. It's outside of our, we're very comfortable with what we do. We're very comfortable with what we don't do. We don't market it. We don't tell people we do it. And without trying, we still get some here and there that we refer out. So for us, we looked at it, maybe we adjust our marketing a little bit. Say we have a strategic alliance with MarkNet and the members, and market to be able to be out there, and we believe we'll get opportunities, and once again, feed those into the MarkNet members through MarkNet to see what we can do to A, service our customer, and B, add value in the alliance. So that's really on the auction side, and for us, you know, we do probably 50 to 100 auctions a year. 3 years ago, 90% were live webcasts. This year, 90% will be timed online auctions. Not by choice, by necessity, by having to be competitive, costs. And then the data and the information you have and can gather in the online auction as it's going on in a timely process is sometimes much less stressful and easier to manage and predict and project than you would be in a live auction. And this last month, this month, actually February, we did the largest industrial auction we've done, just over 21 million of industrial equipment, construction, cranes, and other related equipment. We had to take an equity position. We had to guarantee 18 million. We had to advance 5 million. And we did a 4-day timed online auction. You don't know stress. I mean, I haven't had stress like that since Three Rivers probably, but a different kind of stress. But it was methodical. We watched the data. We saw the trends. We knew who was coming in and out. We knew how many page views. It was very calm and very focused and a lot of fun to do it as well. But a very different kind of process. And as we go through putting our money on the line and using the same software as you guys do, we say, how can we do it different? How can we make the tools better? How can we deploy and add features that will make us better in those areas? And information, split second, get this, get here, everything, usability, workflow. So as we now go back to the bid path and the SAM auction software side of it, SAM auction software sits in the middle of our offering, and we've moved all development into the next release. We've got a lot of new features going into it. We hope to be done with it. The plan is by April 1 and in the release by June 1, but those deadlines never happen, so don't quote me on those deadlines, but that's what we're aiming for. And apart from a general bug fix, cleanup, we're going to redesign the whole admin, back-end, workflow, get rid of and hide a lot of the things that you don't know how to use and never would use and don't know why they're there and don't really know what they're for. Make the admin back-end responsive. We have some other features and integrations for feeding data in and out that we're going to do to make it easier to share and get your information out there. And a couple of new modules that we're trying that I'm not going to go into too deep today, but as close and as best as I can describe it, it will sit between the simulcast and the timed online. And from the user experience, it'll look like a webcast, but it will be fully automated. So in other words, a fully automated webcast. Singular, linear, one-by-one, timed auction that sequential bidding one at a time, but the user experience will be similar to the webcast, one lot after another in the same kind of interface with audio and video as well. So that'll be the big new release that comes out in 3.0 that we put out hopefully in the middle of the year. So that's really it. So everything about auctions, that's what we do. As I said, marketing, portals, software, but I wouldn't do any of that if it wasn't for the auction business. So it all comes back to me being an auctioneer. So everything else I do, when I meet someone, they say, what do you do? I want to have an auction software company or I have a marketing company. They want to talk to an auctioneer. That's what I like. That's who I am. That's what I'll ever be. I wake up with it. I sleep with it. I have bad auction habits. I bought some of the dumbest things in my life at auction. I still continue to do it. All those people that we joke at, they come and they hold their paddle up or they get caught in the moment and they do stupid things and we laugh about them and that person paid too much. I do that too. I've had a backhoe in my garage. I've had, I've got warehouses full of things that I'll never use or touch. So auctions are in my blood. That's what I do. That's what I do, and I really have enjoyed working with Matt and JJ through this. We're committed to supporting the platform. We want to we wouldn't have bought it if we didn't think it was the best platform out there. We were user first, so we're aware of the flaws and the inefficiencies as well as each and every one of you are. We're committed to fixing them and making them better from an auctioneer standpoint. We've got most of the team to stay with us. Sebastian took a couple, but we got most of the team there. We're committed to improving it, making it better, evolving it, and taking the spin and putting it in from an auctioneer's perspective, as well as the software developers and how they can implement it. So that's my story. That's all I got. Any questions, software or other related? Happy to ask. Yes?
What do you think's driving the industry at this stage where auctioneers are being asked to take an equity position?
Because it's driven by us. We've done it to ourselves. There's a certain segment that says, I don't need to compete having a better, I'll give you a good example. We had 4 or 5 years ago, we were bidding on a project. Everyone put very nice presentations. Everyone said what it would bring. Everyone gave their estimates. Everyone gave their, what we think it would do and how much on that. And one competitor sent a note and it said, I will pay you 10% more than what everyone else has told you it will bring. So competition has driven it because people it got very competitive and they don't know how to compete and win on the merits and get hired it takes a very different skill set to get hired on your ability and as a fee basis. So it's been driven by competition and people saying, I've got money, I'm just going to pay more. And sometimes they've got money to burn, sometimes they make money, sometimes they lose money. But it is driven by us and pushed by us. Now, since then, the professionals, the bankruptcies, the attorneys all know that we're willing to do it. And then we have to say, well, we have to be able to stand up to it as well. So we've walked into it and done it to ourselves is really why it's happened. And I don't see it stopping. And now the latest trend is funded guarantees. So they want their cake and they want to eat it too. So now we've got to guarantee X. We have to put most, if not all of the money up front. We may get the next certain percentage for us, and we really work for the buyer's premium and maybe 10% as well afterwards. So we'll take all the risk and we give the upside to the client. We've done it to ourselves. Yeah, I disbelieve, but it's the truth. It's what's happened. And it's happening more and more and more.
Don't forget you changed your business model when you did that, so your insurance needs changed. Because you're no longer an auctioneer.
Exactly.
You're a liquidator.
Absolutely. No question. Yeah, it's an evolution of what we do. And in the real estate side, we have to go in with a real estate partner sometimes that wants to buy the real estate. So there's a 200,000 square foot manufacturing facility. The facility may be worth 800,000. The assets may be worth 600,000. We have to go in with a real estate buyer with it as well to buy the whole thing. They'll take the real estate, we'll take the asset. So we have to try and do that sometimes as well. So very different business. I don't like it the way it's changed, but we can either adapt and evolve with it and be better and take risks and survive and win some and lose some and make some money and lose some money, or I would probably not get 90% of the projects that we bid on these days. Yes?
Jason, is one of the ways you're wanting to work with us is if we come across a deal that's maybe too big for us or it's out of our area, that we would call you and bring you in and somehow work together?
Absolutely, yeah. In the industrial space and where we work, it's very common for joint ventures. So we would think, okay, if something that you need expertise, resume, history, or money to buy the deal, we'd be happy to look at it and work it on some kind of joint venture scenario.
So when you say industrial auctions, I'm assuming it's the plant that made what something. So, or do you have a size? If say, Lance, if it's not $1 million, I don't want it, or whatever?
No, not really. As I said the other day, my former partner always said, there's no small deals, there's only small fees. And we've made more money on smaller deals than we do on bigger ones often, because we can buy something at 100 or 200,000, it's worth 400 or 500,000. Much less risk, much easier to do it because you're willing to write the check. You're able to have that opportunity. So yeah, I would tell you, look, if it's no really size, it depends. For less than a couple of $100,000, it's hard for us to mobilize people to execute. But we're happy that, but you may have those resources. You've got the local knowledge. You've got the people there. So if I don't need to put people on the ground to, send letters, field people, project managers, checkout, cashiers, then it's really no issue how small or large the deal is. For a larger one, we've got more resources that we can add to help and add value. But we're pretty good at value, and we know what works, what we can value, where it fits. And when I say industrial, any manufacturing, distribution centers, rolling stock, office furniture. For example, when Arthur Anderson closed, I think we did 40-something locations in 30 days. So we had to, New York, Boston, so high rises of office furniture and equipment. And then wholesale inventories as well. From a standpoint of bulk and larger quantities and volume, we did overstock of about $10 or $15 million from Guitar Center last year. We just finished a project with $52 million at cost of broken barbecues from Brinkman Barbecue. Now, the fact that you have $52 million of broken and returned barbecues, they've obviously got a problem. It was actually a big fraud case. So they were taking the goods back, returned from the retail stores, keeping them on their books, and the bank was loaning them 80% value of the goods. So when it finally tumbled, they had 6 warehouses with a couple of million square feet packed to the rafters of barbecues. So we just finished a liquidation, and a large auction of selling broken barbecues. So this month I've sold construction equipment and cranes, broken barbecues, chemicals for oil and gas related. We'll do a corporate office and some semiconductor equipment for iMation in Minneapolis, and a couple of some machinery equipment for Callaway Golf. We have a liquidation going on in the Netherlands. I have a construction auction going on in England. That's for March as well. So it's wide and it's varied. So anything that a company would use, manufacture or use for themselves, is pretty much where we fit. Not really residential, not real estate. Cars and trucks and vehicles when they're part of a company, but not like a Mannheim or an Odessa type of car auction. And but pretty much everything else. Yes?
When you make a proposal on a plan that includes real estate, you have to take an equity position on the real estate as well as the inventory?
They'd like to, but we haven't and we won't. And we actually very rarely will even propose on real estate.
Are there other companies doing that?
Yes. Not many, a couple. But they're cheap buyers. They're the speculative, they don't mind, they don't mind holding it for 5-7 years. They're the redevelopment buyers. They'll buy a factory, they'll sit on it, they'll get it rezoned, do what they need to. There's a few of them out there. I don't know if you recall, one of the large projects, I want to say it was 2 years ago, was Hostess when they closed. That was a real estate, we didn't do it, but it was a real estate buyer. It was a real estate play with the auctioneers to go and buy it. So I think they had 130 depots and locations, and they bought all of them with the real estate.
The inventory and the real estate would sell separate.
Yeah.
It would be a separate commodity altogether.
Correct, yeah. And so, I just said, sometimes it's marketed as a package to find a turnkey buyer for a period of time. We have had a couple of successes where we marketed the whole thing. might be a commissary from a supermarket chain that's got all the equipment, turnkey, ready to go, a bakery, and then, 3 to 6 months to try and sell it turnkey, then it gets broken up, we'll do the auction, and they try to sell it individually. So we don't have a tolerance for real estate to buy it, and we have no expertise in-house on the real estate side, period.
So you're saying some of your clients want you to buy into it, but then they want the upside
Yes.
again?
Yes. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it's very crazy. So you take an upside by your fees? I mean, you feel like, hey, I'm gonna.
I would tell you, on the larger transactions, we take 100% of the risk for the buyer's premium. That's what we do.
But the competition's forced.
Competition's absolutely forcing it. I went to, it starts off with the bankruptcies and the foreclosures and the 363 sales. Now you've got the lenders just. I looked at a smaller project that we thought it would bring 700 to 800,000. We went, they sent solicitation packages around to all the auctioneers. We had to show up and bid on a certain date. This was last Friday. 12 auction companies to bid on it. Opening bid was, someone said 500,000, and we sat there and bid against each other just like our customers would be. Some in the room, some on a conference call. And it sold to a local auctioneer for 780,000.
And we surrender all of the upside potential.
Yeah, you might get an extra 10% of sharing, 80, 20, 90, 10, over a certain number, but at that level, there's so much hair on it, and it's scary. Yeah, it is. I agree. No, but then the other side of it is, what competition is demanded. So, henceforth, our expansion and growth, we keep our core business, we service in the U.S., we do everything that we can do, and then when we step outside of the country, our margins go way up. So any project we do outside of North America, we can get hired on a fee, and we can make more money. So our growth has come from expanding geographically as opposed to doing more business. Actually, we do less transactions last year. We did less transactions last year, quantity, than preceding years, the 5 before, year by year. But we did greater volume and we were much more selective. So obviously it takes the same amount of work to do a $100,000 auction as it does to do a $1 million auction. So we choose our resources carefully, and we've been much more speculative and looking outside of the U.S.
So is there a niche for what you're saying you don't desire, or it's already eaten up by the other auctioneers?
Well, the ones that
$100,000, $200,000.
yeah, we just can't. If I've got to bid it on a fee, or I can't compete. We're too expensive, right? If I've got to
send your team out, it costs too much.
It costs too much. We actually have an inspection company and that we use. I can look and get photos and a write-up of any deal in the country the next day for less than $500, right? So we don't put guys on the plane to do it, but our guys are expensive, and it costs us a lot. They're California guys or New York guys, and they're traveling everywhere, and it doesn't pay for us to take our resource and put them on a small deal for a certain period of time. We do smaller deals, but it's because we're doing one for Callaway Golf. We've done 5 auctions for them. So it's a $100,000 auction. We'll do it because we service the account. But if we saw that opportunity from one of our business development or lead generators come through, we wouldn't even chase it. We wouldn't do anything with it. We'd look at the list and say, it's not worth it for us. Not because we can't make money buying it, because I said, once I put my guys on it, once we have the marketing, once the machine moves, I'll lose money on a $100,000 fee deal. That's where it gets a little nuts for us. And look, I started the business small. It hurts me to let that go away. It hurts me to not service it. We can, we need, for us, it's a way to be able to service it, add value, add revenue, bring something and have reciprocating relationships with folks around the country that have regional and different expertise that we don't.
So the parties that you're getting these kind of sales from, they're soliciting not only you, but 10 or 12 other options.
Sometimes.
It's kind of reverse. It's coming to you.
Sometimes, actually through, there's several. There's all of we have guys that are harvesting every alert to every news, actively looking for opportunities. We have the ones that come from the professionals, the attorneys, the turnaround groups, the bankruptcy professionals, and the lenders. We also, through our partnership with Great American, service everything that comes out of their appraisal group. So they have a very large appraisal practice. They do about 1,500 appraisals a year, from the retail as well as machinery and equipment in general. So whatever happens from the lender side, from the appraisal group, gets pushed over the fence for us to pursue as well. And, that's part of servicing what we have. And some of it, again, we reluctantly do it for the relationship. We don't even necessarily want to do it. We'd rather have a relationship with someone to just handle it and do it for us on that side. Some is competitive, but there are also regional, smaller ones that, we look at and say, look, we could buy this for $50,000 and probably sell it for $150,000. But it gets not paid attention to, I'm going to tell you.
So is there any opportunity from your standpoint for the rest of the people in the MarkNet over the region or over the United States to hand that off?
No, absolutely, and that's what I said. That was one of the parts I mentioned. That was kind of how it actually started. For us to be able to, Matt and I are working on the way to filter it, right? So filter up and filter down. So if you have an opportunity, whether it becomes Matt or someone else, the point person to filter up and out, and for us in as well, because I don't know who has the expertise in what area and what region. Matt and JJ and some of the others do. So we just got to figure out our procedures. Say, okay, we have this lead opportunity. Here you go. Here you go. We've pushed a few over, but it's been, like, okay, this has gone this way or this has gone another way to someone. But we want to set up a proper way that I can tell all my business development people, all my marketing people, if we have an opportunity that doesn't fit here, doesn't check all these boxes, pass it over the fence to MarkNet and let them distribute it within. So it should trickle down that way, because I don't know really who the best person would be to assign or to pass that forward to. Well, thank you very much. I'll be around all for the rest of the day and the evening, and if anyone's got anything else to chat with, I'll be around. But I appreciate the time. We enjoy working with everyone here. I see all of your, I know all of your company names, from all of the Trouble Ticket to Jeremy and Matt and a few other people came over. So we know the company names. We know by reputation which ones are very savvy and which ones, let's just say, not so much. So we know who you are. But we're committed to it. We like the group, and yeah, we know you. No comment. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, I think some of the guys are feeling a little sorry for Adam because he's guaranteeing these deals, but they probably need to understand a 15 to 18% buyer's premium.
Okay, yeah. I add one thing. It's horrible, but if you do an $18 million deal and make the buyer's premium, there's many worse days you can have. I'll end on that note. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so obviously there's great opportunities in our relationship with Adam, as he and Sebastian made this transition over. Adam and I met several times, talked, had a lot of conversations. The cool thing about it is it hasn't just been about software. We've talked about the relationships we can have as auction companies. When we first, I guess not when we first met, but recently said, hey, look, we like the MarkNet model, we like the concept, and let's work on like a partner membership, affiliate membership for our company, so we can put the MarkNet logo on, we can share auctions and do different things, and really become a part of our team. And so it's just a real cool relationship. Love sitting and talking with him. I'm sure that you guys could all just sit and do what we like to do and talk auctions for hours and hours, right? So be sure and grab him, talk to him tonight, today, and yeah, ask questions away. I think we sat in his office not too long ago, and we just chatted really for hours about auction deals and what they look like, and looked at brochures and did all those fun things. So anyway, appreciate him being here, taking the time to meet with you guys, and if you want to talk about software, we talked about some really cool stuff while we were together as well. So ask away on that too. So with that wraps up our sessions for today. Stockholders, if you would stick around in this room, we're going to meet here in just a few minutes. And then everyone, like I said, 6 o'clock, we have our reception, 6 to 7. That'll be a lot of fun. The elevator's going to be crowded. Squeeze in and filter in. So we'll see you guys.